gracious, everybody, if it isn't episode 60 of the Look Out Sir Warhammer 40,000 podcast. A Warhammer 40,000 podcast which we, the good people of Look Out Sir, enjoy bringing to you on a bi-weekly basis or fortnightly basis, depending on how you grasp or express a period of 2 weeks. And joining me, first of all, is my good buddy Phil. How's it going, Phil?
I'm good. I've survived Gibraltar.
You've survived
COVID-free, I hope. Yeah.
Well, it takes a little while to manifest, doesn't it? You know, so you're only fresh off the plane relatively recently, right?
That's true. Give me a week and we'll see how I get on.
Well, there we go.
You'll be pregnant with all those lizard babies.
Yes.
It's incredibly possible. And joining me is one such lizard baby I could be speaking only of, my good buddy Joe. How's it going, Joe?
I'm king of the lizard babies, I'll have you know.
You're aspiring to be king of the lizard babies. Did I not hear you correctly, Joe, that you want to go to No Retreat next year?
I do.
You want it bad.
I applied and I failed. I went there and I want to be impregnated by the other lizards.
Well, indeed. Do you think what we should try and do is try and extend the olive branch to Pardo, get him on the show, and then kind of be all nice about it to begin with and go, so why aren't me and Joe good enough for you then, mate? Can you explain why? You know,
or proper ambush him. What we'll have to do is we'll have to do it like a live, face-to-face around a table, nicey talk, like Nixon versus Jobber, that film.
Because it does feel a little bit sort of, you know, conspiratorial in some respects, given the fact that they talk about the fact that anyone can apply and everyone's welcome, but the same people go every year. Very odd, isn't it?
Everyone can apply to be Prime Minister.
Well, exactly. But only those that...
Everyone gets... Some of them get a second term. It's just the way it is sometimes.
Or three goes. In some
or three goes, maybe, yeah.
How many pigs have you had sex with, Phil, to get in there?
4.
4 pigs? Does that earn you 4 turns?
Exactly.
Do they increase the size of the animal for future applications?
No comment. You need to, get one in first, and then you'll find out.
It's like the secret menu at In-N-Out Burger for those of you who have, gone to California or have any frame of reference to that famous burger chain. But yeah, things that you don't realise until you arrive on the scene, as it were. But no, Phil. I mean, ultimately, great that you obviously were able to go over there and seemingly have come back. Without any, concerns or problems. I do worry, I have to be honest, Phil, I do worry about the consistent kind of like media message around the relative blasé nature of COVID these days. And it is interesting though, isn't it? Because I was saying this to the wife. I was like, typical, innit? Phil's gone off to Gibraltar. He's having a lovely time. He's going to come back after having spent 4 days enjoying 40k and men. And will have suffered no ill effects. Well, all I did was sit in my little cold hole in England and, scratch myself, What,
you make it sound like you dug a hole in the garden and just sat in it.
Well, I mean, the British homestead is not necessarily known for being grand in its construction, is it? It's not like I'm in some kind of, aerated, beautiful villa out in Italy somewhere. No.
Well, according to Robin Hood, every man's home is his castle.
Ah, there you go.
Treat it like your castle. My castle was more of like a sand castle.
But I mean, Phil, why don't you take a moment to explain to us what you had to go through to ensure your COVID security? I mean, were they pretty on point, I would assume?
Yeah, I think so. Well,
brilliant.
Following the normal set. Well, in terms of getting there, got to wear a mask on the plane. Not very fun. Definitely
hardship.
Definitely one old man disagreed with wearing it and was getting told off by an air stewardess.
Was that you?
Was it you?
No. I'm old, but I'm not that old. Thank you.
No, I thought you were going to say I'm not a man.
It was hand sanitizers everywhere. Every few minutes when we were gaming, DC was going around with a hand sanitizer, giving us a little spritz. All had to wear masks when we were gaming. DC, yes, is one of the guys.
One of the guys, Joe. One of the guys
on the SN team.
Oh, I see. What does DC stand for? It's not Daniel Cormier, is it?
No, do you know what it is? It's Dan Cook.
Oh, really? Is that why I can't go? It's like the no homers club. We already have one homer.
It's because you're not cool enough. Because he's cool enough to have his name abbreviated down to DC. Maybe that's why I can't go, because I'm not JC.
JC Penny.
Mm.
Anyway, carry on, Phil.
Yeah, so obviously socially distanced. We're in quite a big old space, and you can't loiter around. So once you finish your game, you had to leave. Yeah, it was a weird one though, because obviously you're doing all that, but then minutes before or after, when you're having your lunches, you're out in a nice sort of, outside in a pub garden, I guess.
Kissing
on the marina. Well, no, you're just all hanging out next to each other and eating food, because you're allowed to do that when you're
just a bit of dry humping by the sound of things, Joe.
This might be the precise reason why we're not allowed to go.
Well, maybe. I mean, I like a dry hump as much as the next guy.
Do we not think this is highly inappropriate content for a children's podcast?
It's not a children's podcast.
Well, no, but it's child friendly.
It is.
Dan's having one of those days, Phil. I think.
We're just going to have to re-record all of this in like 10 minutes, where you go, oh yeah, we can't say that.
Well, what's wrong with? There's nothing wrong with the words dry and hump, right? That is not wrong at all, right? That can mean any number of things. I think the fact that you're, giving it, the context is definitely incriminating us further, as it were. That could have been any number of scenarios.
Well, maybe.
Maybe, exactly. You just don't think these things through, do you now? Anyway, no, so yes. So you're out there, and you're at the pub, and then what?
Well, then we're playing games.
Okay, fair enough. Story done.
Not touching each other, not doing any high fives or anything like that.
Me and Richie
all relatively sensible.
Me and Richie had a game on Sunday, and we had a moment where I had to leave him hanging. That's in relation to his high five, obviously, not in relation to prior topics. Because he achieved a double six roll to save one of his Marines from death with the Feel No Pain apothecary bubble. And he was so utterly amazed by the whole thing. He was like, yes! And he put his hand up in the air, and I was like, no, I can't. I won't do it, damn you.
The worst thing about gaming with a mask on is your opponent can't obviously see your facial cues and moves and things.
Expressions is what you mean.
Yeah, and your expressions and stuff. So when...
Because again, if you just said facial in isolation, that is another problem that Phil might have with that.
But only because you brought this up. Anyway, we so when you're playing a game, and my dice do precisely this. I roll ridiculously hot turn 1, crazy hot turn 2, the start of turn 3, really, really good. So, and I'm trying to smile and be like I'm not doing this on purpose. And my opponent looks at me with nothing but hate and contempt. Is what I think they can do, because obviously I can't see anything on from their deadpan shark-like eyes. And then for the rest of the game, I roll nothing but 1s and 2s, and my opponent's like, "Oh, okay, he's not cheating. He's just really lucky half of the time."
That's it. You just you start hot, but then get cool as you go along, as it were.
Yeah, but the problem is when you're playing, whether your opponent's having a good time or a bad time, you can't tell, because and some people suffer from resting unhappy lady face.
Or female dog.
All that one. So, yeah. So they're so some people just suffer from it. They just look really angry all the time. And you're like, do you want to kill me? And they're like, no, I'm having a really good time. It's like, are you sure? Because I can't tell. All I see is glowering.
Do you think I have a resting female dog face, Joe?
You have a continuously tired face.
Yes, that is true. I do also often.
Your eyes need to catch up with the rest of your body sometimes. I feel.
That is true. That is true. I can't help it, mate. I have a very very recessed eye sockets. That's all. Not and also I've got asthma. That's not good either.
Oh yeah, that's true.
I don't breathe proper.
Proper.
That's why you don't see me going off to Gibraltar, mate, because I can't roll the dice like that. I can't take the extra risks, unfortunately. I would have loved to have gone. Not that I was invited, obviously. I mean, that's the recurring theme. The point is, we should get Pardo on here and question him as towards why we don't get to go, Joe. That's what I'm saying.
Mm.
And he'll tell us, he will. He'll tell us the truth, and we won't be able to handle the truth, and it'll break us. It'll hurt so deep. But anyway, there you go. Well, I'm glad you had a good time, Phil, and I'm glad that you have emerged without any ill effects thus far. Obviously, keep, dialed in to the Lookout Sir 40k podcast for updates on Phil's ongoing, respiratory problems. But, by all accounts, mate, a good time was had by all, right?
No, it was indeed, yeah.
Amazing stuff. But yeah, look, I mean, in terms of, other bits and pieces going on, I mean, ultimately, just to clarify from the outset, obviously we are aware, we're not under a rock necessarily, that Space Marines and Necrons have got loads and loads and loads of rules leaking out all over the internet. But we're not going to talk about that today, because ultimately the problem always is with all of this sort of drip-fed information from Warhammer community is, on the one hand, it's awesome, because obviously it's great to see, insights and information early doors. The negative side of it is that sometimes, if not always, you lack quite a considerable amount of context. So, despite the fact we feel like we know a lot about what is happening to the Space Marines and the Necrons, we've elected not to get into the rumour mill, quote, at this point, because ultimately we'll have the books in our hands, hopefully by next episode. Or they're doing a 2-week pre-order on this, or a 1-week pre-order, do you know?
I think it's only a 1 week.
So theoretically we'll have the books weekend after next.
Yeah. So hopefully we can all delight and read them.
Exactly.
And be amazed that hopefully Space Marines aren't ridiculously OP.
Well, maybe just doing a little bit of rumour speculation, it looks like the Necrons have got quite a lot to be happy about in some respects.
Yeah. There's a lot less management for them, I think, going on, but a lot less bookkeeping.
I think it's a very promising sign for things to come, right? I think ultimately when you start to see the kind of stuff that's on the horizon, for a Xenos race like the Necrons, it's, pretty cool. Actually, while I've got your attention, what do you think of the Space Marine Collector's Edition?
What, you mean the exact same picture?
Yes, the exact same picture with no logo on it.
Awful.
Yeah, it's pretty
I
lackluster.
I don't even think that the artwork's even that good.
Yeah, I'm torn about the artwork. The new 40k artwork has some really great moments, but then the Space Marine book specifically is quite underwhelming, I'd say.
Yeah.
Hasn't the limited edition codexes always been pretty much the same cover design? But
no, next to, well, not never, but majoritively never. Like most of the time, it's something completely different.
No, I thought maybe in 8th edition it was, but 7th it was pretty much it's the same thing, but it's hardback rather than.
I don't remember
even.
I don't even remember there being that many 7th edition collector's editions.
Although I got the 6th edition Astra Militarum one, so they were doing them back then.
Oh yeah, they were, weren't they?
7th edition. Actually, that one it came in a slip case and had a nice what they called little covers that you can take off, like little paper ones.
I seem to remember
sleeves. I think they're called.
Yeah, I seem to remember the Death Watch had a really nice looking collector's edition in 7th. I feel, or maybe it was in 8th. They had a really nice looking collector's edition. Joe, you've played Death Watch more than most. Do you remember their collector's editions?
I think they had bronze token, like bronze coin objective markers that had different stuff.
Yeah.
But that's about it, really. That's all I can really remember for them. Space Wolves had a really nice one for the Rise of the Wolford or whatever it is, or the Fall of Fenris kind of thing.
I suppose one of the interesting things about these collector's editions, though, is like I never really necessarily look to see what they're doing in like the resale market, but I always assume that like they never really retain or gain any value within like 2 years of release, right? It's not like
the limited edition ones kind of are always popular until the next one gets like announced, and then they're worth nothing essentially.
Yeah.
Because like the collector's editions were the best things they did in 8th edition. Like the black versions of the books, which I really liked, and I always wanted to get them for the armies I had. Because I remember the Drakari, because they were all 50 quid, and the Drakari one consistently stayed about 40-45 quid for the entirety of 8th edition. I think if you can get hold of one now, it's probably going to cost you like 30-35 quid. But obviously, because we know new codexes are on the horizon, like people are struggling to sell them because obviously no one wants to spend money on a codex that's going to get replaced almost immediately.
Makes total sense, right? I mean, ultimately, I remember someone in a group somewhere when 8th edition dropped took a photo in an Oxfam store, and the Oxfam store just had every 7th edition book on a shelf, and then linked to the article of, but they're still full of great lore, and then the tagline is clearly this person didn't care about the lore, and it was just like all the 7th ed books on a shelf. I mean, maybe that was some photoshoppery, but regardless, I thought it was a very apt piece of photography.
You always find the first 3 Horus Heresy books in charity shops nowadays.
Oh, what? As in the
every
novels?
charity shop? Yeah, every charity shop in England always has Horus Rising on the shelf.
I mean, I thought for a minute there you were going to say, like, book 1 of the Horus Heresy Forge World series. I mean, God, if you found that on the shelf of an Oxfam, you'd be doing very well.
No, it's always Horus Rising everywhere you go.
Yeah.
You might get lucky and get like a Gaunt's Ghost book.
Forge World, Phil, you're a Forge World fanatic. Do they still sell the original, like, book 1 of Horus Heresy?
Do you mean the novel version?
No. I mean, like, the rule thing they did. Yeah, the big black books.
I think they must do.
I think they still do the collections of them.
Yeah, let's have a quick look.
I am quickly observing.
I believe they do.
Oh, God, where are the books found
they
in this?
contain actual rules that you need, so it'd be a bit madness if they didn't.
Here we go. Horus Heresy books, rules, Horus Heresy campaign books. By crikey, yeah, you can go all the way back. And
well, that was, I think, one of the real reasons why they didn't ever. Yeah, you can get. They're in softback now, though. But I think that's one of the reasons why they didn't ever make the jump to 8th edition, because it's like loads of people have invested like money into these books that are super expensive. So why redo them all in a completely different rule set?
There is still
makes no sense.
There is still a very real part of me that wants to go back to playing Horus Heresy and 7th edition games. I miss certain things about it. It was a I don't know, a nostalgia time, if nothing else. An exciting time.
I mean, there was a lot of fun about, using things like blast templates, but there was also a lot of problematic arguments
in tournament
about blast
play,
templates and stuff.
Yeah. The removal of blast templates is the right decision for tournament play.
No, it's not. I bought that 10-inch blast for my Horus Heresy super heavy tank, and then 8th edition came along and completely ruined that tank for me.
Well,
and everyone stopped playing Horus Heresy.
I bought the Inferno templates. In fact, I got them all, I think, because you buy them as a set, and I got my Malcador Infernus because I'd seen it played in a few tournaments, and I was like, "Oh yes, this is going to be fun." Bought it, and then a few months later, 8th edition comes out, and I'm like, "Oh." And
that's why you never built or painted it, right, Phil?
No, that's why it's still in a box. Because this is an interesting thing. Like the index rules for most of those Forge World units are terrible, to the point where they are literally unplayable. Even in a narrative game, you just wouldn't take it because it's just so bad. Hopefully, though, going forwards, maybe that'll change, and I'll be looking at this as new eyes.
Games, seeing as they're moving over now, aren't they, to Games Workshop doing all their rules writing, which will be good. And your stuff might be in the new book, Phil.
We did this discussion last episode, Joe. Didn't you listen?
I did. Of course I did. That's totally
The funny thing is, though, Joe, is that you should at least have been somewhat aware of it, because we were talking about building up to it when you were recording with us.
Was I listening?
Oh, obviously. Yeah, no, I'm genuinely, like, even though I totally took aboard Phil's general concerns for the Krieg, I'm genuinely very excited about that Forge World book because I own a lot of Forge World Elder stuff. So I think it's going to be really cool to actually see, like, some new rules for some Elder units for the first time in a little while. So that's going to be exciting to see what they give the Hornets and what they give the Nightwings, and most specifically the Shadow Spectres. I'm really excited to see what those guys get. So yeah hopefully.
I've got the Forge World Reaper for my Drakari, and it's one of those, like, currently it's not that great, and I can't be bothered to build it at the moment and paint it because I've got so much Drakari and other stuff to build and paint. And it's one of those, like, well, hopefully it will get new rules and it will then be built and painted almost immediately.
Well, indeed. I mean, again, it's an exciting time for people with a lot of, strange Forge World elements to their collection. I think it's probably a worrying time for Space Marine players because a lot of the Forge World Space Marine stuff is really good. So there's a chance that might not be so good. But then for the Xenos players and the Guard players and everyone else who's not really had that much luck with Forge World, maybe, just maybe, it will give us something to get excited about, which would be good.
You got to think, like, with that core mechanic coming in, like, a lot of those Forge World units probably aren't going to be core units for Space Marines. So those Leviathan players are going to have to start spending, was it Fury of the Ancients, whatever it is.
Assuming that's even still a stratagem.
Assuming that's even still a thing anymore, yeah. So,
I mean,
goes,
and even if it is a thing, they themselves wouldn't benefit from it.
No, they've not got the Dreadnought keyword. Well, we don't know yet, but...
Well, no, because isn't the implication now that if a character is giving off the aura, that he doesn't then himself gain it?
Oh, yeah, that's true.
So even if the guy was giving people around him reroll ones, he himself wouldn't get them.
Yeah, so maybe the Leviathan might stay exactly the same.
Maybe.
But it doesn't get all the buffs.
Which is absolutely correct, let's be honest. It's too much with all the buffs, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's too much. And on the topic of things which is too much, you guys out there, you're too much, because you've all been lovely and you've listened to our plea for 5-star reviews. Last episode, we declared that going into episode 60, we were in a perilous situation because we had come to the end of all of our 5-star reviews. So I've put it to you lot, please, why not? Hey, fancy putting up a nice 5-star review? And you responded rather lovelily with free, Joe, that's right, free 5-star reviews. Actually, no, 4 5-star reviews.
Is this 4 written by your mum again?
No, not written by my mum. I think, to be honest with you, Joe, most of them, I would imagine, are written by Phil's mum, because they always have a way of calling him out, if you haven't noticed.
Yeah, they all kind of go into that weird kind of Krieg furry kind of realms.
Exactly.
It's all about the Krieg fan fiction.
You've just got to realise there's a lot of Krieg fans out there.
That's it.
We cater for them in the same way that...
I was starting to feel like there are only fans.
It's like we've created, if you build it, they will come.
Exactly.
And that's what we've done. We found a nice little place on the internet for those Krieg fans to listen to us ramble on.
Joe, did you not see Phil posting that photo the other day, or screen grab rather, from his secret Illuminati speak, when one of the guys in said secret Illuminati group said, "I've just discovered the Lookout Sir 40k podcast," and then had the emoji of a man slapping himself on the forehead as if to symbolise that he felt like he had missed out on something fantastic over the last 2.5 years that we've been doing this. That was quite lovely, wasn't it, Phil?
Yeah, that was Stuart. He won an SN award, believe it or not, for his Necron Army.
Was it the newest listener to the Lookout Sir award as presented by SN?
It was, yeah. Basically. But yeah, I think he just appreciated the fact that we're an English podcast, and there are some out there that,
But they're all rubbish, aren't they, other than us?
Yeah.
Right, Joe? Right?
Oh, terrible. Well, I'm only on 2 podcasts now. This one and
some other
on Vanguard Tactics. So.
Oh, he said it. Reset the clock.
No, we haven't said his name yet. We haven't summoned him.
No, it's fine. It's fine. No, yeah. So you had to give up the real Space Raiders, didn't you?
I did. Because I live in a world of relentless turmoil and pain, and it's more of a case of I work ceaselessly. It feels endlessly. I just don't have enough spare time to commit to multiple podcasts. Like, I barely have enough time to give you people time.
Most people will do one podcast. You doing 3 podcasts, I think, is a bit much.
Yeah.
And clearly is.
I mean, I think we said it at the time, right? I mean, anyone out there who was thinking of starting their own podcast, you only need to, like, ring Joe up or, add him as a friend on Facebook and just say, hey, fancy doing this podcast with me? And he was very likely at one point to go, yeah, I don't see why not.
Yeah, because at the time I was just working in a shop.
Well, you were furloughed for a bit as well, weren't you?
I had about a month furlough.
That's when he started doing all the pods, didn't he?
Yeah. I was like, I'm bored. I've got nothing to do apart from painting all of the Drakari that exist on this realm. So, yeah, why not? I had something else to kill the time.
Exactly, mate.
And then all my time disappeared.
Anyway, before we get on to all of that nonsense, let's call out one of our fantastic 5-star reviews and then talk about what's happening on the show and get on with it, because it's now 20-odd minutes of intro. In fact, getting on for half an hour's worth of intro, and we haven't even started. So,
And I haven't even mentioned an obscure 90s or early 2000s cartoon yet.
You haven't, mate. You haven't. So, hopefully you can, weasel that into your thank you for this 5-star review. So this 5-star review comes from Apple Podcasts of Great Britain. So you can see that 5-star review for yourself to realise that it is a real thing by going to our Apple Podcast page in Great Britain, and you will see a 5-star review by Killer Bass. Although bass has been spelt with a uppercase S for some reason. Killer Bass.
Bass.
Could be Bass.
The fishy killer, as we all know him.
Exactly. So Fishy Killer has said, fun 40k banter. Really enjoy listening to the group chatting 40k news and discussing the latest in their gaming adventures. Being a podcaster myself, for which if I was a tool, I'd plug and then shock horror everybody. He actually does, which is an interesting series of events.
Podcasters, like vegans, have to tell everybody.
Exactly. Have I told you about my podcast? This podcast is called the Comic Art Festival Podcast, which, Killer Bass informs me, recently had the wonderful Dan Abnett on it. Ooh,
they're doing much better than we are.
Very much so. You know what? I actually listened to Killer Bass's podcast with Dan Abnett. He does it with his missus, by all accounts. I assume it's his missus. It could be his sister.
Dan Abnett does it with his missus?
Well, I mean... maybe, I don't know. Anyway... It was very, very good, actually, I would say. I was actually pleasantly surprised by Comic Art Festival's podcast. So, yeah.
That's an impressive score, though. How do we get Dan Abnett?
Well, I mean, by all accounts, I guess we just have to ask him. But yeah, I think that's the first trick. But we'll get around to that one day, mate. We'll put you on it. I'm sure you'll get
I'll be like token Phil. With old Dan Abnett.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I'd just be like, come with me, Dan. Let's go live together in a tree.
Phil, you were going to say something before you were rudely interrupted.
Yeah, I was going to say, I presume his podcast isn't a 40k podcast. Then?
No, it's a comic book podcast predominantly.
Yeah.
Although he seemed to talk about a broad selection of like nerdy topics. So he did a 40k special with Dan Abnett on, where he basically got to talk about 40k a lot more, and expose his sort of general nerdiness. I genuinely, it was a relatively easy listen. I quite enjoyed it. So there you go.
That's good.
So that is me endorsing the Comic Art Festival podcast. So there you go, Killer Bass. You've done well from that perspective. I know how much work goes into producing regular shows. With that in mind, thank you for all your work and keep the 40k chat coming. We certainly will, Killer Bass. But before we do that, we better have Joe give you his customary thank you very much.
Oh, we're starting. Okay, so thank you, Mr. Bass Bass, for your 5-star review. We appreciate it, and we thank you for giving me something to listen to, because I don't have any other podcasts to listen to. So that's very good. Thank you very much. I look forward to listening to yours and Dan's, or your wife or Dan's wife. We're not entirely sure yet.
I have to admit,
Talking.
I wasn't entirely across their potential, marital status or relationship status. It was just a man and a woman.
Could be a passing woman. I'm very excited.
Exactly. I mean, by all accounts, it was a fine show, is all I'm getting at.
Yeah, but thank you very much for following us and answering our plea / begging for 5-star reviews.
Indeed. And hopefully you keep listening
fruitful.
after we talked about, it took a bit of a turn, didn't it?
They all take a bit of a turn, but that's the joy.
Yeah, indeed. Oh, man. Anyway, right, there you go. Cheers for that, Joe. And obviously, thank you, Killer Bass. And thank you to everyone else who has obviously given us a 5-star review as well. We'll definitely get around to you. So check out the show the next couple of weeks or next couple episodes, because we'll definitely make sure that every 5-star review is called out and promoted. And then obviously, if you would like your own 5-star review promoted on the interwebs, you need only give us one. And seemingly, we have absolutely no scruples about plugging whatever it is that you want us to promote. Basically, you write it, we read it. Straightforward enough.
I want the more obscure, the better. That's the route I want to go down. Like, even if you've got like an obscure fly fishing, like Alaskan podcast, we'll plug it. We'll plug anything.
That is it. That's it. Everyone's got a podcast these days, don't they? Everybody.
Yeah, everyone's got a competitive 40k podcast, and
We don't have a competitive 40k podcast.
We sometimes go.
I suppose you've got a competitive 40k podcast. We don't.
Yeah, we've got as in us here.
Yeah.
Speaking now, we have a competitive opinion. So.
That's fair enough.
But.
Anyway.
Although.
Oh, he hasn't finished. What is it, Joe?
I don't know. I'm just rambling now.
I noticed he was sort of running around.
Air.
Yeah, I noticed. Right, let's wrap this segment up. So, in this show, we were hopefully going to do a quiz, but we don't know if Richie's actually going to turn up and do it yet. So if that happens, great. If not, sorry. But we've definitely recorded a segment where me and Joe grumble about the new terrain rules that they released with their latest chapter approved. So we
talk about Phil for a solid 20 minutes.
Well, that's a secret.
Is it a slagging me off predictions?
No. We would never do that.
No,
because
never,
we love you, Phil, and we value you as a person and a friend.
You've definitely done it a few times.
No, that's never happened.
Never. You can't prove it. It's not like
whenever I'm not on the show, you two, you know what you do.
It is true. It is fair to say that actually, yeah, when me and Joe recorded without you, I definitely did feel it for the first time ever, because that's the first time me and Joe have done a segment on our own for such a long time, and I was like, wow, this really is. Like, this doesn't.
I bet it was tangents galore.
Mate, it doesn't work.
I bet you talked about wrestling. I bet you talked about cartoons. And I bet you talked about Joe's childhood.
I mean, it's entirely.
I don't know if my childhood crept into this one.
Exactly. I'll tell you what, though, actually, I was listening back to an old episode the other day, and we actually got talking about your childhood, Phil, and that was the funniest thing I've heard in ages. Like, if you get a chance, I think it was like episode 42 where we were talking about how your sister attacked you with a wheelbarrow. How absolute stitches listening back to that.
Oh, I'm sure she
was this like
me telling everyone about that.
On the in your 100-acre woods like garden.
No, it was a tiny garden of some friends that we were visiting on holiday.
A tiny garden made of gold.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I did it whilst riding my koi carp across the pond.
That was very similar to the sort of bounce we had about it. Basically, yeah, it was a whole Phil is rich.
Why do you think that?
Well, because you're a rich young man, Phil.
You're just a toff, Phil.
I'm pretty sure a few episodes ago you were complaining I was poor. So which is it?
We were just playing into your persona.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know, we don't want to give the
We
game away.
need both personas
Exactly.
to fit the narrative at the time.
We can't have people thinking you're too posh, Phil. Otherwise, that will hurt our numbers. People won't relate to you as much if they think you're a big old toff.
Yeah, but they relate to you when you're a full-on shed gremlin. You know, just
No,
That was another
sat
good
out
thing.
there in the cold.
Maybe I should release that video I shared with you guys the other day when me and Phil filmed a battle report and he was on a green screen and he went, "Do it!" at the start. I was like, that is brilliant. How I've never released that video.
Have you even shared that with me?
I shared that
I
with
haven't
you. You
even.
liked
I
it.
haven't seen this. Did you?
I
go
shared
full-
it in the group the other day. I was like, you should all see this old video that me and Phil recorded.
I can't. Thing is though, when I actually get round to going into our group chat, it's like you have 112 missed messages, and I'm like, I do not have the time nor the bothered to go back.
You're like scorched earth theory. It's like, it's the scorched earth approach. It's like everything that has already happened is dead news. I'm just starting it here.
I'm starting from here,
Yeah.
midway through this conversation, and
I
we will
understand.
go. We will travel on from there, or I might go back to find the beginning. Find the start of the bit.
Well,
of
I'll share it with you guys again. I'll tell you what. I will upload it, hide the upload, but I'll put it in the description of this episode. So it won't be available to everyone to view, but those that have listened to us to this point, heard it.
Can we slip it into an old battle report somewhere, so it forces everyone to go and watch our old videos?
We could. Anyway, we could do all sorts of things, mate. It's all possible. We don't do new battle reports though, so.
No.
Oh, you mean replace one of the old battle reports?
Yeah.
Ah.
Oh God, hang on. I'm just knocking
alright.
stuff over.
Anyway, yeah. So look, me and Joe grumble about the can you believe 5 minutes ago we were talking about what we were going to do in the show? Yeah. So we grumble about that, and then Phil talks to us about No Retreat, right, Phil?
I hope so. Yeah.
Exactly. Well,
Yeah.
you're gonna. It's going to be a real thing. And that's it, guys. Episode 60. Thanks for sticking with us. Thank you very much for listening to all of this, and hopefully you enjoyed the show that's about to come. Have a great one, guys. Transitional noise. Woo! All right then, ladies and gentlemen. This is either a point where you're rejoicing because you're excited that Phil is going to talk about No Retreat and Krieg again, or potentially you're a little bit frustrated by the fact that Phil is yet again talking about No Retreat and Krieg again. Either way, that's why we put timestamps in the description. So, if you're not feeling it, by all means move along. But if you don't listen, I can pretty much assure you from the outset that you're going to miss out on some fantastic Warhammer 40,000 tournament reporting from our one and only No Retreat veteran, known as Phil. How's it going, Phil?
I'm good. I mean, if you don't enjoy me chatting about Krieg, this isn't the podcast for you. What are you doing here? Go away. We don't want you.
Is that really what you're going with now? It's literally you've steadily kind of introduced the theme of, it's kind of me talking about Krieg now and again to, we're basically a Krieg podcast too. It's all about me.
But I mean, people know what I'm into. It's Krieg. It's minor tools.
Yeah.
That's sometimes Inquisition.
That's
sometimes painting chat. Maybe you just zone out. Maybe you just come here for the Dan stuff.
I doubt it.
And you skip past all the other bits.
I mean,
if you come for the Joe stuff, you're going to be disappointed over the last few weeks, aren't you?
Yeah, unfortunately, is a massive disappointment, that boy, isn't he? Nothing but misery from start to finish when it comes to the Joe show. But look, I think ultimately, I think it's really cool though that we're in a position where we can offer something of a kind of tournament report. Obviously, this tournament took place in Gibraltar. Gibraltar is one of the few places in the world, apparently, where it is relatively under control when it comes to the COVID situation. But as we kind of said in the introduction, a lot of effort was taken by the organisers and obviously by the participants to ensure that, all of the COVID regulations and things were upheld, as far as I'm aware anyway. I mean, ultimately, I'm not trying to massively advocate or massively, besmirch people hosting events in this current climate. I think ultimately there is an audience for that. People, are adults and they understand the risks that they're taking. And ultimately, if people want to get together and organise events to play 40k, and they're doing it within their local government guidelines, and they're following all the rules that are appropriate and going above and beyond to, try and keep it safe, then I guess it is what it is. Personally, as I've said many times throughout, I have not gone to any tournaments since March of this year, which is a real shame because I was really keen to make 2020 my big ITC year. I was really gunning for that number one Craft World Eldari spot in 2020, but regrettably I've been unable to achieve that due to the fact that I've only played 3 tournaments this year, and one of those 3 I did absolutely atrociously in. Saying that though, I think I'm still ranked in the top 5 of all Elder players, regardless of that terrible performance. But
that's not too shabby, is it?
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. It's not bad. I mean, again, I haven't looked because obviously, I haven't looked in a while because people have obviously started posting more tournament results since I since I last was able to play games proper. So who knows where I actually am anymore? It may have turned out that I'm much further down the rankings than I once was. But I was on a good path early doors, but it just didn't work out. But yeah, look, what I'm trying to say is I am just trying to address what could be perceived to be the elephant in the room. We don't need to talk about it any more extensively than that. But ultimately, yeah, this did happen during a global pandemic, but apparently everything was done right.
Well, yeah. Well, if I was asked to go to a tournament in the UK, and I've said it before, I wouldn't go.
Yeah.
Because it'd be like, just seems a bit risky. Now, getting on a plane to go to a tournament in another country also seems a bit risky.
I mean, almost more risky, some would argue.
Well, to an extent, yeah. I think I threw the dice, so to speak, to get on the plane.
Yeah.
I think that's the risky bit. I think once you're in Gibraltar, it's actually a lovely place. The COVIDness is quite low there, and the guys did a fantastic job sorting out the tournament. Like, they completely rechanged the venue because it's normally at this retreat centre, which is up sort of halfway up the hill, and by hill I mean the rock that it is on. But now we were in like a sort of 5-star swanky permanently moored cruise ship / hotel. That's where the venue was, because that's sort of where they sort of ultimately wanted it to go in the future. But I think they were discussing with the hotel and the government, like local council and stuff, about how best to organise the tournament, and somewhere larger was required. So that's why they moved it to there, even though it kind of cost them more money to make that move. But ultimately it was kind of a great decision because it meant you could go ahead and everyone could enjoy themselves. And they reduced the numbers down because normally it's like 45 people, and I think it was like 28 in the end, I think.
No, that's fair enough. I mean, was it weird playing games of 40k on a permanently, moored? Did you say, what's the word? What's the terminology?
Well, it's basically a boat hotel.
Yeah.
I think
I've stayed in a boat hotel before, and I found it really weird. So there's one docked outside the Excel Centre in London, and I stayed there.
It might be the same one. Is it the Sunborn?
Well, is it the same hotel?
Yeah, well, not the exact same one, but it's a franchise apparently. So they've got one there and one in Dubai, I think, is the other one.
Fantastic.
Well, anyway. So yeah, same company, I think.
Well, I found it weird because obviously this thing is like parked up on the River Thames in the UK, and it's weird being on a ship doing anything, like even like just sleeping. Even when the thing is stationary on a river, you feel that movement like often, especially when you're lying down in bed. it's that weird kind of like constant like, whoa.
Maybe you were drunk because I didn't notice it at all.
Really? Maybe it just
Not
was
at
an
all.
especially... Because obviously the river runs, I guess. Obviously, so the river's running down. So maybe the water where you were was a little bit more stable.
Because the harbour's quite enclosed, I think. So you don't, there's no real waves or anything at that point. So yeah, it was. I can't say it was noticeable. So it didn't affect the games. It's not like people getting seasickness or anything. Like it was just you were in a swanky hall to game, and that was it. So yeah.
No, that makes sense, mate. That makes a lot of sense. I mean, ultimately, if it was a fun, good gaming experience, then that's great. And no seasickness was felt by anyone.
No, or sickness of other kind.
Well, indeed. Like, I'm going to stop banging that COVID drum. I just didn't want to... I hate it when people do this sort of stuff, right? And then they just brush over the relative, like, not controversy as such, but just the a lot of the kind of root of the topic, as it were. Like, there's going to be a lot of people listening to this who, like me, have taken a lot of steps to ensure that they're locking themselves away from the world and behaving themselves appropriately. And as I said to you in the intro, there's been an interesting kind of like tangent within the media around people kind of, expressing that they've had coronavirus, but they're fine. And that's obviously great that majority of people are seemingly recovering and, obviously remaining healthy regardless of it. But it's interesting because I just wanted to...
Yeah.
I don't know. I just
it was a definite different feel, like, because just the whole atmosphere is very different from a normal no retreat. A lot of the original players that were sort of invited to attend weren't able to. There was a lot of pullouts and cancellations. Like Toke, friend and listener of the show, he was meant to come and he had to drop out like two days beforehand, I think, basically because of travel restrictions from Denmark. Because he had to fly through to the UK, to Gibraltar, and then back again. He had to go to the UK and then to Holland, I think. And then his Holland connection got cancelled, and it just became too much of an effort, sort of, to do it. And it was good because actually his sort of through routes all got off of the Denmark sort of safe travel list, so he would have had to have isolated when he got back. But I think a lot of people had to do a similar thing. Lots of people work-related just couldn't do the travel or take the risk of having to self-isolate if a kind of outbreak happened while we were out there, for example. So I think a lot of the people like myself that did go, like, I work from home. I can, if I do have to self-isolate, it's a pain, but it's not a problem. Like, I can do it and I can still work from home. So it was sort of like the privileged ones that were in that position were probably the ones that were like, oh, I can actually afford to make this journey and attend.
Yeah, no, of course, man. No, it's fair enough, mate. It's fair enough. I mean, as I say, I've been definitely very, very much on the extreme end of things since this has all been going on. And, I'm not suggesting that I thought badly of you or anything of the sort when you said you're definitely going out there. I think, if anything, just a little bit more jealous, I suppose. Like, I know you and Joe obviously now have been able to go and enjoy some tournaments, and the fact is I haven't had the same privilege.
You got to play Richards.
Oh yeah, look, let's not pretend like I don't play the game over the last few weeks and months. I've had lots of people come round and we've been playing games, and I've been really sensible about trying to like how we play those games. So obviously when I'm gaming, we game in my garage, and I have the garage door open. Which was very easy to do during the summer months. Probably going to start being a little bit more difficult to do during the winter when obviously it starts to get quite cold. So maybe I'll have to reevaluate the ability to host games in my garage, and then as a result reevaluate whether or not that's something I can continue to do. But it's not that cold yet, so it's something that I'm fine with. But yeah, I was always garage doors opened, keeping my mask on, that kind of thing. Just trying to do it as sensible as I can do, and obviously playing games with people that I know who also I know have been being responsible and all that other stuff, as it were. So yeah, that's really where my head is at. But anyway, not to be preachy or anything like that. I mean, look, at the end of the day, everyone has different opinions on how this works and how this is affecting their day-to-day life, and ultimately, you do you whatever you think is best for you probably is, as long as it's not, hurting anyone else. Good on you, as far as I'm concerned. But look, let's not, continue that thread of communication. Let's get talking about the games. So, we already know the army that you were taking because we talked about it in the last episode, I want to say.
Yes, I think so, yeah. I mean, I can do a super quick rundown.
Oh, go on then. I'll give you a super quick rundown.
I'll say what it is without any kind of description. So it was
11 Krieg tanks, 20 infantry, 3 characters.
Pretty much. It was a field officer, a tank commander with plasma cannon and plasma sponsons and a las cannon on the whole. It was 2 grenadier squads that were just all hot shots. Then there was another one that had a heavy flamer and 2 flamers. And then there was another 5-man squad that had 2 melter guns in. That was all my troops. I had 2 astropaths, one with Night Shroud, which is -1 to hit. Another one with Psychic Barrier, which is +1 to save. I had 2 Hellhounds with Inferno Cannon, Heavy Flamer on the front, and Track Guards, which means when their profile degrades, they can still do full movement. I had 1 Basilisk with the full payload tank ace, which is flat 3 damage. Then I had 2 Storm Chimeras with which have autocannons on the top, and they have heavy flamers on the front. So these were my troop transports, and that was the standard battalion, and I paid 3 more CP for a spearhead, so all the tanks in this detachment were objective secured. So I had 2 tank commanders, one with...
All the tanks or all the Lehman Russes?
Yes, sorry, all the Lehman Russes, specifically. I think that's the only tanks I've got in this one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because all the rest I just put in the battalion.
That makes sense.
So I had 1 tank commander, which was a demolisher tank with las cannon and heavy flamer sponsons. Then had another tank commander, which was also a demolisher cannon and just las cannon on the front. Then I had a Mars Alpha tank with the Punisher cannon that also had a tank case, which was the -1 AP. That was weapons expert tank case. Then I had 2 more Lehman Russ Mars Alpha tanks, which had the Conqueror cannon, which is a coaxial one, so it's a special Forge World variant, where it's also got a Storm Bolter mounted next to it. So it's a short range 48-inch battle cannon. But if you shoot the same target with the Storm Bolter, which is 24-inch range, you can reroll all hit rolls, not just failed hit rolls, all hit rolls. And I can tell you now, they're good. And that was it. And that was actually the first sort of proper time I took the Conqueror cannons, because I've been I sort of made my own custom version, which I sell on my store. And I always run it. Previously, I've always been running them as a battle cannon, the relic battle cannon with like a stub or storm bolter for the pintle mount. And I've been doing it that way, but obviously you can't take that in tournaments anymore. So I was like, I'll actually try the Conqueror cannon instead.
Good times. So a pretty reasonable list of things, you would say.
Yeah, obviously lots of people were like, ooh, lots of tanks. This will be tasty. It wasn't a hyper-competitive list. It certainly wasn't particularly optimized. It was just more, I think this will be fun. I took the theme of all my troops must be in transports. There were a variety of options I could have taken. I could have taken some Hades drills and engineers or little centaurs, but I knew I wasn't going to get those painted in time. So it was a good balance of I could paint up a few new units and touch up a lot of the others to make them look a bit nicer.
Awesome, man.
I think it'll be fun and quick to play.
Yeah, no, certainly. I mean, definitely when travelling abroad for gaming purposes, having a consolidated, sensible army list that is relatively well, designed around the notions.
It was actually a real squeeze to fit them into my case. I had sort of cut bits of foam out and sort of stack bits up sideways to make them all fit. But it also meant my case was so heavy because half the tanks are literally like 90% resin. In fact, like all the tanks pretty much have big bits of resin in them.
Yeah. So it was a very, very heavy case, but not over the threshold for hand luggage, right?
No, well, weirdly, so I weighed it because I was a bit worried, and the case was about 5 kilograms, which I think is, reasonably heavy for a case. But the hand luggage limit is like 20 kilograms.
Blimey.
So my case is the size of the hand luggage that you need, so you can put it in the put it in the locker above you. So I'm a bit like, are people carrying gold bars with them? I don't know
some might, especially if they're going to Gibraltar, right?
Well, yeah, I think that clearly must be the case, because I didn't know how they'd be doing it otherwise.
Well, indeed. I suppose who knows? Who knows? I mean, I don't know whether they've just kind of stipulated that based on. I suppose it's more about volume than it is about mass, as it were. But who knows in that case? But all right, cool. Well, look, we understand what the army is. We understand why you took it. We understand it's not the most optimized thing in the world. But let's talk about your first game. Who did you face, and what did they bring?
A guy called Chris.
Guy called Chris.
Night Lords.
Guy called Chris and Night Lords?
Yeah.
God, you really did go to a fluffy tournament if you saw Night Lords in game one.
Well, I know. Well, so I'm going to preface this by, if you want to see some photos of all of these games, head over to my Instagram as a shameless plug, so you can actually visually follow along. So beyondthetabletop.com, or no, just Beyond the Tabletop, but you can go to the website as well if you really want to, but the photos won't be there. But you can also check out this guy, Chris. He's called Bayside Guy on Instagram. Oh, no, Bayside Dude. That's it. Bayside Dude. Yeah. So, I was pretty... Yeah, he had an interesting list. It seemed daunting at first, but then I think when I broke it down, it maybe wasn't as bad. So he was obviously taking Chaos Space Marines and Night Lords. He had let's look at this. He had a Chaos Lord with jump back. He had another Chaos Lord with a jump back, and this one was Thunderhammer. The first one was Lightning Claws. He had a Sorcerer that also had a jump back. Then he had a bunch of Chaos Space Marines. I think it was 4 or 5 squads in total. He had a couple with a Reaper chain cannon in them, and then the others had the auto cannon in them. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 5 squads in total. A couple of plasma pistols dotted around. He also had a squad of 3 obliterators with the Mark of Slanesh, so I could instantly tell they were going to be doing their double firing with was it something cacophony?
Endless cacophony, yes.
Endless cacophony, that's it. And then lastly, he had 2 big boys. He had 2 Chaos Fire Raptors, one with the 2 quad heavy bolters, and another one with 2 Reaper batteries. And I was like, oh, Reaper batteries, auto cannons, they're pretty tasty. But then they're not quite auto cannons, because they're only damage 1 rather than damage 2, if I remember rightly. So that was a sort of weird surprise to find out mid-game. Because originally I thought they were transports, but they're not. They're just gunships. And then in terms of game 1 itself, we were playing Vital Intelligence. Page or number mission 13 from the big grand tournament book. It's a sort of vanguard deployment. There's 4 objectives down the middle line going from corner to corner, and then there's 2 going in the sort of opposite corner to corner, 1 in each deployment zone. And then the secondary objective is data intercept. So we were talking about secondaries, had to pick them sort of early on. He went for engage on all fronts, bring it down, obviously, because I've got tons of tanks, and also raise the banners. And he had some nice little banner tokens that he used to represent them.
Fancy.
Then I went for engage on all fronts, deploy scramblers, and I then went for the mission objective, which was data intercept. So I'll quickly read that one out just so the people at home can follow along. So you can do a data intercept action. 1 unit from your army can start to perform this action at the end of your movement phase. If it is within range of an objective marker and no enemy units are within range of that objective marker, This action is completed at the end of your next command phase, as long as the unit performing it is within range of the same objective marker. And then the mission rules for the data terminals are: the objective markers in this mission represent data terminals. In this mission, if you control an objective marker at the end of your command phase, it remains under your control unless your opponent controls it at the end of any subsequent phase, even if you have no models within range of it. And the other bit, it says, each time a unit from your army successfully completes the following action, which is the data intercept, you score a number of victory points equal to the number of objective markers you currently control. So if you control 3 objective markers, you get 3 victory points. If you have 4 or 5, you get 4 or 5 victory points. So it was a bit of a ballsy maneuver, but I knew I had a lot of mobility with my tanks, so I could get on some objectives early doors. And then if I could use the data intercept action on the one in my own sort of home deployment zone, I could score those points. So, you know, it started off, I think I won, I think he won I think he got to decide what side we were on. So he was the defender, and then I was the attacker, and then I won the roll off to go first. He had, he deployed like really defensively, which sort of surprised me. Like all his troops, basically there was like a downed strike cruiser, I think, from what was it, Battlefleet Gothic, but like to scale, and it's like scattered over the map along with woods and hills and stuff, or like big rock formations. And I think he was scared a lot of my hellhounds and stuff, obviously. So he sort of deployed his troops quite far back, sort of on his objective. And in the ruins, so all his guys were protected, and then he sort of struggled to fit the planes on the board anywhere. So if you look in the photos, like one of them's just like landed on the cruise ship, just because it's like wobbly model syndrome. He's like, I'll just put it here, and I was like, that's cool because it's in the air, like stick it where you want, sort of thing. So I got to go first. And immediately I shot all my tanks up, so I was on all 4 objectives in the middle straight away. And I sort of knew that his infantry units would struggle to contest because they weren't even on the deployment edge, and they're his only OBSEC stuff. So I was like, if I'm on here, it will take him a good 2 turns to even try and contest those objectives. But I sort of thought, even just from deployment, it's like, this is sort of in the bag here, unless something goes horrendously wrong that I'm not factoring in. But also, like, I had, so straight away, like, he'd sort of badly deployed his librarian sorcerer character, who was basically behind, slightly behind a ruin. I think it was a ruin, or maybe it was just a rock formation, I can't remember now. But he was still visible, along with a squad of infantry. But the sorcerer was deployed right at the front, so it was the closest model. So I was like, oh, cool, I'll target him then. And he was like, oh, you can't you? I was like, well, yeah, I can see him. Because he was slightly sticking out. So yeah, I think, you know, chucked a hellhound into him and one of my tanks, and I killed the sorcerer quite easily. And it sounded like that was one of his like kind of power combos that he needed to like get off to buff his other 2 Chaos Lords. So the Obliterators and one of the Chaos Lords, I think, were in deep strike. Everything else was on the table. I did a similar thing where one of my Grenadier squads was I spent a CP, so it would go off the board. And I pretty much did that most games whenever I was doing deploy scramblers, because it's the only way to get to your opponent's backfield objective.
Solid strategy.
I turn 1, I basically whittled down one of his ships, but didn't do a whole lot of anything else. But also there wasn't a lot to shoot at, because all of his infantry were quite far behind, either behind cover or in ruins. I was like, I can kind of ignore them, actually. Like, they're not the priority here. So I was like, I'll just try and take these gunships down. So yeah, did a lot of damage. So turn 1, it's like I got engaged on all fronts for 2 points. I got my first deploy scramblers, which was the one in my deployment zone. In fact, I always seem to mess it up, where I think I actually went for the mid-table one, turn 1, forgot to take a squad out into my deployment zone, so I had to over the game run them back into my deployment zone, which happened in a few games. So that was a regular mistake that I just seem to constantly be making. And then actually on my deployment zone objective, I had my basilisk, and I was just using the data intercept action on the basilisk. So my tank case was going to complete waste. With the data intercept, it can be any model. It doesn't have to be an infantry unit. So, and there wasn't, much use for him, right? So I was like, I'll just get him to do that. It's like a durable unit.
Yeah. That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. So in my following turn, at the start, I scored 5 victory points for that, which was like a decent score. So I was like, oh, great. That's good. Turn 1, he managed to. So obviously, one of his raptors is slightly injured. I think he manages to take out one because he got 3 for bring it down and 1 for raise the banners. One of his lords kind of went forwards and smacked up one of my tanks, and then he used a lot of firepower. One of his tank, I think, one of his raptors. Is it raptors?
Fire raptors, yeah.
Fire raptors, yeah. Like literally shot everything into one of my hellhounds, and it didn't do any damage at all. And I think that's a combination of so some of my tanks I sort of advanced and popped smoke on because I knew they didn't even need to really shoot turn 1. They just needed to get up onto those objectives. So I was advancing them basically, and then I sort of double checked in the kind of rare rules that if you advance, you can still do alternatives to shooting that turn. So for example, you can pop smoke after you've advanced. So I did stuff like that. So there's lots of minus to ones on some of my vehicles. There were some small clumps of wood around, which obviously dense terrain, so that was -1 as well. And so when I was shooting his fire raptors through woods, it's -2, but only becomes -1 anyway. So there was lots of that going around. So yeah, he didn't do too much to me in his turn. And that was sort of how the game progressed, really. I was whittling down his fire raptors for the first few turns, eventually taking them out, I think, by turn 3, I want to say. Maybe I took one out, I think, in turn 2, and then the next one maybe survived until turn 4. They didn't really do a lot of damage on my tank, so they pinged off maybe 2 to 3 wounds max. If that, I think it was a combination sort of unlucky rolling, but also he needs 5s to wound on pretty much anything. It was only till go on, sorry.
I was going to say the problem you've got with fire raptors is arguably one fire raptor is good in Space Marines if you're Imperial Fists, but bar that, at the moment, based on how many points they cost and based on what they just don't do in certain matchups, they're just not worth it, unfortunately. They're one of those really unfortunate things because they're gorgeous miniatures. They definitely used to have a lot of options to them. But yeah, in 40k 9th edition, certainly at the moment anyway, they are very, very weak.
Yeah, because I think it's the 2 missiles on them are his best anti-tank stuff, and there's only 2 of them, and then it's strength 8, so he's only wounding my big tanks on 4s, so it's pretty difficult to pull off, something that's d6 damage. His sort of heavy hitters when they did come down were his 2 Chaos Lords. One of them, he was like, this guy is cursed and never does anything, and actually he managed to smash up one of my tanks.
Nice.
I took out my plasma tank commander with that one, maybe. And then his obliterators came down, and I think they came down turn 3, so relatively late game, but they came down in one of the ruins in the middle of the table and just murdered a tank. And then they shot again and murdered another tank. And I was like, oh dear, these are dangerous fellas. So in my following turn, I just fired as much as I could into them to kill them.
Nice.
Basically. I constantly forgot to use Vengeance for Cadia, or I think at that point I'd remembered and was like, right, 1 CP, I'm doing it just to kind of guarantee that it's dead.
Nice. Nice.
So yeah, he never scored anything for the primary. because
Wow.
he was because this one is domination, so you need two or more objectives to get just to 5 points, which is actually quite tough, and everyone complained about those missions. They preferred the other one because it basically means if you're not you've got to really go for the objectives in the middle ground to score, and he never ever really contested them. I think he was only ever really on his own one, and he was kind of keeping a lot of his troops back to sort of protect that one, but I had no intention of ever going after it myself anyway. It was quite funny. One of my hellhounds sort of lobbed itself up towards that ruin just to sort of scare some of his troops, and then he was falling back and running away with them because he wanted to get away from my hellhound and then shoot at it with his other squads.
Yeah.
But again, he's got no guaranteed anti-tank, so it was a bit of a struggle for him.
Yeah, it sounded to me like he struggled a lot with the gameplay psychology when you're running things. Like he sounded like he was being very precious of a lot of things.
So I'll say this in his defence. I don't think he's a very experienced player. He's got a really gorgeous army. It looks lovely, and overall, when the final scores came out, he came last, so he got the wooden spoon trophy prize.
Well done.
So in a way, for me in my first game to play the guy that's gonna, I guess, lose all his games is the easiest matchup one could want. So in a way, you sort of feel bad in that respect. But I think he enjoyed it, even though it just was like a bad matchup because he just didn't have the anti-tank sort of required to do it. So, in my turn 2, 3, 4, I was getting all the objectives for domination and stuff. I don't think we actually got to turn 5. Oh no, I'm trying to think, did I table him? Or it came? No, I didn't. I think it came close though. I think he had a couple of squads left, and ironically, he made me struggle, so I couldn't actually get deploy scramblers because what had happened is his retreating Night Lords that were running away and trying to deal with my Hellhound fell back to his corner, and that's the only deployment edge I could have come on for deploy scramblers. So they had to come on outside of my deployment edge. And then I was hoping that if we got to turn 5, I would run them in to his deployment zone. Well, not literally run, but because they can't advance and
of course
they would hopefully get in there. And I don't think they probably wouldn't have it anyway because he had probably unintentionally screened me out basically. So I think that that was quite good, even if whether it was intentional or not, basically.
Understood.
He did really well. He obviously maxed out on Bring It Down, though, surprisingly. So he did kill tanks, but I think that was more of the Chaos Lords than anything else. And if his Sorcerer had been alive, so that he could have buffed them up, then they would have been even better. I sort of said to him, like, oh, you needed to be really aggressive with your troops. Because if he had run his troops at me and just tried to tank my tanks, then that would have been more of a problem. Because then my tanks are obsec, but then his troops are, and he's got more of them. So I think he was. His Night Lords were a bit too scared, I think. So he played a cautious game. Yeah. So overall, engage on all fronts for him. He got 2. Bring It Down, he got 15, and Razor Bandits he got 4 because he was just getting his 1 point per turn. I got 45 for the primary. He got 0. I got 10 for engage on all fronts because I was predominantly doing either 2 or 3 points. But the ones that sort of went out, like the Hellhounds, they're the ones that tended to get killed. So, then I lost being on all 4 courses. I'd got 0 for deploy scramblers because, as I mentioned before, then data intercept I maxed out at 15 because I got 5 in the first turn, then I was getting pretty much 4 in every other turn.
I mean, it's not to overemphasize the point, but it is a really important thing for players of 40k to start to grasp, is that hugging cover and playing defensively often is playing into your opponent's hands, and you've got to do things and run the numbers in such a way as you understand that you're offering different levels of risk and reward to you as a player and to your opponent. I mean, ultimately, you've got to take some chances because miniatures are going to get removed from the tabletop one way or another.
Yeah,
you may as well have them doing something valuable or pushing your agenda, I suppose. I've seen that a lot.
As I was saying to him, like, if he had brought the obliterators down turn 2, they would have been more of a threat, or maybe even keep them on the table turn 1, but out of line of sight, and then in his turn he could move them up.
Yeah.
But also, if he then moved up all his troops, I'm then given the choice of, do I deal with the fire raptors that are scary, but actually I could probably, he could have used them to hunt my troops down.
Yeah.
And then probably ignore my tanks. His infantry are the things that could have got him on objectives and make me go, oh, I've got to deal with them.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, his Chaos Lords, his Sorcerer, and his Obliterators are like the real scary threat.
Yeah.
And sort of if they were all on the table turn 1, but kind of hidden, so I couldn't shoot at them necessarily, then I'm, in my turn 1 or 2, I've got the choice of, what do I deal with? And it's like a threat overload of, I kind of need to deal with all of it. It's like, I could probably sack off shooting at the Fire Raptors, but the Obliterators need to die. The Chaos Lords need to die, but maybe I don't, I can't shoot them because they're being screened out by his troops. But I also really need to kill his troops because they're the thing that's going to be scoring him points.
Yeah.
So I think if you played it much more aggressive, and it was the same in my test game with my mate Luke. He had Tau, and he kind of castled up in the corner. So similar, because we actually did a test game using that same mission. It's like turn 1, I was on all the objectives, and he couldn't really shift me off them until later on when he knew he was losing. He was like, "Oh, I'll just experiment a bit," and that's when his Tau, like suit commanders or crisis commanders, were jumping around the board and just like tagging my tanks in combat. And shooting at my tanks. And when he sort of suddenly locked down 3 tanks a turn in combat, I've lost like half my firepower because I need those tanks because they're either tank commanders or they're other tanks that are doing a lot of work for me.
Yeah.
If you've got to really play a mobile game on these objectives, and against my army, I think you've got to be very aggressive and you've got to tag tanks in combat because that's how you really lock them down. I'll say it now, Guards need a stratagem to fall back and shoot with the tanks, even if it's just 1 tank a turn.
Yeah.
Because it's not fun when that's happening to 3 tanks a turn and they're doing nothing.
Agreed.
Right.
Agreed. But still, kicking off the weekend with a win, so that's always a nice situation to find yourself in. So there you go. So nice guy, interesting army list, but as you've already stated, not someone who was destined to go the distance, it seemed.
No, I think Pardo and the SN crew gave him an Aeronautica Orc bomber as his wooden spoon prize to basically be like, we know you like flyers, but clearly 40k is not your game. all said with good jest, but yeah,
of course.
But yeah, check him out on Instagram. Like his army's really nice. He did also say he has 3 lots of free obliterators, I think, and so he could have taken a really filthy list or a more filthy list if he wanted to, but just wanted to take something that looked good and was fun and fluffy.
He had options.
Yeah.
Well, good for him in that regard. But there we go. So moving on to the next game. And bear in mind, Phil, by the way, maybe need to be a little bit speedier on the appraisals of said games, just given the fact that how many of these we got to go through? 6?
No, there's 5 in total.
All right, fine.
So
well, maybe we'll be all right.
Saved half an hour.
All right. So yes, game 2. What was game 2?
Yeah, game 2 was against Chris Tuttle. He won No Retreat last year, so he's the reigning champion, so to speak. So I knew this was already going to be a crazy tough matchup.
Good player, to be fair. I've seen him around, run some interesting lists. He famously, not famously to most people, but famously to us, ran the Big Bird list at the 2018 GTs. Do you remember that?
Yes. No, he was the Big Bird guy, and I asked him that. I was like, he was at the last No Retreat. I didn't didn't play him or speak to him a whole that much last time, but I was aware of him, and he was a familiar face that I could sort of say hello to. Going, I think I know who you are, sort of thing. But beyond that, that was it. But yeah, I remember he was the Big Bird guy. So this time
Big Bird being a reference to the large Forge World Lord of Change, who early doors in 8th edition during the Index was absolutely horrendous. Just an absolute beast. So he was rocking that. And then I think in 2019, I remember him running a Tyranid Horde army list. Which was quite an interesting. He kind of went with the logic of if I fill the board with too much stuff, eventually I'll win just through sheer attrition. But I think he had some unfortunate encounters during that particular 2018-2019 season. I think he still qualified for the finals, but I think he...
I think he's a pretty solid player. And he is a good player, having played him now.
He always brings interesting ideas. He's always coming up with actually quite fun, interesting stuff, which is...
I think overall, he was one of a few armies that people would look around and be like, oh, that seems a bit painful. Yes. Or that's a bit tough. Well, but they are always interesting as well. So and his army, so he's got like a Nurgle kind of like demon engine list that is beautifully painted, not by him. I believe it's a commission painted. I don't know who by, but it does look gorgeous and interesting as well. It's not a typical, Blight Hauler spam. Well, it is a Blight Hauler spam list, but not the traditional Plague Burst Crawler. That's it. It's not what you'd typically see. So he's got a Demon Prince with wings, malefic talons. He's got a squad of 10 Chaos Cultists. He's got a foul Blight Spawn, a Tallyman. Then he's got 3 fetid bloat drones, and then he's got 3 squads of 3 Mythic Blight Haulers with a missile launcher and multi-melter. So there's his 9 models of pure anti-tank goodness. And then he's got 2 Plague Burst Crawlers at the end with the entropy cannons, heavy slugger. The Myptic Blight Haulers are crazy good. If I remember rightly, they've got a 4-up invuln, 5-up feel no pain, I want to say. They hit on 4s, but if you run them in squads of 3s, they hit on 3s. They get +1, basically. So for tactic, my logic was you've got to just kill 1 in each to degrade their ballistic skill.
Yeah.
He didn't use it, but they have an aura around them within 6 inches, so infantry counts as being in cover. They've got multi-melter and missile launcher. They're little tough vehicles. They're pretty good in combat. I didn't realise it at the time, but I found out during the game that he's got a stratagem where you can make them fall back and shoot. And he afterwards in the pub over lunch, he was like, "Yeah, they're just broken and pretty undercosted for just how good they are." And it's like they are really good.
Yeah, they've always been one of those weird units that definitely. Yeah, they've always had lots of interesting options to them, and they used to. They like. They can do some sort of like spotting thing as well, can't they? Where they can like buff to hit rolls for Plague Burst Crawlers. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe I can't remember.
No, I think he was predominantly using his was it the Demon Prince to give them. He's got a bunch of different reroll buffs. So I think within 6 he can reroll everything, and within 12 he can reroll 1s to wound or something. Yeah, because normally I was like, oh, okay, his melters reroll, not rerolling, and they're going to be wounding me on 4s. But actually, he's got abilities to make them reroll wound rolls. So
it's a very good list, is what we're basically saying.
Yeah, really good. We were doing the Scouring, which is mission 23.
Yeah.
It's the old Dawn of War, but the deployment zones are nudged in ever so slightly, so it's a very small deployment zone. We were playing on this very cool ruined city, and in the middle, where the middle objective needs to be, there's like 2 halves of a ruined building, and basically I was like, oh, should we just split this out into a bit further. So actually, we can fit our vehicles in there and stuff. So in terms of the map, you've got an objective in the middle, and it's kind of like the number 5. So you've got 2 on either edge of your deployment zone. So you've got at least 2 close to you, 2 close to him in terms of objectives. Then 1 in the middle. Then you've got a strategic scan, which I believe I went for, perhaps foolhardily, which is basically you can scan each objective and you total the points up. You can only scan each objective once. So if you scan 1, you get 3 victory points. If you do 2, you get 6 victory points. If you get 3, you get 10. And my original sort of tactics was to try and get on my 2 in my deployment zone and the central one, because I knew I could move on to it. So the deployment zones are further away. They're 14 inches to the center rather than 12. It's like, I could actually move onto that objective with like a hellhound, because that's got a 12-inch move. So I should be still within an inch, or within 4 inches of it. So I'll be within range of the objective. So that was my plan. But then the fact that there's a big ruin in the way meant, even though I got to go first, I struggled. I couldn't get on it. And that was a bit of a undoing, unfortunately. Also, the deployment map was chock-a-block full of terrain. So I could have my Hellhound and my Storm Chimera like up front on one side on the deployment zone, but all my other Lehman Russes had to be behind them because there was no other room to put them. And on the other side, it was similar. I think I could only have one Hellhound up front, and then there was a container in the way. So my Storm Chimera had to sort of go on the other side. I sort of pretty much had a similar deployment tactic. It was Storm Chimeras and Hellhounds up front, and then my Demolisher tank commanders behind, along with the other tanks that have slightly longer range. Although it's a bit of an odd layout because the Conqueror cannon Lehman Russes have the longer range, but they're also obsec. So it's like, do you want them far forwards, or do you want to try and keep them back to protect them? Whereas the Demolisher cannons also obsec, but they're tank commanders and you don't want them trapped in combat. So I decided to outflank one of them for safety, if I recall correctly, just so it was off the board, because I was sort of struggling with room with this deployment zone, along with outflanking one of my squads of troops.
Okay.
And then I had my normal squads loaded up in the Chimeras.
So you're playing a very, very good opponent with a very good army list, and all of your plans have been somewhat scuppered by the dense terrain layout that you're dealing with. So how did it go in terms of the game? Did it go well?
No, it didn't. It was a tough one. So the problem is, turn 1, I won the roll-off. I decided to go first, which potentially was my undoing, but I managed to get my Hellhounds up along with my Storm Chimeras. I managed to drop a squad off straight away along with my Astropaths onto those objectives that are near me, and then turbo boost, run my Storm Chimeras further up to try and put pressure onto his objective. Sorry, not his objective. Yeah, his objectives that are on the kind of the sides, basically. I managed to take out some of his cultists because they were sort of the only things in range. That was basically my problem, was the range of the table. So I want to either full move my tanks so they're going 10 inches and then they're sort of just in range of a couple of his units, or I'm half moving them and then I'm not really in range at all because I'm only now just in my deployment zone, because those Lehman Russes started a good 5-6 inches behind because of the Hellhound, for example.
Gotcha.
So yeah, I couldn't actually shoot a lot turn 1, which was a bit disappointing. So I was like, oh no, this wasn't good. Maybe I should have let him come up first. But then at the same time, what he does is he uses his cultists as a screen. So they're protecting his characters, but then he puts, pestilence or plague of flies or something, so you can't even target them unless they're the closest unit. But then obviously he's moving his plague burst, not plague burst, mythic blight haulers up, so they're the closest unit. So his characters were basically pretty untargetable for the whole game.
Brilliant.
The ruin in the middle basically helped completely obscure all of them anyway until they needed to jump on that central objective, which he pretty much did. I think what I did is turn one, I double moved a tank commander. No, I double moved a Conqueror tank onto the objective, because it's like I knew I couldn't get on it with my hellhounds because I did crappy advance rolls. So I was like, what I'll do is I'll just advance them off to the side slightly, and then I did an order to do full throttle so I could move twice with a tank as well as advance. So I basically plonked an OBSEC tank straight away on that objective that he had to deal with. Nice. But then he easily dealt with it because one of his characters has this crazy flamer weapon that does like D6 shots, but that also does like D6 damage, and it obviously auto hits because it's a flamer, and he's getting rerolls on it. It was pretty mad.
Solid.
So yeah, so I'll just give you the final scores to skip over because it didn't go my well at all. So he got 45 for the primary, 15, so max points for Bring It Down. Sorry, in terms of what he took Bring It Down, 15 points. He took Thin Their Ranks, 13 points. And he also got Domination for 15. And it was interesting because in the sort of prior like morning or lunch break, or maybe it was the day before, I explained to him the best secondaries to take against my list, just in casual discussion, not realizing that we would end up playing against each other. But to his credit, he couldn't remember them fully, so he didn't pick them exactly. He did take sensibly Thin Their Ranks and Bring It Down, but he chose to not take Assassinate and instead went for Domination, but he still got max points for that as well, so it didn't really make much difference.
Well, he couldn't have taken Assassinate and Bring It Down. The only thing he could have done was Abhor the Witch, which we talked about, but he can't do that because he has a Psyker.
He had a Psyker as well. But I picked up a good tactic from him because he was saying that if he has an opponent that doesn't have a Psyker, he always takes Psychic Ritual because his opponent can't deny him from taking it. So he can, and it's pretty easy to cast one. So long as you can protect that character, it's quite easy to take. So in later games, that is what I did when I could. I think it only happened once though. But that was a solid bit of advice, I thought. I mean, certainly if
you can look after that character, I mean, it's a great bit of advice when your Psyker is a Demon Prince of Nurgle surrounded by Nurgle units. It's You know?
But I think if you factor in the terrain, you could be like, actually, I can move some stuff in front. Because I would be like, I'd move my tanks in front so you can't see him. And then you can also use buildings and stuff to your advantage as well. Yeah. Another sort of flaw was basically I did the kind of win big scenarios. I was like, okay, I need to win the primary, so I might as well take secondaries that I'm going to score at the same time. But the problem with that is that's great if you're winning, but if you're losing, you're scoring really lowly, which doesn't help. So I think in hindsight for future games, I'll take secondaries that I know I can kind of consistently score, regardless of how well I'm doing.
I think the intent behind what you did was sound, though, right? In so much as you're up against an opponent that's definitely going to kill you, i.e. you're not going to outlast them, so you may as well go big, as it were. You may as well, especially if you're going first, as it turns out you were, because had you been able to, if the terrain wasn't as densely populated as it was, had you been able to make those plays for those objective early doors and gotten a few more optimal setups, you would have been able to have established a meaningful lead and kept hold of it. It's just the problem is...
Yeah, because I think the problem was turn one, my Demolisher cannons couldn't really shoot at anything but his infantry due to line of sight. And I was like, and range, of course, as well was a problem. Yeah. So that really scuffed me turn one. Basically, by turn three, it was all over. And he was like, "Oh, we can call it here now if you want." And I was like, "Oh no, let's keep playing because secondaries are probably important for you. So let's just carry on to the end."
Yeah,
he was a really nice chap. So in terms of my score, I got 5 for primary. Didn't do very well on that one. I then took Dominate because I obviously thought I'd win big. I got 3 points in the first 2 turns because what actually happened was my Storm Chimera and troops actually came sort of, he went big onto the middle, which allowed me to run my tanks down the sides and actually contest his objectives down there. But then my troops are super easy to kill, so he sort of munched them in combat.
Yeah.
And he did that thing of, I didn't realize how aggressive his tanks would be, because I was like, they're just shooting tanks, they're okay in combat, but they can't do much damage against my vehicles. But what he was doing is he was just boosting them down the board, getting them stuck into my tanks, so mine can't shoot. And this is where I discover he's got a stratagem where he can fall back and shoot with them.
Yeah.
So, you know, he played that perfectly.
Well, he can also still keep shooting you while he's in combat.
He can also keep shooting me in combat, because none of his... I mean, his missiles, I think, are blast, but if you fire them as crack, maybe they're not. So
as crack missiles, they're not. So,
so I also took Bring It Down. I got 7 in total. And then I took Strategic Scan, and I got 6 in total. So originally we did the scores, and then I completely forgot that Strategic Scan you do at the end of a game. So I was like, oh, we forgot those 6 points that I got. So I had to resubmit the scores to BCP. Didn't really make a difference. Obviously, I still lost the game, but I was like, oh, maybe in terms of like my overall ranking, it'd be quite nice to have those points.
Of course.
Yeah, so overall I got 24, he got 88, so he did really well. And obviously, so to also explain, with these points we weren't including the 10 for painting awards.
Okay.
Not too quite sure why, but I think the general concept was we were all getting those 10, so don't add them in. I would have gone the other way and gone, just give everyone the 10, because they obviously deserve it. And then, you know, you're going from 100, and then when you're talking about it on things like this, it, you know, makes, you know, really I should have had 34. So it sounds like a slightly better win. And he was on 98. And it makes his win sound more accurate, because everyone's assuming you're getting those 10. So it was a bit odd that they did that, but, you know, I'm sure they had a decent reason for it.
Yeah, I guess so. I don't entirely understand. But
Chris is a lovely guy. I really enjoyed chatting to him throughout the weekends.
Chris is great, yeah. I've had the privilege of chatting to him a few times. He is a lovely bloke.
Yeah.
So there you go. Awesome. All right. Well, there we go. 1 win, 1 loss. Pretty average field territory. Why don't you tell us about Game 3?
Exactly. Yeah. So Game 3 was Scorched Earth. It was a guy called Aaron who played some orcs. So this was like a kind of killer can mech bucket list is probably the best way of describing it.
I mean, it sounds to me like, you know, orcs and killer cans. You're probably back on the winning streak now, right?
Possibly. So he had a big mech with custom force field, 2 squads of 14 and 15 man Gretchens. He had a squad of Meganobs, 2 Deathcopters. He had a squad of 3 Death Dreads. 3 squads of 3 Death Dreads, 2 Gorkonauts. I think one had the custom job sparkly bits, and the other one had Gog Claw. I think basically one was a bit more shooty, and one was a bit more close combatty, or a bit more. One was anti-infantry, one was anti-tank, basically.
Okay.
Then he had 3 squads of 3 killer cans, which were the scary things, because they had things like buzzsaws and drills and claws, and they all had rocket launchers. So I knew he had he had a decent amount of anti-tank in his list, but it was a mech v mech list, so that was interesting. And I just played a mech v mech list as well, and that didn't go down too well.
No, indeed. But, you know, that was a different type of mech list to the one you're talking about now.
Yeah. So Aaron was a Gibraltar local. He's played in an awful lot of no retreats, so he seemed like he knew his stuff. The map we were on was Dawn of War. Basically, there's nothing in the centre of the battlefield, and you've got 2 objectives sort of halfway down on the line of your deployment zone, and then 2 in the middle, slightly further out. So if you think about a dice, it's like the number 6, but the middle ones are sort of towards the edge a bit more.
Sure.
Then yeah.
That makes sense. Sorry, I was just I was saying you were explaining it well.
Okay, and then the the map was a sort of a hab city, so big blocks of buildings that you can't go through, so it's impassable terrain, because I think a lot of the terrain is very much designed with sort of 8th edition in mind, where you want big line of sight blocking stuff.
Yeah.
So quite often, so for example, on this one, we were like, let's just treat it as line of sight blocking. It doesn't really need to be obscuring, because I think, his Gorkonauts are so over the points, they can be obscured anyway. I mean, I don't quote me on that. But that's pretty much sort of how we said we'd play it, because it was like they're super tall anyway. It doesn't really make any difference. So the buildings are so tall, it doesn't really make any difference to any of the units.
Of course.
But the sort of the map layout was basically lots of roads in parallel with each other. So all my squads in my deployment zone could see his squads in his deployment zone in like these kind of 4 shooting lanes down the board. Obviously, if I'm on the left-hand side, I can't see anything on the right or in these other lanes. So it's basically, 4 alleyways. You can shoot at what's in your alleyway.
Right.
And until you go more into the middle, only then can you really get a kind of diagonal shot off on some of these other ones. And I sort of jokingly said to him, I say it in most games, he who wins the roll-off wins the game.
Yeah.
And I won the roll-off, so I was like, this is going to be a good turn of shooting for me.
Yeah.
In terms of objectives, he took bring it down sensibly. He took thin their ranks, because obviously each tank is worth 1 victory point, and then took raise the banners. And then I took bring it down, because he's got loads of tanks. I took deploy scramblers. Because that's what I'm always trying to do. And then this time, to be different, I took Psychic Ritual, because I knew he didn't have any Psychers.
Fancy.
And basically, the centre of the board, just to one side, is a big building, and I sort of measured it out. Like, if I get my character behind this building, he can't be seen, but he's still within 6 of the edge. Mm-hmm. So that was my tactic, basically. I got to go first, did the same thing as always, dropped the astropaths out of the troop transports along with some squads and moved them up the board to get him onto within 6, because obviously you move 3 and then you can move 6, so then you're sort of within 6 of the board edge. So straight away I could start doing Psychic Ritual. Some of my tanks, I did some kind of mad tactics early doors. So my Punisher tank, I was like, well, that's probably not going to do much work against these killer cans. So what I'll do is I'll move it 10 inches and advance it, and then I'll use my other tank commander to move it again. So I did a double move with a Punisher tank. It basically sort of side swerved into the killer cans, just to literally go in front of it to block it off. So that he had a squad of 3 killer cans that couldn't move outside of his deployment zone, because there were 2 buildings either side of them. So my tank basically capped it off. And I was like, haha, that's a clever tactic. And then I realised they were only toughness 5, and that I had -1 AP on my Punisher tank, and could have, I could probably kill them, or at least 1 or 2 of them, with the Punisher alone from shooting. So I was like, that was probably a bit of a mistake. But that was a bit of a sacrificial unit. Obviously he's got lots of vehicles, so I was using the Hail of Fire stratagem against him quite a lot, which does maximum number of shots. So turn 1, I believe, so turn 1 I killed Gorkonauts, I killed a squad of 3 killer cans, the other squad I had blocked off, and then I think the other one I'd maybe whittled down ever so slightly, just to try and hamper what he had. He also had the 2 death copters. So I think I might have killed one of them turn 1.
Okay.
But by taking out by blocking off one squad of the killer cans and killing another squad, basically I was like, oh, okay, those are the biggest threats that are sort of semi-neutralized straight off, along with one of the Gorkonauts, the one that was closest to the astropath in terms of the middle of the board. So if he wants to try and get my Psyche, he's got to use the other one, and he's further away, so it's going to be a bit more difficult.
Makes sense.
But that was pretty synonymous of how the rest of the game went. Like my rolling turn 1, turn 2 was crazy hot. He didn't do too well. He really struggled to kill some vehicles. So turn 1, 2, and 3, he only killed 1 vehicle each turn. He sort of struggled. But I think basically I killed the anti-tank Gorkonaut by pure chance. That wasn't the intention, I think, but I just so luckily killed one. His second Gorkanaut ran into the centre of the boards to smash up some tanks. I think it blew up or it blew up one of my tanks. I think it blew up one of my tanks, and my tank exploded and killed one of my astropaths, but luckily it killed the one that wasn't doing psychic ritual.
Well, that's fortunate.
But it also mortal wounded the one that was, so it was down to like 2 wounds.
Crikey. I thought they came with 2 wounds.
No, it's 3 wounds, I'm sure.
Oh, okay, fine. Either way, he wasn't feeling too good about himself.
Yeah, and yeah, I sort of slowly whittled in that. I didn't quite table him, but he had like 1 squad left at the very. Or maybe I did table him by the very end, because I think he had basically a squad of Gretchen.
He was so insignificant to you, Phil. You can't even remember tabling him.
No, I think I might have. Yeah, I think that's
so powerful you were in this game.
Well, what had happened is basically he used his Gretchen to screen out my deploy scramblers. My guys coming on at the very end of term 3, so they had to come outside of his deployment zone. Turn 4, I moved them turn 4, I think I moved them forwards, and I had to advance them. He charged them with what was left of his squad, and I think it was only 2 Gretchen that he did. So I spent my last CP to Overwatch. For the Overwatch, I managed to kill one of them as well. And then in his round of combat, I managed to kill the last Gretchen, which allowed me to, in my final turn, move into his deployment zone and get deploy scramblers. So that was like a fun little heroic moment of his Gretchen versus my Guardsman.
Awesome.
His Death Dreads, I think he outflanked his Death Dreads or deep struck them, and along with his Meganobs came down, shot a bunch of stuff and killed a tank, I think. But then I sort of just used all my tanks, like the Demolishers and stuff, to just murder them, basically. So yeah, it was just
the momentum was on your side. It sounds.
Well, exactly. I think that it could have been different if he had gone first, but the fact that the Demolisher tanks did a ton of work. The fact that the Conqueror cannons are as good as tank commanders with their rerolls when they're within 24 inches without needing any orders makes them really good. I'll definitely be taking them again in more games. So the final scores in terms of primary, he got 25 because he actually did quite well at denying me one of the objectives. There was a bit of a fight over it, and I kept sort of feeding him some tanks because he had one of his Gorkanauts, and then he had his Death Dreads sort of on one of them quite a lot. So yeah, he got he scored 10, 2 and 3. He got 10, and then he got 5 in turn 4. So he got 25 in total. He got 9 for Bring It Down. He got 3 for Thin Their Ranks, and then he got 7 for Raise the Banners because he had 2 Raise the Banners sort of on his ones in his objective. So he was getting okay scores with his Raise the Banners. For me, I got 45 for the primary because I scored 10 in the first go. And then I was getting 15 points for the rest. And so I maxed out on Bring It Down. I mean, I got 11 in 9, I can't remember, 3, 9. Should have been 12, yeah. 12 for Bring It Down turn. Oh, no. Yeah, no, it was 11 because actually his killer cannons are worth 2 points. That's it. So I scored 11 alone just in the first turn. Like, that's how good the shooting was.
Blimey. Not bad. Not bad at all.
So and I maxed out turn 2 basically. So I was like, okay, that's a good one. And he sort of knew that once he lost that roll off and after turn 1, it's like he was just taking it as a fun game because I think he knew he couldn't get back from it very easily. And it was a laugh to play him. We had a good game. I managed to get my 10 for my Deploy Scramblers at the very end, and I got a whole 15 points for Psychic Ritual because I managed to pull that off by turn 3.
Amazing.
So I was pretty happy with that. So 2 wins, 1 loss. I was like, I'll take this. This is going well.
I mean, definitely, mate. 2 wins, 1 loss is a pretty great place to be. And I mean, obviously, there's not very much I can kind of contribute or comment when, smashing up orc armies at the moment. In so much as, again, they're not quite as bad off as some things. But at the same time, obviously, the fact that you went first against it clearly gave you a very clear advantage in terms of that momentum that you were able to
I think it was a bad
seize.
matchup in terms of the deployment zone versus the board style we were on, and the style of the train just meant I could see him, he could see me. Whoever's going to go first is going to do a big dent. But my army's got a lot of anti-tank firepower. But then at the same time, like I should have had arguably could have had a similar result against the Nurgle list in the previous game. But the difference there is he's got lots of invuln saves and lots of feel no pains.
Yes, indeed.
And even though I went first, I didn't have the range on him to actually do enough damage turn one.
Yeah.
So it is what it is.
Tis what it is. But there we go.
Yeah.
2 wins, 1 loss. The only way is down, I assume. But you tell me. Game 4.
Yes.
What were you up against?
So game 4 was sweep and clear. I was up against Shaggy, who is a known member of SN.
Okay.
Although he's no longer a member, so he used to be for the last few years. But basically work commitments mean he can't do it. But because of that, because he's no longer an official member, it meant he was one of the replacement players for one of the dropouts, basically. And do you know what? He is a top lad. He was one of my favourite games to play him. I highly recommend anyone plays him. I think Joe played him one time and enjoyed it as well. I think Joe smashed him up good and proper at a tournament though. So different results. He was taking Ultramarines. He's quite well known as a guard player, so he instantly knew what my army does and can do. So that was maybe a bit of an uphill struggle. I was back on the map from my losing game, so with Chris and the Plague Nurgle army. So it was that dense ruin again. Ruin City, so I had to do a similar conversation. It was like, let's just space out this ruin in the middle so I can get on the objective again. He was like, yeah, that's cool. Let me talk you through his list. It is a tough list. It's pretty good. So it's Ultramarines, Chief Liberius Tigerius, a Primaris Librarian, 3 squads of intercessors. He's got 2 5-man squads, standard bolt rifles. Then he's got a 10-man squad with bolt rifles that he also makes of veterans. He's then got a 3-man aggressor squad. Obviously, it's the Boltstorm Gauntlets. He's got Primaris Ancient with the standard of Macragge in Volent. And he makes it a chapter Ancient, so he's getting better rerolls. So he's shooting on. Is it normally shooting things that die on a 5 and it goes to a 4 with the Ancient, or is it always a 4-up?
It's always a 4-up with the Ancient.
Oh, okay. I think he just has a bigger aura reroll bubble.
Yeah, I think it's the aura that is increased potentially.
Yes,
well,
I think that is it.
If it's the chapter banner, it's the Ultramarines chapter banner, you say?
Yes, yeah.
Oh, that's just +1 attack.
Oh yes, yeah. That probably is it then. Yeah.
+1 attack to all Ultramarine units within the range. So
yeah.
Makes aggressors even more irritating.
Yeah, he's then got 2 Relic Contemptor Dreadnoughts with, surprise, surprise, 2 Twin Las Cannons.
Solid.
And I will say, broken, like really, really filthy. Then he's also got, as if that wasn't enough, he's got Inceptor Squad, just a 3-man squad of Inceptors with the Assault Bolters, an Outrider Squad of the new fancy new bikes, just 3 of those, 3-man Suppressor Squad with the fancy Accelerator autocannons, and then he's got Robote Gilliman swing his big sword around like.
So you lost, right?
Yeah, basically. It was it's no surprise, really. Like, the board was massively in his favour in terms of he's got lots of infantry. Yeah. I'm struggling with mobility. So sweep and clear his table quarters as well, which basically means he's so close to me. So his table quarters can't deploy within 9 of the centre. There's 1 objective in the centre of the board and then 1 objective in the centre of each quarter. I had sort of tried to hide my tanks as best as I could. I'm pretty sure I outflank one of the... Outflanked using the stratagem with one of my demolished tank commanders, because I was like, if he gets first turn, he's probably going to shoot me up good and proper. And did he go first? Yes, he did. And did he shoot me up good and proper? Yes, he did. So his relic contemptors are shooting on 2s, re-rolling 1s because of Gilliman. They're wounding on 3s, re-rolling 1s because of Gilliman. And then turn 1, because he's in Doctrines, they're -4. So they're going straight through. And then he's rolling predominantly 4d6 for each one for damage. And I'm like, okay, that's a couple of dead tanks. So yeah, turn 1, he managed to take out one of my demolisher tank commanders because even though it was relatively hidden, he could still move his 7-8 inches and see it at that point, because there's only so many places you can hide all of those tanks while also still going, I actually need to be able to move on to objectives and stuff like that. So yeah, it was a slow loss for me, or steady loss. He basically, I tried to get on to that middle objective, but ultimately I was playing for the other objectives similar to my game against Chris. Go on those other table quarters. My Storm Chimeras were holding out onto them. The good Storm Chimeras were great. I really rate them now. But he did the clever thing of, they're not objective secured. So I was on an objective with a squad inside waiting to come out. And then he had one of his squad of outriders go up next to it as well. And he's like, cool, we're now just both contesting that because you're not OBSEC, neither am I, and I'm definitely not going to charge you to destroy your tank because then your OBSEC troops will come out.
Yes.
So, he's a good player. He played it really well. His contemptors are nasty and broken, basically. And I managed to, in my second turn, on my first turn, I think I managed to take one down to 1 wound. Because obviously they've got an invuln save, they've got to feel no pain, and I think that was even with I sort of did hail of fire on it with my plasma commander and overcharged it because obviously my demolisher tank was off the table and my other one can't come in until the following turn. So yeah, I did a lot of shots, but obviously they're 2 damage a piece. He just does the dreadnought stratagem, so it's -1 damage. So all of those shots are doing 1 damage a piece.
Yeah.
So you're like, oh, this is really painful. But kind of is what it is. Let's hope that new codex comes out and fixes things.
Well, indeed, Space Marines be good, y'all. That's the
so interestingly, he took some very interesting secondaries. He did not take Bring It Down, which I thought was very odd of him. Yeah, he took Direct Assault, which is the mission-specific one, which is 3 victory points if you control the central one or central objective, and 5 victory points if you control your opponents, basically, and the central one.
Yeah.
So he did that, and, for the first 3 turns was getting 3 victory points, and then by the time Gilliman was smashing stuff up, because he was smashing through tanks each turn, he was getting 5 by the very end. He took Assassinate because he knew my tank commanders were all characters, along with my Warlord and the 2 Psychers are all characters. So he was getting at least 1, if not 2, most turns. And then he took Thin Their Ranks, so he scored quite well out of that. I will say I did kill Gilliman, but he got back up. So near the end, I basically managed to kill him with my Basilisk, because obviously it was doing flat 3 damage, and I just rolled quite well, and he rolled quite badly. And I think he basically had 3 wounds left, and I chipped those off because he failed his invuln save. But then he got back up with 5 wounds left. So I was like, oh, damn it. Yeah, that was it. I mean, we played it out to the 5
There's nothing more irritating than when old Gilliman gets back up, except for when Gilliman gets back up and you roll a 5 or a 6 for his wounds, and it's like, oh, that's harsh.
Yeah, I thought I did pretty well at contesting his objectives, and I made probably a couple of mistakes there where I should have just advanced a vehicle onto them just to try and get on it, but instead I was trying to do double move on my orders to get my troops on there instead, so their objective's secured. But they're so squishy, they're just quite easily getting shot off, because he'd be like, "Cool, I'm going to drop down some inceptors next to you, and I'm just going to shoot you with all my guys, and you're going to be picking them up." I also kept making mistakes with my deploy scramblers in terms of. Oh no, I wasn't. I was doing deploy scramblers. Yeah, I kept making mistakes in terms of where to put my men. And stuff like that. So I managed to get my objective one done, the middle objective one, and then I was trying to run some guys up the board to get into his objective, or no, to the middle objective I was trying to do, and that managed to do it eventually. But couldn't do it turn 2 because I'd kind of muffed stuff up and he'd killed the ones that I wanted to. But basically, my last squad. So I almost got tabled. I basically had one man left. I had basically a squad that had come on turn 3, got me deploy scramblers in his deployment zone because he had basically moved all of his stuff off of it. Because in this game, in this mission, if you control an objective, you control it even if you're not on it until your opponent takes you off of it. So he could be hyper aggressive. He didn't need to leave anything on his home objective, and I stole it off him. So I was quite pleased about that. And then he shot my squad, and I basically had one man surviving at the end of the game. So he's like a plucky hero now. I've got to give him a name, got to reward him.
You need to give him some Crusade-themed honours, I'm sure.
Well, exactly, yeah. So, what played to Shaggy? He got 45 for the primary. He got 50 max points on direct assault. He got max points on assassinate, but he only got 13 for thin their ranks because it was predominantly vehicles and troops. And I bet he couldn't get any more, I don't think. I got 15 for the primary because the first 2 missions we were doing were the domination ones. Everything else was taken hold, so I'm getting 5 points for just being on one objective. So I was pretty much doing that on a couple of turns. So I got 15 points. I got my 10 for deploy scramblers. I got 0 for direct assault because I was being greedy and thinking I could have done it. And, maybe if I'd gone first, I could have. And then I also went for domination because, again, I was doing that kind of, I need to win, so I need to go for that middle objective. And I went for secondaries, which just cater to that, which I think is a mistake. Especially against his list as well. I should have gone for, if I'd gone for engage on all fronts, I could have been getting 3 points a turn for that. Domination, I scored 3 for the first 2 turns because I was putting pressure on his objectives. But after that, I just ran out of steam and didn't have anything on the board. So, maybe even engage on all fronts probably wouldn't have helped me all that much against his list. There's some great photos on my Instagram of this game because I took some. I took some of all of them, but I got some good ones out of this game. So go check those out, I would say. And also probably fun chap to play against. The final score was 88-31. So, not
2
the
for
worst
2, as it were. This is premium Phil territory, though, mate. I mean, this is nothing out of the ordinary.
Middle ground, basically.
This is where you reside, my man. This is your happy place.
But also, I basically said to Shaggy, now you put the pressure on me to win my last game. Like if I'd beaten him, which would have been a tough considering his list, then I could have been like, last game, it's a cruise. I've got my 3 and 2, don't care.
I mean, it literally could have been a cruise. You could have gone, to the captain's quarters, torn away the whatever it is that's locking you in place and taken the ship with you to sea and all the fun. But yes, no, of course, it's... I don't know, man. It's an interesting one, isn't it? I mean, it's an interesting tournament psychology when you're in that kind of 2 for 2 territory because... the last game definitely becomes more of a for the lols type of scenario. Not that they're not normally anyway, but it's that thing, isn't it? You're not in the winner's circle. If anything, the 2v2 result, although you can be personally proud of it, is slightly frustrating because being stuck in the middle is one of the weirdest places to be because there's very little kind of, very little to celebrate in the mid-tables, as it were.
I don't know. Yeah, in a way, it's like you're really playing for your placing, aren't you, at this point? and that's not really something I consider in terms of list building or taking secondaries. And it's like, actually, if I'd taken secondaries in my other missions where I wasn't doing well but still able to score highly, I could have placed way higher up than I did. Rather than going, I'm just going to take secondaries, which means I win. But then if I lose big, sort of thing. So that's, the mistakes I've learned from this. I don't know. I found actually the last game was the nail biter, because it was close until it wasn't, so to speak.
Well, why don't you tell us about that, mate?
It was a tough matchup. So this one was Battle Lines, so kind of classic Dawn of War style. Sorry, not Dawn of War. Hammer and Anvil style. So long ways. There's basically there is like a sort of number 4, like a diamond shape for the objectives. So there's 2 towards the on the center line, out towards the sides, and then there's 1 in the center of the board in each deployment zone, if that makes sense. So you've got 1 objective each and 2 in the middle. There's the Vital Grounds secondary, which neither of us took, so I won't talk to you about that.
Fair enough.
This guy was called Chima. He was a Spanish guy. So Army's really lovely. English is not his native language, so that was a bit of a struggle in terms of chatting about stuff, because sometimes he would explain a rule to me. Again, you're also wearing masks as well, which doesn't help. So sometimes I'd be like, oh, can you just explain that again? Then he'd have to say it a bit slower, and I would eventually get it. I say it sometimes as well. So sometimes he would say toughness, but means strength. And it's like, I speak English and I still do that all the time. So I kind of get it. So yeah, that didn't help in terms of the flow of the game, but it wasn't a real issue at all. Once you got down to it and you sort of started to learn what all the units did. So he had a Tzeentch army. He had a Demon Prince of Chaos with Hellforged Sword, Wings and Flickering Flames. He had a Giant Lord of Change, which was the Exalted Lord of Change. He had the Incorporeal Form. The Impossible Rod, it was his warlord. It had a Boom of Change. Infernal Gateway, which I believe is a real pain in the backside, because it's like a smite bomb, and then he's got a Bolt of Change as well. For his troops, he's got a squad of horrors, which are pink horrors, and I believe he's got 30 of them. So a big blob. And you wouldn't believe it, but I completely forgot about the blast rule in this game.
How could that be?
Whatsoever. He then had two 10-man squads of Brimstone Horrors, which are a bit smaller. One of them just sat on his objectives. The other one came down in Deep Strike later on. He had 3 Exalted Flamers, which I believe are all characters. He had 2 Pyrocasters, which are also flamery dudes, if I remember rightly, or maybe they're squads so he's got a 5-man and a 7-man squad of them. Then he had a squad of 8 Screamers, which are a pretty nasty squad. And then he had the Burning Chariot. So if I remember rightly, the Exalted... Oh, and he also had, because that basically total was 1755, he had like another 100 and 200 odd points of reserve units for summoning, which I think were maybe more Exalted Flamers, I want to say. And they pretty much got summoned turn 1, turn 2.
So he was actually using the summoning mechanic.
Yeah,
he was.
So there was a few interesting things, because obviously a few of the people I had played against or were hanging out with on the lunch before had played against him. So I was like, okay, how does his list work? Shaggy, for example, was like, ignore the big bird. It just sits on the middle and does Psychic Ritual. I then had a previous conversation with some other people when we were talking about Psychic Ritual, I think with Chris Tuttle about it, and someone was saying like, oh, if you do Psychic Ritual, you can't actually then do any other psychic powers.
That's correct, yes.
And then when we were playing the game, so I got to I lost the roll off. I didn't get to go first, so he got to put Big Bird up straight away in the middle of the table, and was doing psychic ritual. I'll explain what secondaries he took as well. He took deploy scramblers, he took psychic ritual, and he took bring it down.
Yeah.
Bit of a no-brainer. I took assassinate because he had a ton of characters, because all of those exalted flamers are all characters, and a bunch of others are all characters. I took deploy scramblers because I was like, oh, this is, board control, maybe I can sneakily get around to do that. No, I took thin their ranks because he just had tons of models, but ultimately there wasn't really a good one other than thin their ranks to take because he obviously has no vehicles. It's like I didn't really want to go for engage on all fronts because he's got so many models. He's going to have the board control, and he won the roll off. He had the board control. He was on the middle straight away, quite easily. He kept his screamers back for a turn. They just stayed hidden until I got towards the middle, and then he could kind of do a turn one charge on them. But yeah, it was a tough game. It was a really tough game. I think so turn one he did psychic ritual, and then he was trying to do other psychic powers with his big bird, and I had to basically go, you can't actually do that. And then I had to show him the rules because obviously when I was trying to explain it, and obviously English
you
is
gazumped him with the rules, Phil.
So I gazumped him, unfortunately, but I was like, I just do this to explain to him, because I think from what I gathered from other players, the tactic was that he just does psychic ritual and stays there. But what I didn't realize is he does psychic ritual plus also was trying to smite and stuff.
Yeah. Which is understandable because when you read it at a first glance, you just think psychic action is a psychic test.
Psychic power.
And it's a totally acceptable mistake to make because it's...
Oh, for sure. It was just completely unintended. No hard feelings or anything like that. But what this meant is, second turn, he sacked off psychic ritual because he's like, I'm not doing this because it's a waste of my big bird. So the big bird suddenly became a big problem for me. So in a way, by me ignoring it, it was sort of to an extent made my game a lot harder because he was now going around doing lots of psychic powers and also smashing up my tanks. Although it was quite funny, so turn two, when he was then just doing regular psychic powers, he was trying to cast, I can't remember what it was exactly, he was trying to cast something with his big bird, and I denied it with my 20-point astropath. So I was quite pleased with that. I was like, aha, I think you're fine.
The Emperor gazed upon him at that moment.
And that astropath paid for it towards the later turns because he hunted that guy down and squished him big time. But yeah, so turn one he did a bit of shooting. Didn't really manage to do too much. He got deploy scramblers turn one with his squad just sort of in his deployment zone. That was it. He didn't bring it down, so he didn't kill any vehicles. So I was like, okay, I kind of got away with this. He's on the middle though. He's kind of he's swamped the two middle objectives, so it's going to be hard for me to get onto those. And it's like I basically was like I was aware that I needed to kill that squad of 30 horrors, so I pummeled everything into him. Annoyingly, you can't use Hail of Fire because that only works against tanks, which I forgot about when I was playing Shaggy, and he had to remind me that the Gilliman is obviously a big boy, but he's not a vehicle, so I couldn't use it against him. So obviously can't use it this game at all. And again, always do it. Forget about Vengeance for Cadia until maybe the last turn when it's pointless. So it didn't help me that I forgot about the blaster all, because obviously all my stuff that should be shooting wasn't doing. I was rolling for the number of shots. And one of my demolisher tanks couldn't actually shoot because there was lots of, it was like a very verdant green map with some rock formations, and with this one we decided that all the rocks were obscuring. So at one point I was like, great, I've moved my tank, I can see his horrors with this guy, because actually it was so hard to actually see anything because they were so tall. It was hard to maneuver around them to try and get on it. But basically, it was obscuring and we were doing it from the base. So even though I could see it, I technically couldn't. So basically, I lost a turn of shooting with my demolisher tank commander. But basically, I knocked him. I killed 29 of them. I got him down to one horror that had the banner. And he basically said, oh, yeah, if I roll a 1, I get D6 back. And I was like, cool, I won't shoot him with my last vehicle. I'll try and take out one of his flamers, exalted flamers instead. Because actually he'd bunched up a bunch of his characters, and I was like, cool, I can target those, right? Because there's no unit screening them; they're just all characters. So I should have probably gone harder on killing his demon prince, because his demon prince was a real pain later on in the game.
Yeah.
But I knew his biggest OPSEC unit was those horrors, so I just needed to kill them. So there was one guy left. I was like, 1 in 6 chance. I'll play that game. You can have it. And then he was like 2 CP, auto pass morale. And I was like, okay. I hate that.
He bamboozled you, mate. There you was.
Bamboozles me with a little trick. But you know what? Fair enough. Although I do think that's a really rubbish mechanic, because it's like it just invalidates morale beyond, you know, a squad.
Yeah,
like, yeah.
I mean...
if you're doing it on lots of squads, fair enough. But I don't know. I just found, like, you know, it's then like, morale's not really a big issue, is it?
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, it makes sense because he was going to fail it. So, but ultimately, it didn't really make much difference, because that one guy now wasn't screening anything. Yeah, it was on an objective, but I knew I could easily kill it anyway. And by, you know, he had other stuff by his second turn up on that objective. So it was, that one guy wasn't a problem. It was the other stuff on that. It was all the flamers that he had then on that objective that were a problem for me to deal with.
Yeah.
And basically, it was a slippery slope. Basically, he had lots of stuff on those 2 middle objectives. I was shooting stuff off of that objectives, but I wasn't really contesting those objectives, because it's quite hard to get on them, because there was like a big rock in front of one of them, and you had to go a long way around either sides to get on it. So it was real problematic for me. And then there was another objective on the right hand side, which I did manage to get on, but I was struggling to kind of be on it, because I made some silly mistakes there. So I had a squad of I had a Storm Chimera, got the guys out, bombed the Storm Chimera up towards it, double moved my Grenadier squad of melter guns. So I had to go up a hill, around and down, and I was like, great, you've got some screamers here, because he just killed one of my Lehman Russ tanks with it. But I'm objective secured, so I've got this objective. And I should have then gone, I'm going to use deploy scramblers, but instead I was like, melter guns are assault weapons, so I'm going to shoot at you. I didn't double move. I think I'd advanced them or something. Yeah. But anyway, I didn't do deploy scramblers, which is what I should have done, which really cost me, because then they died that turn, and my other squad was I was like, I don't actually have anyone that can get to my other objective, because I think I'd done the. I always make the mistake of, I either do the middle one and then I forget about the one in my own deployment zone, and I've got to like run guys back. I think that's what I had to do. I had to run guys back, do that one, and then I was trying to run them up the board to get the mid-table one, and I was like, I couldn't do that one. Eventually, I did though.
Mid-table is the most important one to get, I'd say.
Yeah,
it's the easiest one. It's the easiest one to achieve early, but it's so hard to do later.
Yeah. I basically, turn 1 did my deployment zone. Turn 2, because I had forgotten about the mid-table one, couldn't do. Then turn 3, I could. And that's when I did that middle one. And then I was like, and then basically in the very last turn, I managed to do the one in his. No, wait, actually, I'm trying to think. No, turn 3, turn 3, what had happened is I had deep struck down into his deployment zone with my last sort of squad that I'd outflanked. Got the one in his deployment zone. I got turn 3. So basically, I still didn't have the mid-table one. That was it. And then turn 4 and 5, I had to. So turn 4, I moved and advanced that squad up towards the mid-table, but I was just out of reach of his deployment zone, so I couldn't get it turn 4. And then I had to hope that he couldn't get line of sight on me because of everything was obscuring.
Yeah.
So I sort of weathered the shooting. That wasn't a problem. He couldn't get to me because he's got a lot of flamers and they just have don't have the range. And then turn 5, I managed to move into the mids table and then get deploy scramblers in the very last turn of the game.
Nice.
Basically, by turn 3 or 4, turn 3 it was pretty much like I knew he was winning and going to win at that point. Turn 4, like actually just as we finished turn 4, they called time, so they sort of said, you can't do any more rounds, and I was like, quick, let's just do it. It'll take 2 minutes to do it because I didn't have anything left, pretty much bar that one squad. So I was like just moving them up, and it's like I think he got deploy scramblers in his turn 5 because I've managed to deny him doing the one in my deployment zone until the very end because he had a similar problem. He didn't have many infantry left that could do it, so he had to like move and advance guys up to get them up there. My biggest problem in this matchup was his Big Bird and Demon Prince were just tagging tanks in combat left, right, and centre. And I was like, cool, I'm falling back, and then he would the next turn just get into combat with them again, chip a few more wounds off, and it was like rinse and repeat for about 3 turns. And at that point, you're like, okay, cool, I can't do anything in this game now because I've got nothing to screen. I can't fall back and shoot because I'm not Nurgle.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was basically my undoing. It's like I had a decent amount of firepower. I took everyone's sensible advice of ignoring Big Bird, but actually, by doing so, that scuppered me in a way. Because I think it was a bad matchup. If I'd gone for Big Bird, who's super durable, because basically every time he loses a wound, he gets I think he gets a feel no pain, or he gets to do a roll of some kind. Okay. And on a 6, he gets to gain a wound back. So quite often, whenever you're doing 3 or 4 damage, he's gaining 1 or 2 back potentially.
Yeah.
So apparently, he's basically taken the super durable version of Lord of Change. And yeah, even as that 30 squad of horrors just took everything I had to kill him. Maybe it would have taken less if I'd used a damn blast rule. But at the same time, I came across lots of like either MSU or vehicle units.
Yeah.
So I'm not using blasts. I'm just not used to it really.
Yeah. No, I understand that, mate. I think it's interesting, isn't it, with that kind of list and that kind of composition, and yeah, it's just difficult to chew through things. And when you're starting to deal with stuff that's quite mobile and quite durable. Yeah, I don't know. There's lots of like weird sweet spots in the game at the moment and things that obviously are quite well optimized. I think the thing that definitely, by the sounds of a lot of the games you played, that I think we need to kind of reevaluate as a community and come to a consensus on, bizarrely, is the terrain situation. Because I feel like we understood the boundaries of 8th edition and created a terrain consensus based on 8th edition mechanics. But it feels like in 9th edition, there's a lot of hangover from 8th, where there's this desire to use loads and loads of terrain, but almost that in this instance, it might have been a bit too much some of the time, right?
Well, so a lot of the boards, I think what they did is they kept the same amount of terrain that they would normally have, but obviously they shrunk them down to the new tournament format. And my list is not optimized for movement. So the fact that all my stuff is vehicles, they can't fly, obviously. So I'm just moving around buildings, and a lot of their terrain takes up a lot of space because they're all big solid blocks. It's not like even a ruin that's hollow that you can go into. I mean, some are on some boards. So it was always going to be a bit of a struggle. Toke was meant to come and he was going to bring a shadow sword because he just needs it to sort of get his points up. Yeah. And if he'd done that, it's like you would not be able to move that vehicle at all on most of the tables because there's so much.
Seems like a terrible design flaw on the behalf of the tournament organisers.
Well,
I know you won't say so because you obviously protect them to the nth degree. But
I think there was two. I think most people would have said, yeah, there's a tiny bit too much terrain on the tables, but also it's the types of terrain. It's they've gone for lots of, their collection of terrain is amazing, and they've built it up over years, predominantly, I guess, during 7th and 8th edition. And it's actually not super optimized for 9th edition because they need more kind of debris, scatter terrain, walls, and dense terrain and stuff. And I get it, because also they're trying to populate and theme every table so it looks nice. So every table is kind of cohesive and looks like it's a verdant forest world, and a city, not like a bit of ruins, a bit of woods, and a crater in every table. It's like every table is unique. So, but ideally, I think what they need is less of the big line of sight blocking bits, and go, here's some small walls, here's some barricades, here's some crates, sort of thing. So some tables were fantastic for that, but I didn't get to play on a lot of those tables. The ones I were on were like big blocks of terrain. So, but then I chose an army that was all tanks. It's like I kind of handicapped myself to an extent in that. Whereas if you were someone like Dark Elder, who have lots of like transports that can all fly, that you would have thought that would do quite well for yourself, right? Because you can just nip around. You're not really immobilized. Like, a guy, Joe Moscadini, took his Blood Angels. He had an all infantry Space Marine army, which looked amazing and played really well because it's all infantry. But still, even then, if you're on foot, I mean, he had some units that can fly, but if you're on foot, quite often it's like, here's a big rock formation, you've just got to go around it. You can't go through it. Yeah. So.
Well, there you go. So, in terms of the tournament, though, 3 losses, 2 wins. Not a bad showing, given the army that you were bringing with you. But, yeah, I mean, ultimately, sounds like a good event, though, mate. I mean, obviously, you got the opportunity to go abroad and play games of 40k with some great-looking armies. So, you can't really fault it, right?
Well, that in itself, I mean, that's why people go to it, or try to go to it. It's like, because there's the people that are attending always, on the whole, pretty nice and chilled. They're mostly not competitive players. There are some, obviously, because any tournament's going to have some level of people that are like, oh, I want to win. But the armies, on the whole, are really good. Like, yeah, the standards good. It's not like, your average tournament where there's a guy who's just done two different colours for priming and base coat, and one's yellow, one black, and it's Imperial Fist / Iron Hands army or something. Like, the stuff you see even at Warhammer World, there's some pretty ropey painting stands there sometimes, whereas here that's the barrier to entry, but by doing so makes it consistently good for all the gamers, so it makes it enjoyable. Like Chima's army, the Tzeentch army, is like, it's really lovely painted. It's like, even though I was losing, I took some lovely photos. It was a fun game. It was a close game as well, I thought, up until a point. But yeah, that in alone is sort of worth it, and the sort of fun memories you come back from. Overall, I placed 21st out of 28th, so not super high. So Aaron, that I had beaten, placed higher than me, because ultimately he had 2 wins and 3 losses. I had 2 wins and 3 losses. But he did better on the secondaries when he lost. So in one of his games he lost, but still got like 60 points, I think. So it's like, that's my downside, I think, is when I lose sort of hard, rather than, and I need to get better at choosing secondaries that I can do even when I'm losing.
Yeah.
So that was my main takeaway from my list. My tank cases were poorly chosen, but I wanted to test them out. One of them was the Basilisk one. Everyone was raving about, so I was like, I'll give it a try. But it was awful, because you're wounding most things on 2s or 3s, because you're strength 9. You're -3 AP and you're flat 3 damage. That in itself sounds good, but you're actually hitting on 4s. And you're only doing 1d6 shots.
Yeah.
Immediately you're rolling 2 dice to pick the highest. But because I think before you could double shoot with the old detachment abilities.
Yeah.
So now you can't do that. I would say it's not worth it. And you can re-roll failed hit rolls. They cost you 2 CP to do that. And it's like, that's not worth it. And maybe that would make that kind of combo more efficient, but it's very CP hungry. My other tank ace, -1 AP, yeah, it's kind of good, but it's on a tank that's hitting on 4s. If it's tagged in combat, it's -1, so it's hitting on 5s. Normally, I would always try and have a tank commander next to him, so I'm giving him rerolls 1s to hit.
Yeah.
But quite often, that tank commander's dead because it's the first thing to go, basically. So that combo that I thought might work quite well didn't really. So next time, if I was to do that, I would do it on a tank commander with a Punisher cannon. But ultimately, I'm thinking you just need to go for durability. So you need the two tank commanders with +1 to their save or -1 to their damage. Which might help more. I think maybe I'll try the +1 to the saves because, for example, my matchup with Shaggy and his Contemptors, -4 means I'm still getting a 6-up save, and even if I make one of them, it's like that's going to help. Like if he rolls badly, loaf of damage on 3d6 rather than 4d6, it's like that's better than nothing. So. One thing I do want to say is like the Korps Aquila is sort of really worth it now. Like in this edition, it's like I very rarely. I mean, I did run out of CPs in some game, but it was literally the last few turns of the game.
Yeah.
Like I am flush with CP. So I'm gaining 1 a turn anyway, then 1 a round for Korps Aquila. And even in my game against Joe, I remember you saying, are you shuffling those tokens around because you seem to have a lot of CP still left? and it's basically because on average I'm spending 2 or 3 CP a turn.
Yeah.
Because obviously there's some key stratagems like you want your Hail of Fire for 2 CP, which is your big one for maximum shots. You might want 1 CP to count a tank on top bracket, maybe. You might want Vengeance of Cadia if and when you remember to do it. But that's kind of it in terms of my army and what it's built for. There's not a lot of stratagems that you can use. Yeah. Maybe you want to do another CP to either for a command point reroll or to do a second order, but that's kind of rare. So on average, I was finding I was doing 2 or 3 CP a turn and gaining 2 a turn. So, I found I had a lot of CP, even though I was only starting on 8 because I was spending 3 at the beginning of the game to get my spearhead. So I think Korps Aquila was a pretty solid choice. I had to keep remembering, though, that, once one of my tank commanders died, I didn't have it anymore. But it tended to be the tank commander with the plasma that hung out at the back, so it tended to survive longer than the demolished tanks. I really rated the Storm Chimeras. They were pretty tasty. They did a lot of work just in terms of getting on objectives. Yeah, they were pretty decent. The Basilisk completely pants. I wouldn't take it in a list ever again.
Yeah.
If I had several, then maybe they'd be okay at shooting stuff off of their objectives. It's funny because Chris Tuttle found he was really scared of it because he was like, it does flat 3 damage, it's Basilisk. So he was really trying to kill it, which ultimately was only a benefit to me because it was like I wasn't really doing that much, if I'm honest. So it had a bit of a fear factor, at least, against him. But yeah, it didn't actually do a lot. I mean, it did kill Gilliman, to be fair, but it only really stripped those 3 wounds off. And rest of the games, it wasn't really doing much. I'd always save it to the very end and be like, is there one thing that I want to just strip 1 or 2 wounds off? Okay, cool, I'll try and get lucky with that. But otherwise, I thought this was solid. The Conqueror cannons, amazing. I would take more of those. Pretty much every opponent was pretty dismayed when I'm like, I'm within 24 inches, so I'm getting full rerolls. And they're like, but that's quite a new mechanic because, early 8th edition, it's all failed hit rolls. But, thanks to the wording of Forge World, it actually is full rerolls. So that was really cool.
There you go. All right, then. Well,
that was it.
That was it. I mean, a pretty decent appraisal of it. I mean, not a bad showing, mate. I mean, obviously it would have been nice if you could have finished 3 wins, 2 losses, but...
No. So in my defence, the first 2 games I lost were on the same map, and they were against really good opponents. So Shaggy placed 3rd overall. Chris was in the final to win, and played against Fletcher, who ultimately went on to win it. Because I think at that point, Fletcher was the only one that won all 4 games, and everyone else was 3-1. So, you know, I played the guy that could have won it, and then I played the other guy that placed really highly as well. So those 2 games, I think, were sort of always a foregone conclusion. The last one, if I'd have won that, that would have, you know, placed me sort of mid, I don't know, like 50, you know, mid board 15, you know, 15 to 18 probably, maybe a bit higher actually. Because actually I think from like 17, 18 onward, 17, 18 back to where I wasn't past me was the people that had placed, you know, that got 2 wins. So there was a lot of scope for just placing higher within my bracket, for example. So I was quite low down even within the bracket of two wins. So I just need to get better at scoring objectives when I'm not doing well, I think.
Well, there you go. I mean, it's all you can really do when you've got an army that functions the way yours does, mate. No overly, you know, terrible result given what you had to work with.
Yeah, I think my army does... Well, the thing is, the biggest flaw in my army is it does really badly against units that are very aggressive, like with either board control or wanting to get into you with close combat, because as soon as all my tanks get tagged, that's my army shut down, and that's the way to beat it, basically. So, you know... Against the 3 people I lost, that was the play style of their armies. It's all, I'm getting up in your face, I'm going to have lots of models on the objectives quite easily, and I'm going to be in combat with you. So that's like the flaw of my army. Whereas if I'm, you know, the ones, you know, the Orc army is very close combat orientated as well. And to an extent, I won that because I won the roll-off, and I could just outshoot him, and I could nullify his force. He had a fair bit of shooting as well, but it's more I can outlast that army because it's not fast-moving. I could just outshoot it, and I just got really well lucky on my shooting and got a good turn of shooting against him. If I had won the roll-off in the last game and got a turn of shooting first, that might have made a bit of difference, but because it's long ways, it's, I don't know, you've got to factor in, because you go, oh, it's 24 inches between the deployment zones. I'm on my deployment zone, he's on his deployment zone. I can move 5 inches forwards, I can double shoot my demolisher cannons 24 inches and be in range of his stuff. But then when you factor in terrain and go, well, actually I can only have 2 vehicles on my deployment line and everything else has to be 5-6 inches behind, and then I've got to still move around to try and get line of sight on stuff. It actually means when you look at a map, basically, that's not how the game is played. The table actually quite often decides how well you're going to do, how well you can do your secondaries, for example, or what kind of secondaries you should pick.
No, I hear you, mate. All right, cool. Well, there you go, guys. That was Phil's appraisal of his time at No Retreat 9. Thank you very much for that, Phil. An interesting insight into your gaming accolades, or lack thereof, I suppose. Though I suppose that's dependent upon how you measure the quality of your results. But all the same, cheers for that, mate. We're going to move on now to whatever it is that comes after this. Transitional noise. Woo! Hello, ladies and gentlemen. In this part of the podcast, we're going to be talking about the latest chapter-approved tactical deployment thingy-mabib that the good people of Games Workshop have seen fit to announce at the time of recording anyway. This is Wednesday, the 23rd of September. So neither myself or Joe, for that matter, has had the chance to read it in detail, but we're just going to speculate and or, you know, grumble about what we see on the interwebs and how we translate this whole new series of chapter-approved documentation is going to impact the game that we all love. Right, Joe?
Oh, yep. We're going to just throw wild accusations at the wall and blindly assume things that we know nothing about.
As is often the case with this, you know, podcast full of fun. It's reasonable to say that despite this being the 60th episode and that being important, not much has been going on. So, gripping at straws, it's fair to say, right, Joe? So
much so that even Phil's bimbled off.
I know.
He's gone over to Gibraltar to have the yearly Illuminati meeting.
It's true. He's gone over to Gibraltar to be tickled by the other members of the No Retreat Secret Society for slippery fingers or whatever they're called.
What, like the stonemasons?
Like the stonemasons, yeah. It is honestly, though. Honestly, the No Retreat lot are kind of like the 40k Illuminati. Like it is a really weird group that they've got going on. Which I sorely want to join. Like, I would love to be part of that group, wouldn't you?
We joke and we laugh about the weird, crazy stuff that they probably get up to, and there's probably like a lot of weird, strange fan fiction that gets written about that group. But I just want to be part of it.
Exactly.
Like, because you have to apply for it to begin with, which I actually quite like that. You have to be selected to go. But the funny thing is that it's always the same people every year.
I know, right? I know.
So it's kind of like, what do you have to do to boot one of these people out? I kind of feel like you have like the royal family or the weird lizard people. You just have to wait for one of them to die off, and then you can take their place.
So what you got to say is that we've got to go and kill off Phil, so as one of us can take his place.
Yeah. Or like I've said in the past, we just wear his skin. Just pretend to be him in like a weird Phil skin suit.
I imagine being a member of the Illuminati, his skin might just, peel away once a year. Maybe we can find his discarded flesh kicking around his bins. And
like it is. That's why he has a shed outside.
That is it. It's why
it looks like a painting shed, but it's actually his skin suit.
It's where he goes to shed his skin.
Yeah. Yes.
See? Clever Phil.
Yeah.
He was so utterly blatant about it, but that's the truth of the situation. My God, we never saw it.
I was really hoping like people would like drop out, so I could kind of just slip in there unnoticed and be like, "I'm taking over."
Didn't happen.
But the problem is like, because everyone we obviously had Paulie on, and he was like, "Yeah, apply with Drakari," because like I'm the only Drakari player, and there's never Drakari people there, and I was like, "Cool, done it. I will apply." And then this year, there's like 11 Drakari players of the 30 people playing.
Madness.
And
I mean, what I find funny about it more than anything, and I don't really find it funny, I actually find it quite bizarre in a way, and this is the sort of stuff we say to Phil to his face, so, and obviously we're recording it and documenting it, so don't go thinking we're being all, covert and behind his back. I'm just surprised that given what's going on in the world right now with the raising our rate and everything that's gone on, that he's even gone, if I'm honest with you. That was a little moment for me where I was like, okay.
Well, that's the benefit of being a lizard person in a skin suit. You see.
Is
Your
that
whole
what
body
it
is protective clothing.
Yeah, because he continues to assert that no one in Gibraltar has coronavirus. And I was like, yeah, but what about the, 30 or so people from England that are flying over there?
Well, obviously it's a small island, isn't it? Protected by monkeys, and they're very fastidious when it comes to that stuff.
Is that what it is? They could smell coronavirus on you.
Yeah, the monkeys are like beef eaters of the royal palace, and they just turn up with their halberds and just push you off a cliff.
That's a very vivid image. Do they have to hoist you up to the cliff face, or are you always at the always at the edge of a cliff when in Gibraltar?
Well, all the things I know about Gibraltar come from the first 5 minutes of A View to a Kill.
Oh yeah,
the James Bond film, where they drive around Gibraltar, and I imagine everyone just drives around Gibraltar cliffs in Land Rover Discoveries. And that's all I know about it. And then apparently there's exotic women on yachts just floating around the outside. That's all I know.
It sounds like a wonderful place, bar obviously the monkey militia.
The halberd wielding monkey militia
that uphold law and order in the city-state that is Gibraltar. Not knowing if it is a city-state or not, I just felt like that was a series of words that felt appropriate. maybe upon contact with the monkeys, maybe time freezes, and then you find yourself in a ridiculous kind of like psychic realm of reality. So you get sort of teleported off to a pocket dimension where essentially you are then hoisted above a cliff. Because, you know, I understand monkeys have that kind of power.
Yeah, they're kind of like the Hypnotoad.
They almost certainly are. There we go.
Futurama.
You know what I'm going to do, Joe? With this segment has already turned into such a rambly, horrible mess. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to leave this in between segments for the super fans, the people who actually listen to the whole show. And what we're going to do now is we're going to now start the intro again and then just get into it. But I'm going to leave this in there. So as obviously people who are listening to this now are the good boys and girls who listen to the whole show. Obviously, if you followed the timestamps, you wouldn't know this was here. It's like a secret track, if you will.
Ooh, like what like they used to have at the end of
CDs.
CDs, like there's like on one of the Head Planet Earth albums, I think it's Blackout. There's like 30 minutes of silence, and then there's a track.
There is, yes. And it always was the case, though, wasn't it, back in the day, that when you left your CD player on random, like, you would get that one track, and then you'd be in a perilous situation where you couldn't get to the skip button, like, I don't know, in the bath or the shower, or, I don't know, buried under some rock, and all of a sudden you're like, oh, I would like to skip this 30 minutes of silence, but I am unable to, and now must endure it until I get to the random noise, and then it can skip on to the next song. It was perilous.
Or like you somehow managed to get the honorifica of being like the party DJ when you're like 17, 18, and you got your banging tunes on, and then what that kicks in, and everyone's like, "You weirdo! Why do you have a track of just silence?" And then you get booted off, and you're like, "Oh no!"
I mean, not that we would know this, Joe, but silence is powerful. I mean, again, obviously, we didn't get the memo, but
when I was 17, 18, there was nothing worse than silence.
Oh, really?
Party, yeah.
And now you're like 40 or whatever you are. What's silence like now?
Oh, it literally is golden. Well, it actually swings between two, because when I've taken my daughter back to her mum's, I'm like, wow, this silence is brilliant. But whilst my daughter is in the house, not in the same room, and it goes silent, then you ask questions.
Well, exactly. An ominous
like,
fret has emerged.
Yeah, like, what the hell is going on? And I always get one of those, like, Maggie and Mr. Burns kind of, like, feelings, or, like, you know, when Homer's doing stuff in the garage and then Maggie turns up with a hammer to knock him out. I feel like I'm just going to be walking along and I'm just going to get clubbed from the top of the stairs.
Yeah, that's true. Although I don't think Maggie necessarily clubbed him, more so just sort of dropped the hammer on him. Although, was it a nail gun? She shot him with a nail gun, didn't she?
There was a nail gun, and then there was a hammer incident because they're watching Itchy and Scratchy.
That was it. And then Marge was compelled to make the censored version of Itchy and Scratchy.
Yeah.
Lemonade, please.
This is why we need Phil.
I know, this is the problem. This is why you and me doesn't work. This is why we couldn't do the show on our own.
Yeah. This is why we were like, this is like when we decided to do a podcast and we're like, oh, we're going to need a third person.
We are definitely going to need a Phil. No, that's very much essential. What was I going to say? I had a weird dream yesterday. I dreamt that I was like a young teenage boy and I fell asleep in like a cave, but I'd had a growth spurt through the night and then I was trapped until I died of hunger.
I feel like there's probably an in-depth meaning to this.
Yeah.
Probably far too emotional.
But I did wake up.
Like...
It was such a weird dream that it actually stuck with me. Like, I was like, what a weird set of circumstances. So yeah, I would have fallen asleep in some kind of tightly squeezed hole at the age of, I don't know, like 12. And then I would have woken up and realised that it just so happened to be the one night of the week where I had my growth spurt.
You need to see a psychiatrist.
Because that happens, though, doesn't it? Like, you remember that as a child.
Not in real life, no.
It does. Like, one day on Friday you'd see, you know, Simon Musprat, And you'd be like, oh, hi, Si. Goodbye. Have a good weekend. And you come back, and then an adult man would turn up. And you'd be like, who are you? I'm Simon Muskrat. No, you're not. You're an adult man. This is ridiculous. Did that not ever happen with any of the children you know of?
You'd have one of those weird mustaches that teenagers grow where it's just like a few strands of hair.
Exactly. In PE, obviously, it was a shocker. It was, I wasn't prepared for that reality. In the shower sequence at the end of the day. It's like, my God, what happened to you? Anyway. Right, look, we're going to leave...
I'm sorry, Liz. This is what makes this worse is the fact that I haven't been around for a while.
Yeah, exactly.
So, my first real trip back, really making the most of it.
Exactly, bringing it back in style. But there we go, look, we're going to start the segment now. So yeah, we're time stamping. I may not even use any of this stuff, I don't know. I might just...
I feel like you should.
I probably will. It's the 60th episode, right? So that's of some significance. So it's important to, leave some little fun little Easter eggs in there for the fans. So with this said, right. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. In this part of the show, we are going to be talking about all the various things that Games Workshop have announced around Tactical Deployment Chapter Approved Mission Pack, which is an exciting new addition to the Chapter Approved family, and not just a veiled attempt for Games Workshop to get more money out of you for rules that will almost certainly become redundant in a short period of time. Joining me to talk about this is the one and only Joe, and only Joe, because Phil isn't here, because he's in Gibraltar trying to avoid getting coronavirus while tickling the other members of the... What the heck is that event called again? No Retreat Illuminati. Hello, Joe.
Hello.
There we go.
People, I have returned.
It is a beautiful thing to have you here, mate. What a treat. How are you feeling about the recent announcement that came out today, the 23rd of September, 2020 Anno Domini? What do you feel about the announcement that they're going to be doing some kind of weird terrain rules on top of everything else?
I have mixed feelings. They go from to disappointment, basically, to why?
Just a complete I don't understand. Why are you doing this to us?
Yeah, what? Why is this necessary? Why? So, to start off this trifecta of disillusion,
please.
Yeah, it's a chapter approved mission pack, so therefore it's match play official. So technically, we have to play by these rules.
I mean, it depends though, right? It depends if these rules are going to be implemented by tournament organisers, right?
It's down to the TX. So at the moment, people are using the other chapter approved, because this isn't chapter approved 1 or 2. This is chapter approved mission pack. So this is this is already a supplement of chapter approved. So whether because we currently use all of chapter approved, are we now going to start to see the picking and plucking of rules? Well,
it's difficult though, right? Because obviously the current chapter approved is called Mission Pack Grand Tournament 2020. So are we to assume, based on that the chapter approved Grand Tournament pack is a pack intended for Grand Tournament use, and then Tactical Deployment is not intended for competitive play, but a different series of missions made for competitive play, but not necessarily tournament play, if that makes sense?
Yeah.
So is it a situation where they're creating rules to accommodate people that don't necessarily normally have an incentive to purchase and utilise Games Workshop terrain? Is where my head's at in terms of. I mean, ultimately, right? Let's not pretend this isn't anything other than what it actually is, which is obviously a very open attempt to try and sell more scenery to people, right?
Yeah. So historically, as gamers, when we go into a Games Workshop store or your local miniature store, you go in there with your money. Let's assume £40 or $50. You go into a shop and you go, I'm going to buy some toys today. At no point does I'm going to buy buildings today ever cross your mind. Right. So,
I mean,
like,
some
games
people do love buildings, though, right? Like some people, a special subsector of the hobby, love making boards.
I love making terrain. I love painting terrain. I love making boards. I'm like making really nice areas to play on. The problem is, everywhere I have ever lived, I have never had space for a table to go out anywhere. So therefore, it's always been a case of I don't need terrain because I can't put it here. When I worked at Triple Helix, it was great. I could build all the terrain I wanted. It was great. But we always found, when I worked at Triple Helix, that the lowest selling thing that GW provided us was terrain. No one ever bought it. Mainly because if you want a full table of terrain, it's going to cost you 300 to 400 quid.
I mean, as a man with an ample quantity of terrain, I can attest it is an expensive habit getting into terrain buying. And then you have to build it all. And the new terrain that they've released, the new kind of cool, taller building stuff, looks much nicer than the old Cities of Death stuff. It's more robust. It's a lot stronger. It doesn't feel like it's going to fall apart and break all the time. And they haven't put the stabby bits on it.
No, the stabby... I've bled over the old terrain because of its pointiness.
Honestly, do you remember at Warhammer World, the amount of times people in general got stabbed using those terrain pieces? It was
I remember once I was resting my hand on a building, and then I think it was Phil was like, "Here you go, Joe. You need to roll these dice." I was like, "Okay," and unthinkingly, I didn't pick up my hand. I kind of just dragged it sideways. And I literally just tore my hand to shreds. I had to have like a full-on bandage wrapped around my hand.
It was crazy, man. Like, I mean, that's the thing. People would look at those Games Workshop tables at Warhammer World, like the big display boards, and think, "Oh, the blood effects on these are crazy." And it's like, it's because
they've put a lot of weathering and rust effect into this. No, it's just dried people blood.
It was crazy though, because when you go back there, or not that we've been able to go back there for a long time, but last time I was there, or many times before, I did remark. I was like, "Look, they've actually cut off all of the spikes, and replaced them with really well sanded down, like soft plastic areas, so as not to stab you." Win-win.
Yeah. So like, the new terrain is a massive improvement. When you build it, it stays together a lot better, because before you kind of just had to put two flat edges together and just hope that they stayed, but the moment you put it in a box or moved it, it would just snap and fall apart, whereas this stuff really does stay together really nicely. It takes like an hour to build one building though, because there's like 1,000 contact points on the sprue, which all have to be snipped off with industrial strength pliers.
I mean, also as well, though, man, there's lots of, as is often the case with Games Workshop terrain sets, there's lots of extra complexity involved in it, because now, rather than just having, like, a wall that connects to a wall, you've got a wall that connects to a cylinder, which then connects to a connection thing between, and then layer upon layer of, like, extra stuff goes on in the other areas, and then you've got to add, like, details underneath to kind of like wedge up the floorboards, for example, and all these sorts of things.
They do make much nicer buildings. Like it's a lot more hard work, but you do end up with a much nicer building. They're a bit harder to paint now because there is a lot more detail on it. The only downside is the cost. So look, I'm on the Games Workshop website now. So I'll go. So they've got one of their new buildings. God, I need to go through the pages because I typically left it like an absolute pleb. So right, here we are. So the Sector Imperialis Administratum building.
Is that the one with the little statues?
It doesn't have any statues.
Oh, this is no statues whatsoever.
This is no statues. Corner building.
Okay, so pretty basic building.
Pretty basic building. 35 beans. It's 35 quid.
35 beans. Goodness gracious.
And that only gets you four complete wall sections. As in, what I mean is like segments. So your 4 inches by 2 inch segment.
Mm-hmm.
That only gets you 4 of those, and then a small ruin set. If you wanted a bigger L-shaped building, which is the Sector Imperius Sanctum, which comes with the 4 little statues in it.
Yes, the 4 little statues, yes.
That's 45 quid. So there's a tenner more, and you only get 8 full sections on that.
Yeah. But you get little pillars, Joe. Little pillars.
You get pillars. So for the £10 more, you do get a lot more in the box set. Or you can get the building, which comes with the same amount of sections, but instead of 4 little statues, you get 2 big statues.
That's true.
And that's 65 quid.
I mean, honestly, Joe, looking at how expensive all this stuff is, I'm now surprised I've got as much of it as I do.
Yeah, like, it's really good. It's really nice. Like, I built a couple tables for Foreground, for Triple Helix when I was working there. And I don't want to think how much it cost. Yeah. Like, I think I worked out that like one table of terrain for a full 6x4 for 8th edition standard would have cost like nearly 500 quid.
Wow.
So that's the buildings, shipping containers, the barrels, barricades.
And that's before you factored in your Realm of Battle board or your mat.
Yeah, Realm of Battle board or mat. Then you've got to think, I probably used about 3 to 4 cans of black spray on this, 2 to 3 cans of like Sanda Mechanicus grey, a couple cans of green, a couple more of the vermin hide one. So you're going to use like 15 cans of spray, about 10 little pots of Nuln oil or Adrax Earthshade, and then you dry brush and stuff. So it costs an absolute fortune to do it. So when Games Workshop turn around and go, well, you need 1 piece of terrain for every square foot on the table, but we're not going to say how big that has to be. Obviously creates lots of questions, and if you're a TO, you're going to try and cut some corners on this. So I think for this, one of the first things is like it's a good idea to get people to bring it with them.
I mean, it's a sound logic, right? Like, you know, bring your own terrain to the tournament structure of events and things, right? Like incentivize people to bring their own terrain. Smart.
It's a big cost saver.
Oh, totally. For TOs. But then, would you want to add that layer of complexity to tournament organisation? Would you want to sign up for a tournament where they were telling you, we need you also to bring 200 quid's worth of terrain? Because that even means you've got to, between games, you've got to relocate your terrain and then reset up terrain and battlefields, meaning that, you know, all the theming and all the look of the game is going to be drastically impacted by what each opponent brings to the table. But also it's just the faff, right? I mean, it's hard enough at the end of a game gathering up your miniatures onto, you know, a tray and taking it over to another table. You know, that process, because what I find in tournaments is we get to the end of a round and then we go, great, thank God, the round is over. The last thing I want to do anymore is continue standing at this table. Like, if I get along with the guy that I'm playing with, which also often is the case, I'll be, come on then, let's go grab a drink or whatever, and we'll go outside or we'll go to the bar or however it works. But we won't be thinking, oh yeah, I'm desperately into cleaning up my stuff quickly, because at that point you're just like, oh, let's just go grab a drink. I can't deal with this board anymore because I've been sat here for 2.5 hours and I'm well frazzled. So then inevitably what happens is you stand, sit, gather where you gather, and then 15 minutes passes and they go, right, next round. And it's like, oh, God. And then you've got to, like, pile everything up and start going, sorry, sorry everyone, my stuff is here, sorry, and then you've got to like move your stuff around with your tray over your head, where you're going around like, oh sorry, oh coming round, sorry, and then you move it, and then you're like, right, oh well the round's already started, oh god, we've only got 2.5 hours and I haven't even set up, or you know, my army's a mess on my tray, oh yeah, you want to know what's in my army, oh Jesus, you know, the whole thing just becomes a faff. Imagine that, where you're going, right, lift up half the table, like literally, like I've got all this terrain, and it's like
it's a logistical nightmare for TOs and for players.
Yeah.
So from a TO's perspective, you're like, okay, so I've got enough terrain to do 4 tables, but this is a 15 table event, so I need 14 people to bring full tables, or 20 people to bring full tables worth of terrain, and you've got to find people who have that much terrain spare, painted nicely, built nicely to cover full tables.
Yep.
Then you've got to trust them to bring it with them, because how many times have people, like, someone's got, I've got like 4 tables worth of terrain. Morning of the event, sorry, the missus got to go to work, I've got to stay at home now with the kids, I can't come, and I can't bring my terrain with me, and I can't bring my army. So you're a player down, and you're like 2 tables, 4 tables down of terrain straight away. And then you've got the people who are happy to leave their terrain at the table, and let other people play on it. And then you've got people who are like, I only want to play on my terrain. I want my terrain to come with me around the thing. It's just like, it's not something that you'd ever want to sign up for.
No, God no. And I don't think I would agree to pay to attend a tournament that was using this system. But then I suppose, are we coming at this the wrong way before we've even necessarily gotten into the weeds on this one? But like, are we coming at this the wrong way, Joe? Are we in a situation where we're looking at this, talking about it, but not actually thinking to ourselves, well, is this not just a system designed for friends who play together on a regular basis, who maybe want to spread the burden of creating cool tables? Is that not where they're coming at this from? Because at the end of the day, Joe, you and I forget these things because we're old school hobby veterans, and you have over the years given me loads of terrain that lives at my house, and I have bought lots of terrain that lives at my house. So now you know that when you're coming to my house, there is shed loads of terrain kicking around, and we can make whatever kind of board we want. But not very many people have that privilege.
Also the problem with this rule says, so the general gist from reading this basically is that you have your table set up with terrain.
Yes.
So say you're at Warhamster World. You've come to your table with a tree on it and a shipping container and an area of 1 barricade, because that's like your standard Warhammer World table. And then they go, let's assume it's a 2,000 point game. Each player has, I'm going to assume at this point, 200 to 300 points of terrain points, and you can use these terrain points to bring your own terrain to the table. And the example they're given here is a storage vein, and that's 40 terrain points. So you could bring 5 of these, assuming it's 200 points. And this piece of terrain looks to be, the footprint they've given you is 6 inches by 3 inches, or kind of thing. And it's a L-shaped building with another corner section and a small floor.
Indeed. Well, by their diagram, it looks like it's a lovely, like, bit of area terrain. A square ruin.
Yeah, but it doesn't have a base, so it's not really an area piece of terrain, which also... So you'd have to whack a base on it to show exactly where it is.
Well, no. I mean, you're getting into some very particular statements there. I mean, you can tell what the parameters are of the terrain piece by
I think if you're taking this to events, this
Well, I think you've gotten too preoccupied with this event thing again, Joe. You started talking about war.
Well, you're going to your friend's house. You're travelling to your friend's house. You don't want to carry a million loose bits of terrain. And those little walls...
But you don't have to carry a million loose bits of terrain, Joe. You just said you only have to bring 5.
Okay, yeah, but this is 5 big walls and 5 little walls.
All right, fine. 10 pieces of
10
terrain.
bits of terrain. So, and these have got the keywords breachable, defensible, light cover, scalable. And it also has the special rule of... at the start of your shooting phase, you can select one unit that is wholly within this terrain feature. You're probably only going to get 1 or 2. Until the end of the phase, up to half of the models, rounding down, in the unit that are equipped with grenades can resolve attacks with them instead of just 1, which is pretty good.
Yeah.
In addition, each time a model that is wholly within this terrain feature makes a ranged attack, re-roll the hit roll of 1. So you could have little Space Marine captains dotted all over your board section, which is quite good.
Mm. I mean, it's almost like when you said it's quite good, Joe. You're falling in love with the rule set.
It's a fun. It's a fun.
Are you now
thing.
listening? Have you now read this rule and started going, "Hang on a second here, this is broken. I need to be on board."
So when I first looked at this, I was like, "This is broken as F," because you go. Because vehicles, artillery, and all that kind of stuff can start inside of buildings. It just can't leave it.
Yeah.
Right? So you go, cool, I'm going to bring 5 of these. In 2 of them, I'm going to put 3 Thunderfire cannons. In the other 2, I'm going to put my whirlwinds.
Mm-hmm.
They do not move for the rest of the game, and they cannot be shot at either.
I mean, I suppose it does add an additional layer of tactical depth to the thing, and I suppose this is the thing, isn't it? Right? I suppose it's like GW trying to use their usual formula, which is we give good rules to things, and they do well.
Yeah.
And if all of a sudden there's an incentive, because all of a sudden, I suppose you're going to end up in conversations where people are going, "You calling me using my terrain abilities on this stuff?" I mean, and as well, I mean, even if you look at the storage Fane, it is a really effective terrain piece because although it doesn't have the ruins rule, the cover rule where you can't be seen. What's it called? Obscured. It doesn't have.
It doesn't have obscuring, no. But the piece they've used only has a window on one side, so the game still uses true line of sight.
Exactly.
So if you had 5 of these and put them end on end, so 12.
I do feel like you're definitely now entering into the realm of trying to power game this, though, Joe.
I'm gonna basically this is where people will go with this, right?
Yeah.
So 5 of these is 30 inches long, right? Most cases, that is your deployment zone.
Mm-hmm.
As a guard player or a Gene Stealer cult player. As a GC cult player, this is laughable because you think, finally, my army won't get blown off the table turn 1 because I've literally hidden my army behind an impenetrable wall.
Yeah, but that's you making some sweeping assertions about how you are placing terrain.
You could make it really thematic. So the fun fluff player behind me basically goes out and buys 15 Rhino kits and turns them into an Iron Warriors-esque wall. And just be like, you can't touch me behind my fortress of solitude.
I mean, I think, ultimately, adding more depth to the terrain rule set is a good thing if done correctly. I think the minute you end up in a situation where you're inviting players to bring their own terrain and they are seeking to yet gain additional advantages on top of already existing advantages, is obviously where you start to find yourself in very, sticky territory, as it were, in very kind of, rough waters, because ultimately, if you're going to try and incentivize players to bring terrain that's going to then add benefits to their army, a lot of players are going to do that because that's how a lot of people are wired when it comes to this game. Not to say everyone, but some people will, because there's always that guy that will look at this and go, "Oh, look, if I do this, this, and this, then it's great." And it's like, yeah, but it's not really sort of in the spirit of the endeavour, as I like to say. But the thing is that, you know, rules as written versus rules as intended is always an interesting debate at the best of times. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I've got mixed bags about this because I think I've got mixed opinions rather about this, because I think on the one hand, if you're creating a rule set or you're creating an incentive for people to buy terrain, that's great, because ultimately it means that more people are going to have good looking terrain, and as such it's going to make their games of 40k look and play better. If you're creating a system where players can arrive at tabletops with their own terrain with a view towards creating better looking boards, better looking gaming environments, that is also great, because ultimately you are incentivizing people to build and paint terrain so as they can turn up at their mate's place and go, look, I got some stuff, you got some stuff, we'll put it all down together, we're playing.
Do you then, like armies, enforce a painting standard on the terrain?
Well, I assume that if you're going to do it at tournament play, then that's probably going to be an expectation, yeah.
How I paint my army is different to how you paint your army, which is differently to how Phil paints it, and how differently to how Richie paints it.
Indeed.
Say, for instance, I do what I normally do with terrain: build it, spray it black, spray it 2 different kinds of grey, paint some details on it, wash it, dry brush it, maybe a little bit of weathering.
Yeah.
That's like, let's say that's like the mid tier. Okay.
Okay.
Then Phil comes along. It takes 6.5 years to paint his, but it does look glorious.
Mm.
Right? It looks like it was actually built by him, piece by piece, brick by brick.
Mm.
And there'll be graffiti on it and slug trails and everything.
Indeed, good old slug trails.
Then, unfortunately, I'm going to put you there. You're going to be the guy that builds it, sprays it grey, dry brushes it.
That's fair enough.
You're going to be the mid to low tier.
Yes.
And then there's going to be Gavin, and he's going to build it, spray it black, paint a window red.
Is this you trying not to drop Richie in it? Because actually Richie's painted this terrain and it looks quite good what he's done.
Well, because Richie's upped his game and he's now in your tier.
Oh, I see. So now you're now creating a fictional character.
I'm creating a fictional character to berate. We'll
Richie.
call him Potato Dave.
Potato Dave, okay.
Potato Dave uses potatoes to...
What, with like little star patterns on them?
Yeah, like... So when you go to an event...
Yeah.
Game 1, Phil draws Potato Dave. Me and you, or me and Richie, or you and Richie pair off against each other. Right? Your tables will actually... Yours and Richie's tables, mine and yours, will actually look relatively okay. Like mine's a slightly higher tier above yours. But it all looks good.
Yep.
Right?
I'm on board with that.
And then Warhammer World, obviously, they actually have a similar kind of terrain painting ethos. But then you go over to Potato Dave and Phil. And then you've got 3 very different types of quality terrain on the table.
That's true.
And it no longer looks like a tournament, like an event anymore, because there's not that consistent level of terrain. And painting on... Before it was different painted armies, but the terrain was the same. And that's what holds it all together. The glue that binds it all. Whereas now, it just looks like someone's just gone mental with a paintball gun. And it's all vivid colours. And like it looks like someone spilled food everywhere, and it just looks terrible.
Mm.
And the fluffer in me, the fluff player...
Yeah.
I walk over that, but no, the immersion is gone. I will swoon. I will faint on the floor.
But again, you're making these assertions that this is something that they're going to use at tournament things. I keep going back to the same topic. I don't think that's what this is intended for. The
problem is Games Workshop keeps releasing these non-tournament rules, right?
Mm.
That people don't use and don't care about. So do you remember Planetfall and City Fight?
I do,
great
yeah.
thematic rules that we never used.
Yeah.
And that box set of that campaign box set that you bought for like 80 quid that we never used.
Yep. I definitely remember that one. Yeah.
And the plain one, where you can play your plain
Skies
game.
of Death or whatever it was.
Yeah. Games Workshop keeps releasing these little mini rule sets that like 2% of our community actually use.
Yeah, but maybe 10% of our community buy.
Yeah, but by making it an official tournament rule...
But they haven't, Joe. That's
but
what I'm
it's
telling
part
you.
of chapter approved.
No, but it's not. It's a
match
different
play.
chapter approved. In so much as when I pick up chapter approved 2020 Grand Tournament Pack 2020, I get the feeling that this is intended to be the tome that is used for all tournament games. Whereas I feel like this is a separate thing which is used for other stuff, with other missions and other rules.
There's new missions in it.
There are new missions.
Match play missions.
Yeah, but being new match play missions doesn't mean it's new tournament missions that you have to use at tournaments. You just use the grand tournament
as
pack.
you might expect from something on the words mission pack on the front cover. The new book includes a plethora of additional match play missions.
Do you know what I've just discovered at the bottom of this article as well, Joe? Just scroll down and then I suppose you can laugh in my face for being so naive.
Tournament ready.
Exactly. What a fool
All
I
of
was.
these new missions and terrain rules are brilliant for all games of Warhammer 40,000, but they shine when it comes to competitive play. No longer will you be at the mercy of random terrain placement. You'll now bring your own and have what you need when you deploy your army. Choose the exact terrain you want to complement the units in your force. So what I'm going to do, right? So what I kind of feel like... So... the terrain stuff that you buy for your army, what's it called? The fortressy stuff.
The fortressy stuff?
Like the defense walls and the bastion.
Oh, you mean the Sector Imperialis stuff?
No, but what's it called when the fortifications?
Fortifications.
Yeah. I reckon fortifications are going to go into this.
Yeah, I could probably see that. Yeah.
So, if the fortifications go into that, then it's going to be official tournament stuff, I reckon, because it'll be the only way that a Sister of the Battle player can bring the statue and the building kind of thing, and Genes of the Occult can bring the drill,
yeah,
and Nurgle can bring the tree,
or their weird new bellows,
the big bomb, the big like bong kind of building,
the big bomb building. Yes, that's the one.
Yeah. I think it's. This is going to... My fear is that it's going to go the way of the Space Marine Battle Company. Do you remember when you used to get 12 free rhinos and 10 free drop pods?
I do remember, but you never took them as rhinos, you took them as razorbacks.
Yeah.
You used to get 15 free razorbacks in 2,000 points.
And this is going to be a knight... Oh my god. So I just thought... So say you're a knight player, right? And you come up against my Iron Warrior army and their Fortress of Arrogance, which is literally a 30-inch long wall that your knight army... And you'd be like, cool, I'm going to wall off my entire deployment zone. I've got 2 objective markers in my deployment zone, so that's 10 points a turn, thank you very much. And there's nothing you could do about it.
I mean... That's the thing, though, isn't it, right? Because, again, here is the conversation about the tournament play scenario and how they've interpreted tournament play here and what they've essentially put forwards. No longer do you have to adjust to the board. You just bring whatever you want. It's like, well, hang on a second here, guys. That's not starting to be tournament play anymore. That's starting to be something very different, right? That's all of a sudden starting to be...
Yeah. And before, if you wanted to take fortifications to an event, they had to be part of your army. You had to build them into your strategy. Now, you don't have to put them in there at all. You just, cool, I'm just going to take some Sky Shield landing pads, and you'll never be able to touch me.
I mean, that's one of the interesting things, isn't it? Because what we're essentially seeing here is... I don't know. It's weird because it's yet more random nonsense that sort of breaks the competitive game as I understand it. Because all of a sudden, if you're inviting people to have the opportunity to bring what they want to bring, then obviously they're going to do so. Here is my little bit of tin hat theory thinking as well, though. I also feel like if Games Workshop are able to enforce this rule and make it a tournament stipulation for their own events, for example. So here's the thing, right? If all of a sudden Warhammer World in 2021, hopefully if they open back up, So, yep, and we're going to use these bring your own terrain rules because everyone complains about the quality of our terrain. So now we're going to indoctrinate this as the standard. People bring their own terrain, and that's how we also what we also factor into the game. And it's like, okay, fair enough. But then what that is also doing, though, Joe, is it's creating a situation where it's also muscling out a lot of the third-party providers of terrain because all of a sudden your terrain doesn't have rules for their game. And all of a sudden you're not going to sell as much terrain through like tournament packs or whatever because all of a sudden everyone needs the specific GW stuff because that's the stuff with the specific rules. And the thing that's sort of extra weird about it, I suppose, is that it's yet more rules on top of more rules, which is the thing about sort of 40k 9th edition that's starting to really kind of grind me and other people down. Like, I feel like we are really going hard on lots of extra rules here, don't you?
Yeah, so we've currently got 14. I won't say 14, but I feel like it's actually a lot more codexes than 14. I don't know how many factions there are in the game at the moment.
Oh, man.
I think we're more like in the 30s.
Yeah, if you factor in supplements and everything else, there's absolute truckloads. Like, next to me, I've got the complete collection of 7th edition books, and it is a large shelf filled with books. So, yeah, I mean, when I look over, there's certain factions that they removed from 7th edition that don't exist in 8th edition, such as Khorne Demon Kin, although Demon Kin do exist now in 8th edition as well, don't they? But not as Khorne Demon Kin, is something else entirely. But yeah, look, I mean, it's a lot of books, and it's a lot of armies, and it's a lot of supplements. You
play a lot of 40k, right? Which we do.
I have been known to.
We all play a lot of 40k, and we're trying to learn 2 or 3 armies. The average person has 2 or 3 armies. You try and learn those. So you try and learn, say for instance, you're trying to learn Space Marines, Guard, and Orcs. Right, you try and learn those. And then your opponent plays Tau, Eldar, Demons. So you're technically trying to learn 6 armies because you need to know what you're playing with, and you need to learn what your opponent's playing with, so that you don't kind of fall like astray, kind of thing. And then say you've got 1 or 2 mates who play 1 army each, and then there's that one guy that's got like 10. We'll call him Dan, and then so you've got to learn all of these rules and try and remember these rules so there's no kind of gotcha moments. And then your opponents might be trying to learn the rules, they might be getting rules wrong, and it all becomes a big kerfuffle. And now Games Workshop's tried to release these kind of in-depth terrain rules to make the game run smoother for the interaction of how units interact with terrain, which is great. But the problem is now they're adding extra rules to those bits of terrain. So you're like, how many points of terrain have you bought? 180. Okay, what have you got? I've got a Fane, a Thingamabib, a comms thing,
a Sanctum,
walls, a Sanctum, whatever, a helipad. I don't know. And you're like, okay, what do they do? Well, this one gives me reroll 1s for shooting. This one gives me reroll 1s for combat. This one allows me to reroll leadership. This one allows me to call in off-map artillery. Blah,
and
blah,
again,
blah.
though, right? Can I just address this from the outset as well? Right, that special rule is mad because it doesn't even address the recent core unit stipulation that they just put in.
Yeah, so they've completely changed how your army functions. So they've taken away a captain's ability to re-roll 1s. I don't know what unit's going to be. Let's assume a unit of Havocs is no longer a core unit, right, for instance. But it doesn't matter because I'll spend 40 of my free 200 points on a building that gives me those captain rules anyway.
Exactly. And a 2-up save. It's just, it's crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, and then it's just like you've removed the rules from one place but bought them in somewhere else, but it's attached to a 25 quid building that you have to buy. And my biggest worry about this is that it increases the barrier to entry for new players. So, say I got into the hobby. It's 4 months from now. I've just had all my Christmas presents. I've got my new Space Marine army. I turn up to Games Workshop. I turn up to my local club. I want to learn to play. Cool. So I go and play Fred. And he goes, cool, here's my army. And I go, oh, here's my army. I put it on a table. I'm like, cool, what happens? Well, he goes, well, my half of the table has terrain in it. Yours doesn't. Why doesn't my table? Why don't I have any terrain? Why aren't we sharing terrain? I thought, no, you have to bring your own terrain as part of your army. Okay, so what happens now? When I stand in my huge castle and I blow you away because you're stood literally in the desert.
I mean...
And then you go, okay, so what do I do? How do I do this? Well, you got to buy the buildings. Okay, I'll go on eBay and I'll buy some cheap buildings. No. You can't buy, like, any buildings. You can't go and get those Battlefield in the Box buildings that are pre-painted so you can start playing the moment it turns up at your house. You have to go and buy these specific Games Workshop buildings.
Yes.
But you can only get their rules in this book. And you can only play with them if they're painted.
Yeah, it is a little bit too sort of... Well, I mean, don't get me wrong, right? I mean, none of us are under the illusion that 40k has ever been anything but a pay-to-win system. But
I know, but it just, like as someone who was sold to parents and seen their faces when you tell them how much a box of models is, I feel... so sorry for some like say I've just started working at Games Workshop. I'm green as ever. I've got my black shirt and I've been loosed into the world in my favourite hobby store. And they're like, cool, go up to that parent, tell them they've got to spend £200 to get a 1,000-point army, and then here's the catch: they now need to spend another £50 on paint and glue. And then they need to spend another £150 on buildings and terrain. And why did they cut? They weren't. And then the parents were like, well, I might just go buy them an Xbox because that's actually a lot cheaper.
But an Xbox isn't as enriching for the child, is it? It doesn't give them that creative output that you get with.
Yeah, so it becomes a harder sale, a harder push to get new kids into the hobby now.
But do you feel like this is something that they're aiming at the kids getting into the hobby, or is this a way of monetizing old farts like you and me who play competitive 40k?
This is aimed at us entirely. But this is also the face of Games Workshop at the moment. Their hard sell, which everyone sees as advertised, is chapter approved.
Yep.
Is the Indomitus box to start collecting, all that kind of stuff. So when people go into a shop, they're like, I've seen this, my friends are playing this, I need to get this. I don't understand what it is, but I've been told I need to get it. And it might be a case of they haven't looked at what they need to get.
Yeah.
I think it's a tough one. Like, I'm going to do it anyway. I'm going to play it anyway because I like doing buildings and stuff.
Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna. I don't think I'm going to fall over myself to add this to my gaming habits. It's just too. It's one of those things that I think it's an interesting experiment by Games Workshop. I don't think it will catch on.
No,
I don't think it's got the legs.
On a positive side, though, of the book, I'm happy we've got new missions.
Indeed, I mean they show us a new mission here in the in the article, don't they? They talk about Forward Outpost,
which is identical to another mission called Overrun.
No, totally different.
It's the one where if you hold one in your own deployment zone, no man's land, or your opponent's one, they're worth different points.
Yes, correct.
But this time it's Hammer and Anvil and not Dawn of War.
Massive change.
Massive change.
Yeah.
And
except maybe there's some
points have slightly varied.
So if you have, if objective marker A is owned by player A, it's worth 1. but by player B it's worth 8, and vice versa going down to D. Oh, it's clever. But I assume there's some sort of incentive within this for adding a building, though, isn't there?
No.
Oh, it's just another mission.
It's just a new mission. And they've got some new secondaries, which is very good because obviously it makes heart. It's like some armies are really struggling at the moment because Space Marines basically have the choice of all of them, and some, like Eldar, have a choice of none of them.
Hang on, are you suggesting that this new book won't massively continue to benefit the Space Marines?
Well, it'll always benefit Space Marines. Space Marines are like the Wunderkind, aren't they, of GW. So we've got 2 new secondaries. The first one is
I have to admit, I laughed along with that. I don't know what you just said.
The Wunderkind.
The Wunderkind. What's that?
The Wonder Children.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Anyway, it's called Stronghold Denial. Score 5 victory points at the end of the battle for each enemy building unit that is destroyed. And then the other one is called Outright Domination. Score 3 victory points at the end of the battle for each critical feature terrain feature you control. Jesus, that's score 3 victory points at the end of the battle for each critical feature terrain feature you control.
Of course.
Yeah. So what this tells me is I need to start an Iron Warriors army.
Well, what it tells you is that you need to bring your 5 bits of terrain, like nice, simple little bits of terrain that you can control. Because is the storage fan a critical? No, it's a tactical terrain data sheet. Is it a critical terrain piece?
No.
It doesn't actually say. It's just terrain, area,
also,
ruins, pipeway, storage vein. What I don't understand is they call it a pipeway. There's no pipes in it.
Yeah, but it's got a little hole in the window.
Oh, it's got room for pipes.
You can attach a pipe to it.
But
the problem is that Stronghold Denial you're never going to take because no one's ever going to take a building. They're only going to take ruins because they can't be destroyed.
Unless the buildings become ridiculously good.
Well, no, because you go, cool. I'm going to take these 3 buildings, but I do give up 15 points.
Yeah.
On secondaries.
I don't know. I think it's what it is, isn't it? My suspicion is that most people will try and get across this and try and work out what it is, and then within a period of roughly no time at all, they're all going, well, that's silly. We'll just carry on using Grand Tournament 2020.
It's going to be everyone. Oh, this is fun, and then like that obnoxious cat, we're all just going to slide it slowly off the edge of the table. Like, goodbye. Goodbye, rule set.
You've got to be careful about talking about cat abuse on the internet, though, Joe.
Oh no, I'm not pushing the cat off the table. I'm pushing the terrain rules off the table like a cat.
Oh, I see. Yeah. There you go. So
Yeah.
you're not putting the cat in a bin, or rather the terrain in a bin, like you would a cat.
No.
No, obviously, let's not make light of that kind of stuff.
So but it's a good idea. It's going to make Games Workshop a load of money because everyone's going to be like, oh Jesus, I have to do this, and the intern that wrote this obnoxious rule set gets a pat on the head.
Indeed. It is masters, stand there in all their glory as they, consume all the money that we send in their direction for a.
So what this reminds me of, right?
Right.
So during Warhammer Fantasy Days.
Oh, there we go. You're going to start talking about Storm of Magic.
No. Back in the 6th, 7th edition Warhammer Fantasy rules.
Okay.
Wood elves could bring 1 woods with them.
Wasn't that like 9th edition fantasy? Or did they even get
I'm getting to that. So 6th, 7th edition Warhammer Fantasy elves could bring 1 set of woods for free.
Mm-hmm.
Because if they ended up on, I don't know, the moon, where there is no trees, they could bring some trees with them. They sprout them out the ground.
Indeed.
They
just poo them out.
Yep, just plop, and out they come.
Out they come instantaneously.
Yes, but there was no rules or information as to how big woods could be.
Mm.
So there is a very famous man in Nottingham who turned up to Warhammer World, Warhammer Fantasy Tournament with a 2x4 section of woods.
Oh, that's unbelievable. He never did that.
Yeah, he did. So if you were Dawn of War, it would cover the entire centerpiece of the table, and there'd be a foot on either end that his entire army could just phase through from their deployment zone.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Or if you did the Hammer of Anvil, so sideways, it would cover the entirety of No Man's Land, and his army could just phase straight through it. And his opponent couldn't shoot through it or see through it, because those were the rules for trees. So it literally meant turn one, oh cool, I'm in your deployment zone. Whee!
Whee! I'm having fun. I'm the coolest guy here. Yeah!
So, I think the reason why he didn't go for 4x4 section was that it wouldn't actually fit like on the table, because it would then cover all of his deployment zone as well, or something like that. And you couldn't deploy in the woods.
I see. And was this back in the day where they didn't have like Realm of Battle boards, so we didn't have to worry about accounting for the weird slippery hills?
Yeah, it was just flat tables. So it was like, bloop, there you go. And I think, and then obviously they actually released the woods, and it was like that weird little squiggly blob.
Yeah, the old Citadel wood.
Yeah. Rained on his parade. But if there is, I really hope that there's no specific layout to all of these buildings.
But you know, though, Joe, when they released the Wood Elves in the last edition of Warhammer Fantasy, they made it that you could take loads of woods, though, didn't they?
Well, yeah, you could, because in the old Wood Elves one, you could put 3 woods on the table at the start of the game, and then you could summon woods, and then you could move woods during the game with your magic elf powers. So you could put units of like Kernoff hunters and dryads into woods,
and you could use woods to attack people. Yeah,
and then you could like pick up those woods, move them across the table, and then attack from it.
Do you remember towards the end of 7th edition when they introduced geomancy into the
Oh, I was talking to someone about this the other day, and how broken it was.
So, for anyone who doesn't know, because likely you weren't playing at the end of 7th edition, geomancy was a new Space Marine psychic discipline. It was specifically Space Marines, or was it generic to anyone?
I think it started off as...
I think it was available to anyone, wasn't it?
I think it was available to everyone.
Yeah, so geomancy was essentially spells which affected the environment, the terrain. And one of the things you could do with geomancy is you could move terrain features. So you could literally put something on a terrain feature, then have a librarian make that terrain feature move across the board, and then everything that was on it would be transported with it. So like there were these people who were going, here's my ironclad dreadnought, and he's in a ruin. Now that ruin's in your deployment zone, and now he's charging. It was like, what is this? It was crazy.
And they didn't count as moving and stuff like that. So,
oh yeah, God,
so then like
so dumb.
People would put like land raiders full of Terminators, and then you could assault from them.
It was just the dumbest thing. And also as well, it involved basically picking up terrain features and moving them around, which was always really stupid as well in game.
Yeah, because like, especially because obviously we were doing a lot of tournaments of Warhammer World, and there's no set terrain there. So it was always a case of whoever got to the table first would move the biggest piece of terrain next to their deployment zone. So you'd be like, does this seem fair to you? And the opponent who turned up last was like, bugger. Yes, it's fine. Yes, it's absolutely fine.
Yes, thank you for that, you rapscallion.
Yeah.
But there you go. So anyway, look, there you go. That's us talking a bunch about terrain and things, right? I mean, that was an interesting little change of pace.
I think it's good and bad, but mainly bad.
The thing is, this is where the interesting element of 40k versus, I don't know, playing video games comes into effect, right? Because when Fortnite tells you that they've updated their servers and now you've got to play with the new Fortnite rules that you don't like, well, then you've got to play with the new Fortnite rules that you don't like because that's what they've changed. Whereas in Warhammer 40,000, when they come along and they say, hey, we've released these new rules, do you want to use them? And it, is a legit question. I mean, here's the thing, right? Me and you, Joe, are quite likely to play a game this Friday, which would be a wonderful treat for both of us, I'm sure.
Yep.
And in doing so, not that we could play these rules because they don't exist yet, but if they did exist, I think if you and I got together and were like, hey, do you want to use this new chapter-approved tactical deployment stuff? And you would go, no, probably not. And I'd go, yeah, me too. Fine, let's not then. And that would be the end of it. So, I don't know. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, don't feel like you have to buy this. Don't feel like you have to buy into it. My genuine consensus is that the community on the whole will not engage with this and will not seek to utilise it on a big basis. I think this is very similar to a number of the weird, newer kind of ideas that GW has tried to do to try and sort of sell you other stuff that you will probably buy, read, put away, and very rarely actually get to use, because when you sit there with your mate talking about playing a game of 40k, the likelihood is that you're going to go, seems like a right old faff, let's not bother, or you're going to bring your terrain, but you're not going to use all the special rules that they've given you, you're just going to use it as terrain, because it just sort of seems like too much to me, too much faff.
Yep.
So there you go. Well, that was good. Thank you for that, Joe. Wonderful segment as always. I guess we'll move on now to whatever it is that comes next. Transitional noise. Woo. Got started very low on that one. Welcome back, everyone. In this part of the podcast, we were going to do a quiz, but Richie didn't manage to make a quiz. So now we're going to just, chat about general 40k stuff that we've been doing lately. So that'll be fun. As often it is. So yeah, we've been playing a bunch of games lately amongst ourselves. I think all of us have played each other in different, guises, as it were. Although Richie and Phil or Joe haven't played each other lately, have they? I don't know. Have you guys played any games?
I've played both Phil and Richie.
When did you play Rich?
When I played Richie, we played 8th edition.
We did, yeah. That was months ago.
Yeah.
Talking about recent memory, as it were. Like, I know you've played Phil. I've played Phil. I haven't played you in a little while, Joe. When was the last time I played you?
I came over and we did AdMech versus Space Marines and then Deathwatch versus Space Marines.
Oh, yeah. We did a couple games, didn't we? That was a good time. And then, obviously, played Phil in his Krieg. And then I played Richie in his Imperial Fists a few times over the last couple of months, which has been good. So we're just going to talk about that and some other hobby stuff that we've been doing at the minute. Richie was just regaling us with a story about how scouts are small. So I suppose that's a good place to start as any, right, Rich?
I mean, hi, good to be back on.
Talking about desperate need for content.
Yeah, thank you for the great introduction. That said I forgot to do the quiz. That was very nice of you.
Well, that is what has happened. That's why we're here.
I'd put it down to a miscommunication, but let's talk about more important things, which is how tiny scouts are. Because I've been painting up some of the Blade Guard veterans recently because they're really cool models, and I've wanted to actually paint them and convert them up with proper Imperial Fist shields. And then I was like the first models I did in my Imperial Fists were scouts because they were really cheap and they filled out a battalion nicely. And I just put one next to one to check the colour schemes, and they're like tiny. They're like little children compared to a regular Space Marine now. It's ridiculous.
That is what the scouts have become in the modern world of 40k and Primaris Marines. They're now actually like Cub Scouts as opposed to, full-grown Space Marines that just don't have power armor yet.
And then the little baby bases as well.
They do. Because they haven't even upscaled their bases. Didn't they upscale their bases to the same size bases?
No, I'm pretty sure they're still on.
They're still on 25 mil.
On those little baby bases.
Little baby bases. Blimey. Who is still using little baby bases these days? It's only like the Eldari miniatures, but even the Harlequins got upgraded, didn't they?
God is using them as well.
Harlequins are still on 25s.
Are they? Are the Harlequin characters still on 25s, or did they upgrade them at least?
Everyone in the Harlequin range on a 25mm base.
Wow. I've seen a lot of people, though, using the larger bases for the Harlequin characters.
Yeah. Well, it makes sense because it makes them look more special.
True.
And also, a lot of the Harlequin models just fall over for the lols.
That is true. You need to glue, 1
Yeah.
penny pieces underneath them.
Yeah, so we got a Harlequin army in the studio, and there's about 100 Harlequins plus characters, and every single one of them has a 5 pence piece glued to the base.
Oh,
so, yeah.
High roller, 5 pence pieces.
Actually, I just want to throw this out there. I am not a proponent of gluing coins to the bottom of bases.
Oh, really? Why is this?
Well, because I thought it was a good idea, and I did it for a bunch of my Elysian drop troopers who are also on 25mm bases. May their rules rest in peace. But what I discovered was when you glue the penny on the bottom, it does make them slightly more sturdy on the tabletop. However, in the unlikely event that you drop one of them, they hit the floor with a greater velocity, and they will more likely break rather than just bounce. That's just so I took the coins off because if I drop one on the floor, it would just bounce and I could pick it up. But it's got the coin on it, hits with a thud and smashes all over the place.
I suppose that's the added issue of having a resin miniature in the form of the Elysians, though.
Yeah, if it was a bigger one that was maybe plastic, you could get away with it. So I use something called liquid gravity, which is like these tiny metal balls that you then... So you pour that into the base, and then you use super thin super glue, which is pretty good. Or
liquid
if you just,
gravity?
Yeah, it's called liquid gravity. It's
Sounds
by
rather
a company called... what was it?
Whoa. Richie's mic's going crazy again. No, he's just muted himself. Fair enough. Carry on, Phil.
It's by a company called Deluxe Materials. They do all sorts of like glue and sort of hobby stuff. So yeah, I think it's predominantly used for like ballast in like boats and stuff, like RC stuff.
Oh, right, like remote control boats and things.
Yeah, it's sort of like used for that, like boats and planes, I think predominantly. But yeah, it's great for adding to your bases as well.
It is mad, isn't it? The sheer breadth of kind of stuff that's out there for like hobby crafting when you actually like dive into it. Like it's a mad old world of options when you start like going around your your local home base or hobbycraft or whatever. It's mad the stuff they've got going on.
Well, even more madder is the super niche ones you get online. So, for example, I have a punch and die set for making tiny rivets.
Punch and die for tiny rivets?
Yeah, so it's
Jesus,
basically
Phil.
2 pieces.
You've got too much time on your hands, mate.
Well, no, do you know what? So I use it for when I'm making my tank parts and scratch building stuff, which is fantastic because you get perfect rivets every time, which is much better than how you would do it.
That sounds like a tagline.
Riveting.
It's riveting, it really is. But I highly, for me who likes to scratch build and make like tank bits is perfect. If I was using it for just like, models like for Space Marines, I wouldn't bother. I would just sort of cut a bit of rod and eyeball it or something, or use something else. Like the other old favourite from the Forge World Modelling Masterclass books is to get a Brita water filter. Break it open, and there's loads of like charcoal-y bits in there, but there's all these tiny little small spherical beads of various sizes. And what you do is you slightly drill into whatever you want to rivet, and then you put a bit of glue in, and then you drop this little ball in. So you only see the top half of it, basically. So it's a great way for doing kind of studs.
It is weird, isn't it?
Or rounded rivets.
When you become a war gamer, and then you start to view the world like a master builder from that Lego movie, where all of a sudden it's like, all the possibilities, all the things I could do with it. Like when someone discovered that like Dettol was the perfect chemical solution for paint stripping plastic miniatures. I just love the idea of obviously like the mad process that the community went through, trialing different levels of toxic compounds to make the best paint stripper on a budget, but then obviously arrived at Dettol. That's your number one choice. It's mad the stuff that people come up with and all the rest of it. In a way though, right? One of the things that I find really interesting is obviously the fact that Games Workshop themselves have done such an interesting job of kind of streamlining the hobby process and almost kind of removing that journey of discovery early doors. Because obviously when I got into the hobby in the 90s, you know, they were openly publicising in White Dwarf and even in like codexes and things, all the ways that you can convert things, talking about, you know, pick this up from, you know, a DIY store and do all this sort of stuff. Like, it was a lot more exploratory. I think even if you go back to like Rogue Trader, I think like the early like tanks and things in 40k, they didn't have official models. They were just like, grab a bottle of fairy liquid and you can make this tank out of it or something crazy.
Yeah, I think
go to your local toy store.
Yeah,
and buy a space-looking tank and then put guns on it.
Yeah,
that was I was gonna say, that's like the Blue Peter, Tracy Island, make it DIY era, wasn't it?
Oh yeah, man, good times. Phil, you were trying to say something there, mate. Carry on.
There was a few famous ones. One of them was like a grav tank that I think was a deodorant bottle of some description. And then another one that I remember seeing was, I don't remember if the original Land Raider was out. I think there was a time when the first Land Raider came out and then it got discontinued and the newer replacement hadn't come out. So the guy had used one of those Mark IV World War One tanks.
Oh wow! Yeah.
That he then added sponsons on and painted up for Space Marines, and that appeared in a White Dwarf.
Do you remember, like back in like second edition, they the second edition starter box set came with a card cutout of an Orc Dreadnought, and that was an official Games Workshop product, and as such was like tournament legal or whatever for ages. Like, you could technically turn up to Warhammer World with your army of cardboard cutout dreadnoughts. Like,
well, there was a period of time when they used to sell the the papercraft versions of things where you could print out like the instructions on how to build a Baneblade out of just card.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Did they sell that? Oh, I remember. I remember there were the things like, so the Baneblade one was had like a build kit in White Dwarf, which I think, I'm trying to think is his name. The guy that's like the head of Forge World, I think he did it because there was a review about it in a White Dwarf last year or early this year talking about it, and he's the one that created that. And I remember following it as a kid actually, and I've still got it somewhere. I never quite finished building it though. I got the main bulk of the chassis complete, like in terms of the overall shape and stuff. I think I kind of struggled with the turret and some of the other bits because you needed specific like size for the brass. You needed some brass tubing to create the barrels, and I couldn't get hold of that basically.
Do you remember as well? Like they had like early 40k terrain was all actual like card cutout stuff as well, but it had like a few plastic components. So like the Necromunda box set was all just cardboard with some plastic components to put it together. I think even again going back to the second edition stuff, the ruins would just pop out cardboard foldy things that you just went there, ruin.
Yeah. Well,
I think they had little card tabs that you glued onto the corners to like keep their shape.
Oh yeah.
I've recently ventured into the realms of Mordheim, and there's a bunch of Mordheim terrain on the eBay, and that's literally just ye olde type buildings, and then the bricks that go on the corners of the building hold its shape, and then there's like a plastic doors to go in the frame, and that is literally it. The whole building itself is just cardboard essentially.
I remember when I went to Games Day in like 1999 when they unveiled Mordheim, and everyone was all excited about Mordheim and played it, and I got like some like special Games Day figurine for Mordheim that I can't even remember. I think everyone at the time had that elf assassin character. Do you remember that? Like with the sword. But there was like some other weird like What was the name of the main like human? Was it the Empire or was it something else entirely?
It was the Empire. So like Mordheim was basically just a dilapidated city that was just full of gangs and people trying to get as much money as they could. It's essentially what like the war cry is now.
Phil, stop
But
scraping! Stop scraping your miniatures, Phil.
Sorry.
Carry on, Joe.
I'm trying to. Phil's ruined it.
He ruined it. He spoiled it all.
Story.
Yeah.
Do you remember the giant cardboard fort you got with Gorka Morka?
Oh, actually, I'm going to use a shameless plug now. If
Oh.
anyone has the second Mordheim rulebook, please contact me because I really want it and they're impossible to get hold of.
The second Mordheim rulebook.
Yeah, so the second edition
Mordheim.
of it.
You know, the thing is, Joe, and, you know, obviously everyone, you'll probably say this too, will say this to you, but I used to have that, I swear.
I used to have it.
What's the difference between the first and the second then?
The second one is like more of like a black cover, whereas the old one's more like the
Brown.
mid '80s kind of really leery artwork on the front.
Well, also it was different. I'm thinking of Battlefleet Gothic. Battlefleet Gothic had that really weird, like landscape layout. So rather than the pages being kind of like portrait, it was landscapey.
Yeah.
That was Gothic, right? They didn't do the same for
That was
Mordheim, or did they?
No, they didn't. The Mordheim one is just a standard A4. Although Battlefleet Gothic, that there is a game, and
It's a terrible game, is what you mean.
it is an incredible game.
Mate, it is awful.
I will burn your house down, sir.
It's awful,
Saying
mate.
bad words about
It is.
Gothic.
I have never got on with those like naval combat games where it's always like
Not naval.
yeah, but
Mate.
it is, isn't it? I mean, it's you know spaceships, but it's all done.
It's in space, Stan.
Yeah, but it's all on a two-dimensional plane, isn't it? It's like it's not like you can elevate. and
In
do
reality, yes, it is, but in your mind.
in your mind and in the game. I mean, there was some interesting like weird interactions with like gravitational fields and all this other stuff. I remember, but
Yeah, so like you could use planets and stuff to like get extra movement and like slingshot ships and stuff, and like Eldar ships. Obviously, if there was a sun nearby and they're on a certain facing to the sun, they could move in even faster.
I mean, I don't hate the idea of Battlefleet Gothic. I just found it horrible to play. But maybe I just didn't play it right. I think that's always the thing. It's like when Richie got Aeronautica and brought that round. I was like, yeah, it's all right. I never want to play it ever again, but yeah, it's all right.
I really want to play Aeronautica. I'll play it with you, Richie.
That's good. I'd like some. I mean, it's got some flaws to it. Let's be fair. But one of the. I mean, I want. It's a shame because I really wanted that game to be good and fun, but it's a bit complicated and it's not. And there's so much emphasis on like how high your planes are compared to each other, but there's no visual. There's no good visual way of showing that other than you have to like bend down and squint and look at the base every time, which is a bit.
I'm
Takes you out.
surprised they don't have like little stacking pegs to move your model up and down.
What if you change the bases out for the ones that come with Star Wars?
I mean, that
Like
seems...
X-Wing.
Well, you need those... The bases are quite specific, aren't they, Rich? Because they're all based on the kind of hexagon system that they're made in, yeah?
I'll be honest with you, it's been a while. I've only played that game once and it was with you.
Yeah,
So
fair enough. I
but
can
no,
understand.
you had special bases, but they had like dials on it for detail. But I don't think they're specific to any particular.
I just
plane.
want to fly around in Thunderbolts and pretend that I'm living the book, Double
but
Eagle.
The problem is, though, Joe, is that the thing is about the game is it's not so much about you're controlling a plane. It's more you're the air traffic controller giving commands to planes.
This just sounds like you killing my immersion.
Mate, honestly though, when you play it, because all it is you go right here. You basically you do like secret ballots essentially. So you just go, okay, I'm going to do this maneuver, and then you secretly attribute these maneuvers to your different planes, and then they just do it. and then you're like, oh, okay, and then they happen in like random orders or whatever, but not random orders. It's like there's a priority or something. But yeah, so it doesn't really matter because you don't know what the other guy's doing. But I guess that kind of is supposed to simulate the madness of a dogfight that you're not really supposed to be able to see and know what your opponent
that
is
is
doing.
like the whole
exactly
tactical
like
element.
X-Wing.
Yeah, it's basically X-Wing,
Ah, there you go.
which was very cool. But you haven't played X-Wing, have you, Dan?
Well, clearly not, because if I didn't
No.
get on with this, I'm sure as hell not going to get on with X-Wing. I mean, that's just, that's like a bad game in a worse setting.
The first version of X-Wing was actually quite good fun. I actually quite enjoyed X-Wing when I played it. But the one thing, it's quite funny because I said the one thing that X-Wing needs is they need to get rid of all the Star Wars stuff and just replace it all with Thunderbolts, and it'd be fine. So maybe I'd love it.
Well, maybe that is the game for you, Joe. Maybe you should be abandoning Mordheim and getting all up in that, Aeronautica.
No, because then I'm slowly going to encroach on the old AOS, you see.
Don't start toying with that again, mate. That's dangerous talk.
You know me. I like to live dangerously.
You do.
Or like the butterfly that I am, fluttering from fantasy flower to fantasy flower.
I do love the fact that you have wound up being all about Mordheim. I mean, unless you're tapped into some kind of thing where you're gambling on Games Workshop bringing that system back for some reason, because obviously you and Steve are talking about it on the VT side of things, and I was a bit like, do they know something that we don't? Are they trying to corner the market, hoping that when GW brings it back, they'll be like, oh yeah, we were playing that years ago, ooh, old school, or is it just?
I think it's more of a case of I'm just fed up of just being destroyed on a weekly basis. So I'm like, I need to find a game system that I might actually be able to win a game on.
How's that working out for you?
Well, I lost the first two games, but I won the third.
There you go. Steady progress on that side of
Progress.
things. On the topic of more kind of themed games, though, before we started recording this, you guys were trying to tell me that Crusade is good as well, or rather, not Joe specifically, but there was some campaigning for me to stop being so close-minded about Crusade. I don't know if anyone wants to kind of repeat the accusations or offer that perspective again, or whether or not that moment in time is lost to history.
It's probably a fun game. Just give it a chance.
I mean, of course it's a fun game. It's 40k.
You sound like a drug dealer, Phil.
He does, doesn't he? The first one's for free. I'll make
Yeah.
your captain a dreadnought. No trouble, mate. No trouble.
Yeah, that's what everyone wants. They want their captain to be entombed in a sarcophagus forever. Some kind of eternal hell.
Yeah, but then the thing is, right, is you end up going, cool, my captain's a Redemptor Dreadnought now. Oh yeah, they're rubbish.
I remember why I never built that second kit.
Yeah, exactly.
There we go.
Ooh, I've got a Redemptor Dreadnought captain.
It's only good when every Space Marine captain turns into Carib Cullen Arisen.
Oh yeah,
and
obviously.
then you're laughing.
Yeah, if everyone gets to be Leviathan Dreadnought Carib Cullen,
Well,
happy days.
we don't know what the rules for the Redemptor Dreadnought are, so it might be good.
Ooh, there we go, Phil. Coming
Think
at us.
about it.
Yeah.
Think about it.
I think the
Can you
data
play
sheet
that
has
stratagem where everyone can re-roll ones when they're stood next to a dreadnought on Carib?
Well, what you mean? Yeah, because he's still a Space Marine Dreadnought, so you can still use that stratagem on him. Yeah.
Yeah. So he can live the old life of giving that re-roll bubble.
Well, he used to give re-roll everything bubbles, didn't he? Because he was a chapter master once.
Once upon a time.
Still is, isn't it?
No.
Nope.
No.
He died and he became a Leviathan Dreadnought, and now he just gives everything 6-up, feel no pain. At least until the new book comes out.
It's a shame that he died too much not to become a Primaris.
I don't think that's a shame.
He died before Primaris was a thing, so
You'd be well annoyed, wouldn't you?
Well,
I waited a week. I could still be walking around like a normal man, like a normal boy.
I like to think he's a true firstborn, and he was like, no, I'm not going Primaris. They're like, well, you've got to. He's like, no, turn me into a Leviathan Dreadnought instead. So they said, all right, then, fair enough. and that's how you have this massive OP character.
It's funny, isn't it, how the lore around the Primaruses have sort of developed over the last 3 years. In so much as early doors, the Black Library writers were trying to seed some kind of conflict between Primarus and Firstborn, and most of the books about the Primarus were just essentially like sales pitches early doors, but then it got into a little bit of maybe. Whereas even now, the Dark Angels thing, where they were like, wow, we don't like these guys, and we're not going to ever allow their successor chapters to become members of the Inner Circle or the Unforgiven. That's just not on. But then the general consensus is that Azrael woke up one morning and went, I'm all right with it now. It's like, okay, sure. So, yeah, they've really just given up on any kind of interesting stuff on there. It's just going to be...
It's been 100 years. They're sort of okay with it now. They've proven themselves.
I mean, 100 years to a Space Marine isn't that long a period of time, is it?
It's a reasonable amount of time.
I suppose so. I mean, it's a weekend away, if nothing else.
Mean, they might make a bigger deal of it. They've got a new book coming out.
Have they? Oh, yes, that's certainly.
As in the Dark Angels are going to get their own book.
That's true. I mean, when that comes around, and hopefully Lionel Johnson, that's what they're saying. Lionel Johnson, Primarch, confirmed 2021.
Christmas announcement, calling it now.
Quite possibly. It's interesting, isn't it, at the minute, though? Because, one of the things that's kind of bizarre is the fact that we're still in that weird codex, drought in 9th edition, waiting for Space Marines and Necrons to drop. I mean, what's your take on where we're going to be in a few weeks' time once, the Space Marine and Necron books drop? Do you feel like they're going to be so powerful that you're not going to be able to get away with playing anything else? Or do you think they're actually going to become slightly more balanced? I don't know. What's the vibe with these two?
I reckon that the Marines are going to get a bit of a knockback. So, because their whole army is not going to get rerolls. It's only core units, so they're going to be not hit with the nerf bat to the point that they're just awful or they're normal. I still think they'll be above good kind of thing. But I don't think they'll be the most broken army in the game anymore. Which would be quite nice. Although it depends on what units get the core keyword. That'll be the decider, I think.
Also depends. A big thing is going to be points. Depends how many points those heavy intercessors are. It depends on how many points. A lot of the stuff. At the moment.
The interesting one is going to be, where are the points going to be? Because obviously, chapter approved is the points book, isn't it?
Well, until a codex hits, and then that supersedes chapter approved, unless of course it came out before chapter
I
approved.
thought they weren't doing points in codexes anymore.
Oh,
that was the point why they were having chapter approved, because then they only had to just change that yearly and not FAQ books.
You're speculating that there won't be any points in this new codex?
I don't think there will be.
Oh, mate, I think that's a bad look.
That can't be true, because there were points in the Indomitus Crusade box.
Well, they would have to be, because they were new unit. I reckon this is when that Space Marine Codex and that Necron Codex comes out, that's when we're going to see the list builder come into the app.
100%. Do you remember that weird little blip a couple of weeks ago where it sounded like Battlescribe was done for?
Yeah.
Or is it actually done for? Didn't we look into that, Rich? Didn't you discover that isn't the case?
I did. So what happened then was some bright spark who does the actual Battlescribe list data repository thing decided to name it we've been cease and desist received. At the same time, knowing full well that when they updated it, the system would crash anyway, so people wouldn't be able to use Battlescribe for a few hours. So the internet went crazy thinking that there'd been a cease and desist, and Battlescribe was gone. And it was like, that's not very funny, is it?
I think I got the impression it was like an internal joke, and they didn't realise what happens is whenever they post that, there's an automated bot that posts it to Twitter and Facebook, which is then where it got picked up by the general public.
It was a.
I think
It was meant to be like an in-joke for themselves and not actually seen by anyone else.
I think it was quite funny. I think they were just having a little troll, but it went a little bit too far. You know?
And it was quite funny, like in the morning, seeing everyone losing their minds about it, and then in the afternoon, everyone just relaxed and calmed down,
Yeah.
and then in the evening, when Spiky Bits finally ran it, everyone was just piling on saying, "Duh, it's not real." It's like, you guys, you were fooled earlier. Come on.
That it was a momentary like tectonic movement though, right? Like when I saw it, I was legitimately like, "Oh God!" Like that's huge. Like it was weird between 8th edition and 9th edition for me, because a big part of the hobby for me, as I've said before, is sitting there twiddling my thumbs, writing army lists in the evenings and stuff, just looking at what kind of options I can come up with or trying to optimize stuff. And definitely that period of time where we knew that 8th edition had become redundant, there weren't really any tournaments happening or any kind of gaming going on beyond, Tabletop Simulator. So it was that whole weird thing where for a while I was like, well, essentially Battlescribe has become a redundant app until the new points come out. And that definitely felt like losing a limb for a little bit. So yeah, when I discovered that there was a chance that it could have gone away, I did genuinely have that sense of like frustration and loss. Like I was a bit like, "Oh, Games Workshop, you monsters! Why have you taken this away from me? This, that, and the other." But yeah, it's But obviously, I chose to remain quiet and not to kind of get vocal on the topic until more information kind of came out. I didn't jump on that bandwagon quickly, thank God, because it would have obviously made me look very silly in the grand
But
scheme of things.
GW surely are within their right to do so.
Oh, of course they are. Of course they are. Look, I'm not suggesting that they're not. I'm just saying that I really hope they don't.
Yeah.
Until at least they've given me a credible alternative, right? I mean,
I imagine once their app becomes fully flushed and is out and available, it'll be interesting to see whether their app is better than Battlescribe. And if it is, will people just naturally kind of migrate across? Or will they release it? It's a bit naff, but then that's when they slap the cease and desist on them.
I mean, let's not pretend
Well, I was going to say the AOS app has been around for a long time, and they never put a cease and desist on Battlescribe then, which obviously has their own equivalent for AOS.
Yeah,
So,
but like AOS in Games Workshop world is like what? I mean, I would be amazed if AOS is even 20% of, or 1/20th, I mean, of 40k. Like, I would be gobsmacked if you could tell me that AOS was even that big. Like, I'm sure it's okay. I mean, I'm sure it's bigger than what Fantasy might have been years ago versus the 40k business. Not to disgruntle or upset the Fantasy community, but the truth is there's a reason why Games Workshop took the decision to get rid of it, and that's because, I mean, I remember someone remarking to me from Games Workshop 10 years ago that Space Marines sells infinitely more, the Space Marine range sells infinitely more than the entirety of Fantasy, and that kind of gave me that perspective of what Fantasy represents. And by all accounts, Age of Sigmar is doing better than what Fantasy was doing years ago. But then is that just indicative of the overall business size? Because ultimately, is the success of Games Workshop dragging AOS up with it? So is the success of 40k, much like as Joe was saying a moment ago, is that making us look at Age of Sigmar because we're just so enveloped within the system and we're such big fans, and so many people are such big fans, that Age of Sigmar seems more appealing just because it's something else to do that isn't just 40k.
Well, I think there are a lot of people out there who just like fantasy stuff over sci-fi stuff.
Totally
so
agree.
they'll always kind of gravitate towards that kind of thing. And I love 40k as much as we all do. Maybe a little bit too more, and probably a little bit too much. But I have to honestly say, the Age of Sigmar models are better looking,
Totally agree.
are aesthetically more pleasing to look at, and the game kind of looks a lot nicer on the table as well. So I don't blame people for wanting to go over and play that instead.
Yeah,
and also, I play so much 40k. I need a hobby away from my hobby/job.
Well, indeed. Well, 40k is more of a job for you these days, isn't it? Really.
Yeah.
But I mean,
having...
sorry, Joe. I was just going to say that going back to the not to lose sight of the point we were trying to make, though. I'm not surprised Games Workshop haven't gone after them during the AOS period, because AOS doesn't necessarily mean as much to their bottom line as 40k does. Was kind of where I was going with that. Unless you think I'm wrong, Phil. I don't know. I mean, do you feel like they just do it on principle, or?
No, I think they won't, because they know, well, if they're sensible, they know that people using Battlescribe, while it does compete against their new app, it brings people into the hobby. It makes the game more accessible. If I didn't have Battlescribe at the moment to make lists, I would not be anywhere near inclined to play games of 40k to the level that I do, in terms of I want to mix and match different stuff, and I want to try new sort of types of... I'd probably create one list, but I'll be like, I'll just stick with this for ages because I can't be bothered to count up the points. And stuff like that, because it does take time, because every time I went to Warhammer World event, I would obviously use Battlescribe to create the list, but I would still double check it afterwards, because sometimes there are points disparities, especially just after there's been like a big FAQ or a chapter approved where points have changed. So sometimes you do have to do it by hand, and it is a right pain.
I mean,
but I know some people enjoy doing it by hand. So yeah.
I mean, the joy of Battlescribe was such that Richie's able to still be writing a list while queuing up to hand it in. Like, that was brilliant.
Yeah. I remember there was a stage where you'd written 2 lists in Bugman's, and you had them both written down on the piece of paper, and you couldn't decide which list to use until you were literally at the sign-in desk.
It was so funny when he was like looking over at the other people's armies on the tables, going, right, what they brought. Oh, I've seen a lot of big stuff. I better take this.
I mean, it was incredibly important that I put a lot of time and effort and used every possible advantage in order to place solidly bottom mid-table and win that tournament. And
there you go, mate. There you go. You reap the rewards on that one.
I don't think Games Workshop are going to do a cease and desist properly. I don't know how they. I don't know if they can, and because I don't know necessarily what the grounds would be, depending on what they do. And how, so I don't know if they can, and I don't. To Phil's point, I don't think it's in their interest to prevent something which is ultimately. Yeah, while they are now going to be charging for an app which does something similar, so you could argue that it's in their financial interest to have you use their app rather than another app. It still is a way of getting people into the hobby and making the hobby easy for people. So it's ultimately going to make you buy more models.
It's interesting as well, though, isn't it? Because I remember early doors with Battlescribe, and obviously, I mean, we've all been using Battlescribe for approaching a decade, right? Like, I think Battlescribe became a thing sort of 2011 time, like 2012. I remember sort of starting to get into using it on a regular basis. And early doors, it's not the easiest thing to get your head round, like discerning how to kind of create your roster and, you know, linking things to different things. I mean, I've started using the desktop version quite a bit as well, and that was bizarrely bewildering when I started using that as well, because it's quite different from the app version. But I mean, yeah, Battlescribe's far from perfect. I think, you know, I still want a function where I can cycle between saved states. I don't know if that's a thing, because it annoys me, because when I'm writing a list, I want to be able to reference what the rules are, even if they're not necessarily perfect word for word. I want to be able to go click that icon and see the stats and my special rules and so on. But then when I want to share the thing with you guys, I don't then want to share all that stuff with you. So the way it goes now is I go, right, okay, got to change it from HTML to text, and then I've got to simplify that and you know, route the points and remove the rules. And, you know, I appreciate it's a really, really quick process. but it could be more convenient with
That-
just like
It
No,
takes about
that
5
is a-
seconds.
that is a
That's a faff. Yeah.
yeah. In modern times, that is a faff, right? A button to share your battle list better would be good.
I'm bearing in
Well,
mind
it
that
should just have an option to do view all, view minimum, or view maximum, for example.
I was been thinking. I think Battlescribe gets away with it because they don't charge you for it. So if
But they do.
they don't charge you for the information.
No.
They charge you to remove adverts. So they give away GW's IP. They're dispersing it for free. They're not charging you for that information.
Well, they don't do any, but they don't create that content. That is community created content that you access through Battlescribe, but Battlescribe don't host it, I believe. I don't think they have anything to do with that.
No, they're just an
A
app
bit like kind of torrenting, for example.
Yeah.
A torrent program doesn't hold the content. It just kind of disseminates it between people.
I think the thing was back in the day as well, and I don't know how they've updated certain levels of like IP law and obviously ownership of digital or even like literature content, but obviously historically there was a lot of like cases in the video game industry, specifically around I can't remember if it was an R2 cart or an R3 cart or some R something or other cart that was released for the Nintendo DS, and it was a cartridge that you could have essentially load ROMs onto and then get your Nintendo DS to play those ROMs off of the cartridge. And they were allowed to sort of create and sell these things legally because technically they could be like, oh no, it's a tool for game designers who want to make their own software. So it's a tool for that. So it's like one of those weird things where like as long as there's a legitimate legal reason for this thing to exist, the fact that other people are taking it and then using it for something illegal isn't the sole responsibility of the manufacturer. And I think famously back in the day, Nintendo actually bought the company to shut it down. Or maybe that's one of those wives' tales things back in the day. But like, yeah, I mean, one thing I would always say from my side of things in terms of my use of Battlescribe is technically, it's completely fair enough because I own every single 8th edition book. So it's one of those things, and every single 9th edition book thus far. So it's one of those weird scenarios where I could be like, well, yeah, no, I own all this literature. This is just a nice, convenient way for me to be able to reference it because, all of the content I have legally purchased and own. Therefore, this is just my convenient backup, right? I mean, that's one way of looking at it. I don't know. But
I mean, if we didn't have Battlescribe, how would you write your list?
Oh, the way I used to, with Excel sheets or pen and paper.
Yeah.
Sounds horrifying.
Wow, it was simpler times back then, though, mate. Army lists weren't nearly as difficult back in the day, and also the points didn't change very often. So if you, sorry, Joe, I was just gonna say, if you had asked me in like 6th edition or 5th edition how many points a certain thing was, I knew them all. I knew every point for everything in my army, so I could just work it all out in my head because I knew exactly how much a Dire Avenger was, how much a Melter gun was, how much everything. It was crazy.
How much was the Lord of Change in 6th edition?
I can't remember. See, that's the thing is it's lost.
666.
Memory. Was it 666 points? Was it?
I have a feeling it was.
Was that with any greater or exalted gifts?
It was definitely on one version that we had in the Blue Meanies. May they forever reign as champions.
I don't think it was 666 points, Rich. If I remember correctly, the entire demon detachment was 666 points.
Oh, okay, that might be right.
I remember that because we arrived at it where it said the demon detachment is 666 points, so it's perfect. It's like...
That does seem more accurate. That's just. Can you edit out that bit where I thought it was 666?
No, it's all right, mate. You see, to my point though, it's easy to forget these things. It's amazing how time changes stuff. It's like when someone turns around to you and says, like, "How many wounds does a chaplain in Terminator have?" How many wounds did a chaplain in Terminator armor have in 7th edition?
How many?
3.
No, not 3.
No, it was 2.
It was 2 wounds. Yeah. it's like maddening to think that a chaplain would have 2 wounds nowadays. You're like, what do you mean it hasn't got 5? That's crazy. But there you go. Different times.
I don't know. I could go back to writing lists the old way. So it's one of those like modern convenience things now.
Oh, totally.
It's like I use BattleScribe if I want to make a list. That's just how I do it.
Yeah.
I can't comprehend anything else.
But it is a great motivator, though, isn't it? Because you create the list. I mean, Joe knows this better than anyone. You write the list, and then you're going, oh, look at this list I've written. I'm going to buy it. And then you start painting. Like, the amount of times where I've turned up to Joe's house and he's played me with an army that he's owned for about a month, and he's painted, like, a good amount of it. But then he just goes, nah, rubbish. Just changes it. You remember that Black Legion army you did, Joe?
Yeah, although I am looking at doing another Black Legion army, but we'll move on from that piece of information. But the nightmare of having to write an army list on a piece of paper now is that back in the old day, when you bought a Space Marine, you bought him, and he had a bolt gun and a free combat knife, and that was literally it. And then you could buy frag and crack grenades to go on them and all that kind of stuff now, whereas a Space Marine or a Space Marine character or heaven forbid you put something like a repulsor in your army, right? Every single one of those weapons, down to the frag launchers, smoke launchers, storm bolters, all 50 guns that are on that bloody tank, every single one of them has a points value, and they're not in the same place.
If I may say something controversial, Games Workshop did try to not have this be a problem.
In terms of power level, and then everyone
they
rejected it.
They did try to make it simpler. Say, we'll just use power levels, and then the entire universe said no.
Can I also just... So, power level... Has anyone actually read the power level limitations for board sizes? Because that really threw me the other day, and I was meaning to bring it up, actually. So, here's the thing. A 2,000 point army is the equivalent, according to the battlefield size chart thing, is the equivalent to 200 power level. And every time I've built like a 2,000 point army, it comes in at like 103. So, like, where is GW like getting that discrepancy in terms of like, because has anyone noticed this in like chapter approved or anything? Like they say 100 to 200 or like 200 power level, 2,000 points, but then when you actually write a 2,000 point army list and look at it as power level, you're like, well, what? Like,
well, because in power level you don't take equipment into account.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. So the power levels.
So power level completely ignores guns.
Yeah.
Equipment.
But that's what I'm saying though. Is like the idea is so they're saying now that a 2,000 point game would be the equivalent of a 4,000 point game.
Or am I reading that? It's not that quite far. It's basically power level is the mean average of all the weapons, like the minimum and maximum points that a unit could be. It averages out to be the middle. So if you were doing a 200 power level game, and you're like, I'm going to take all the specialist weapons, I'm going to take melter guns, the most expensive gear to be as efficient and game the system as much as possible, then your your match play equivalent points would be much higher than if you took, I don't need any specialist weapons in these squads, I'm just going to take bolters or las guns or whatever. And therefore, your points could be much lower as well.
Because here's the thing, when I'm looking at Strike Force, right, so it says command points, strike, so it's battle size, total power level, points limit, command points. So Combat Patrol is up to 50 power level, up to 500 points, 3 command points. Incursion, 51 to 100 power level, 501 to 1,000 points, 6 command points. Strike Force, 101 power level to 200 power level, 1,001 points to 2,000 points, and so on. But like I said, like every time I've ever seen like the power level for a 2,000 point army, it's about 100 power level. So it's just that weird thing where I'm a bit like, I mean, I guess they've kind of done it, but it seems like it's out of whack with each other.
How many points is Onslaught?
Onslaught is 201 to 300 power level, 2,100 to 3,000 points.
Because I'm kind of with you on this, because 3,000 points would be about 200 power level.
Yeah.
And I think my understanding of what your point is that the board size is wrong.
Yeah.
It's completely off, because the size of a strike force, if you're playing strike force, which is our standard, not 6x4, slightly smaller than. No, I've got it here. It's the 44x60 board.
Yeah.
There's a very big difference between 2,000 points of Space Marines on that and 3,000 points of Space Marines on that.
Yeah.
And if you're going by power level, it's going to be 3,000 points of Space Marines on that board.
Well, no, by power level, mate, that'd be closer to 4,000 points with the Space Marines.
You may be more. I completely give you. I don't know that anyone. I mean, does it just show how few people use power level? But no one has even flagged this as an issue.
I don't know. I mean,
I imagine the sorts of people that do power level don't care about the new smaller boards. So if they've got the older ones, they're just still playing on that. And it's only when the new kind of, the terrain stuff that's actually coming out now are the ones where people might start adopting it that play power level.
I mean,
that's true.
Because it literally is only the match play people that do competitive tournaments that predominantly care about the smaller board sizes.
I think to go off that though is that the board size is very specifically minimum board size. And it's only the competitive scene which has also said, oh, that's also the maximum.
Well, no, you can still, like, the thing is the majority of people have embraced the smaller board sizes because of the potential to get more people in, but also because the competitive community has somewhat embraced this. Again, it's that thing, isn't it? It's the zeitgeist. People have taken it on as what they want to play, therefore it's what it's become. I personally still have a real soft spot for the Realm of Battle boards, given the fact that I've bought loads of them, but also have bought a rather expensive gaming table to house them in, so I'm always going to be a bit of a fond advocate for Realm of Battle boards. But yeah, I mean, I think in terms of the board sizes, yeah, they are obviously just minimums. But no, it's just an interesting thing. I mean, the only thing that could explain it to me is maybe that because they've said total power level, it refers to both armies accumulatively, i.e.
Oh, I think you're right.
So if that's the case, then in which case I've completely rendered my argument irrelevant. It was just a funny thing I noticed the other day. I was like, hang on a second here, that's way more power level than what 500 points is.
Yeah, I think you're actually right. I remember this when they first mentioned it. The total power level is the combined power level of both armies together.
Right. Oh, okay.
And there's a reason why that is. I've just noticed that quite clearly there.
Is it because you have different armies of different power level against each other? Yeah,
because the idea is, or where the power level comes from, at least in the standard only war mission in the rule book, which I have in front of me right now, is that basically you just grab your models and have a game, and then you add up your power level to determine who has the advantage, and whoever has the advantage then gets some kind. Then the person who's got the less power level gets some kind of mini buff in the actual game.
Okay, so you could have 10 power level against my 190, and we'd be on strike force. But you would get no buff.
So it could be that the purpose of power level isn't actually to build an army. It's more specifically you want to use these models, and then the power level is a quick way of determining a value to it. And you're not necessarily supposed to build it that way.
Which does make a lot of sense. Well, I mean, that's the thing. I'm not against the idea of playing games with power level. I think, again, anything that sort of streamlines it. Because for a long time in Age of Sigmar, power level was all they got. I mean, obviously they didn't have points for ages, but then they introduced the power levels for them, which were pretty, rigid when they first came along. But, yeah, it's just interesting. I mean, again, it's interesting because much like with the Crusade stuff that we were talking about earlier, it's just interesting because it's an aspect of the game or a version of the game that I just don't, I don't play that much of, as it were. And it's not that I'm closed off to it as an option. It's just that, I'm quite closed off to Crusade. No, I'm not closed off to power level. I am closed off Crusade because I can't be bothered because I'm never going to do the things that make Crusade fun. Like, you and me, Phil, could play a game and you could go, oh, cool, at the end of that game, now my tank commander has become a Titan or whatever happens, like, yay, cool, good for you. But like for me, I just don't care. Like I just don't. I don't care. Like I love a bit of narrative, and I like the idea of some narrative gaming. But yeah, all these weird upgrades and perks and extra bits. And again, I mean, as we were talking about early doors, they haven't even integrated it into like the app yet. So it's not like you can log this stuff. You just got more sheets of paper to carry around with you. Where you're
you do have you can buy the kind of notebook thing which has it all in. I have to say, so when I was away at No Retreat, I photographed or photocopied the score sheet of the back of the GT book that is for personal purposes only. You're allowed to photocopy. So do you know what? I want to use this to score because the ITC Battles app isn't very good. Well, at least on my phone, because it keeps resetting every time I sort of switch my phone off for a few
You've got
seconds.
quite an old phone, haven't you, Phil?
I've got an old brick. It can't run the Warhammer app, and it can't run the NHS Track and Trace either. They're the two apps that don't support it.
Time for an upgrade, methinks.
I am.
I might have an old burner phone you could have, Phil, if you want. It might be better than what you got.
Brilliant. I might have to take you off.
Was that from your old drug dealing days, Richard? No comment.
No, it was from when I had various different phones where I was moving back from America. So different headphones.
But my point is, so I used that score sheet, and it made it so much easier to keep track of what you're doing in a game, and it was nice and easy for both me and my opponent to see what points we were on. So I highly recommend actually using that.
Well, Best Coast Pairings, currently it's in beta at the moment, but that actually has a scoring part on it as well.
So we did that over the weekend. It's okay. It's
not the most highly functioning.
No, you kind of have to score as you go. Like, it doesn't do it round by round. It just does here's your game total, but you can incrementally go up in points, for example. So it does work.
Yeah,
it was
it's good because it updates live, so people who aren't obviously at your tournament can keep track of like what the scores are at that exact moment in time. Which is quite cool.
Well, we sort of, on the topic of games, we teased it at the start of this segment, so we may as well try and close it out by doing it. Should we not talk about some of the games we've been playing lately? Why don't we kick off with Phil versus Joe, Genestealer Cults versus the Death Corps of Krieg, within the confines of Gameskeeper in Oxford. How did that go for you, Joe?
Awful.
I mean, that was a good way to kick off the trip over to Gibraltar, right, Phil?
Yeah.
Joe gave me lots. I think I've already mentioned this in another segment. I can't remember now. But yeah, it gave me lots of confidence. I was like, oh yes, I've won a game. This is just what I need. And then Joe told me that he's lost the last 9 games with this list, and it's probably not me, it's him.
Yeah. The Genestealer Cult are they're in a rough spot at the moment. I considered taking them to the tournament on Saturday down in Poole, but at the last minute I was like, no, I'm not. I'm just wasting my time. I'd be wasting my opponent's time as well. So,
what do you think the root of the problem is with the Genestealer Cult, though, mate? What's going wrong for them?
The issue with Genestealer Cult is that in 8th edition, they're an army that requires a lot of detachments. So in 8th edition, you could run double or triple battalion and have 15, 10, 12 command points at the start of the game, which is really, really good for them because they are an extremely hungry army when it comes to CP because all the stuff they do is really expensive. In 9th edition, they're still an army that requires lots of detachments, because you're very rarely going to use a brigade, so you're going to need double battalion or a battalion and a patrol, which instantly means that at the start of the game, once you've got those extra warlord traits and relics, you've got like 6 command points, which you literally can't do anything with. And you need like 6 to 8 command points in one turn, normally turn 2 or 3, to do everything that you need to do for the army to function. And if you have to turn 1 or turn 2, do a CP reroll or pay points to have a unit automatically pass morale, which completely does your army over in a 1, basically. And also, the points disparity between that army and every other army is mental. So
it is fair to say the rubber banding effect that sort of occurred with their early campaign to sort of tackle the horde meta that was. I mean, I didn't necessarily feel like it was a bad aspect of 8th edition.
So, like,
but...
blasted them over. Yeah, blasted them over.
But not even that. It's just the amount of points everything is, because nothing's cheaper
it's so
than.
Expensive.
Yeah.
So I played against a White Scars player, right? Who was running 15 aggressors with the Khan and a chaplain and lieutenant and all that kind of stuff. I had 70 models in my army, and that equates to about 90 wounds on the table. He had 58 models on the table, so only like 12 models less than me, and had 140 wounds on the table. Right? And that is all contained quite nicely in toughness 4, toughness 5, 3 up save, ballistic skill 3, weapon skill 3 units. And like one aggressor, so he had one unit of. We had 3 units of aggressors and his characters all in a nice bubble, right? And I had to essentially get a degree in geometry, geography, maths, and psychology to bring down all of my units in such a way of like bringing a character down, bringing down a unit, triggering a stratagem, doing some shooting, killing something, then bringing down another unit. All of this going on in the movement phase to kill. Like I invested 1,200 points of my army into killing 5 aggressors and 2 characters, right? And his responding turn, 1 5-man aggressor squad goes, this squad here, this guy is going to shoot that squad of acolytes, this guy is going to shoot that squad of acolytes, this guy is going to shoot that squad of acolytes, and these 2 guys are going to shoot that unit of aberrants. That one unit killed 50 models. Right? And it's like, that's mad. And that's the kind of stuff that Gene Stealer Cult have to struggle with. Also, the fact that because the game has become a more objective holding game, nothing in the Gene Stealer Cult army is strong enough to just sit on an objective and babysit it.
Yeah.
So they get blown away almost immediately. And everyone's running infiltrating units, which means that everyone is constantly just screening you out all the time.
Yeah.
So you can't put stuff in reserve.
It's a real shame, right? Because I actually feel like one of the obviously it's, there's a multitude of negative impacts from COVID, but obviously the fact that 8th edition didn't really get to enjoy a proper send off is a bit of a pain, because I think when it comes to things like early door 9th edition, you do genuinely feel like there are some winners and some losers, but the losers really feel it, and I think GSC by far and away are one of the most negatively impacted armies in all of 40k by the creation of 9th edition, right?
Yeah. So like, and like this, the Games Workshop's unit creation kind of thing now is just like take a model, slap a load of guns on it.
Well, at least for Marines, yeah.
At least for Marines and other stuff. So like everything outclasses you all the time, and because now things like tanks can shoot into combat, and everyone's kind of basic infantry is better than you. You have to kill what you go into, like on the spot, because if you don't, you're in trouble. So you have to go in, kill what you go into, and then you're like, cool, I'm stood in the open now. Like, I'm dead.
How do you feel like they can tackle that, though, with the GSE moving forwards? Because they're going to have to massively rewrite them to make them even remotely viable in this system.
They need a huge points decrease.
Yeah, but then that just becomes tedious and makes them very unprofitable as a business, right? Because all of that, no one's going to want to buy an army where the only way you can like where the points are so low, especially for the price of those guys. Like I always remarked when they first released GSC in 7th edition how crazy they were, because in 7th edition it was like £5 a model, but that model was worth 4 points or something in 7th edition.
Yeah, it wasn't. They're not a cheap army to start off, really, and they're not getting any. They're not getting any cheaper either, which is a problem.
Well, indeed.
From the offset as well. I don't know. I think they need like things like aberrants. Like aberrants aren't actually that good a unit. They're really scary as an opposing player, but on the face of it, they're actually crap because their strength and toughness 4, and they've only got 2 attacks. They don't get any bonuses for charging, anything like that. And their combat weapon gives them +1 strength. It's -2, admittedly, and it's D3 damage. But they're more points than the Primera Space Marine.
One of the things I was thinking could have been useful for them is if you could somehow like get your opponent to put an amount of units in reserves. I thought that could be quite thematic way of making them work. So like the idea that
they need to be able to put more stuff in Deep Strike.
Yeah, they themselves, but I was thinking like as a narrative device you could argue you could come up with a gameplay mechanic where D3 units or D6 units of your opponents have to be put in reserves, because then you could at least kind of create this narrative flavour that the GSC would never like rise up and attack the strongest part of someone's army. They always rise up and attack like, you know, the weakest strategic points, and then obviously as people get wind of the fact that there's an uprising, then they come into the battlefield, because then that would at least kind of account for their massive points disparity, you know?
Yeah. Or like if they had like more of an auto pass morale kind of situation going on.
Oh, they totally shouldn't be taking morale tests once they've risen, right?
Yeah, they need to have, because they're controlled by the hive mind, like by the gene stealers. So that they don't get the hive mind ability, which with only you have to be 6 inches away, like from a patriarch, basically, to get that ability. Or if they had a -1 to hit, the bikes have a -1 to hit, but the rest of the army doesn't.
Yeah. I also think they should be disrupting like auras or something like that. Like if it was like half the range of all auras or something to, you know, symbolise their disruptive qualities. You know, the things that they're doing. You know, maybe
I like
even.
the sound of that. I like the sound of that.
Yeah, I don't know. There's like weirdly fun ways you could get them to interact with other armies to make up for their shortfalls. If
the whole army, so just by having the army, did the same thing that the Calidus assassin does, so forcing you to spend more CP.
Yeah.
Like stuff like that. So like even though your army does cost load in CP to use, your opponent's also spending a lot of CP.
I had a thought when I was playing against Joe and you having your Broodlord, and basically you did that classic thing of you were inside a ruin and you kind of passed through a wall to charge something on the other side. And I was like, well, that makes sense for Gene Stealers, because they're kind of crawling around on the walls, on the ceilings. They can go through small gaps. They should be able to just pass through walls with no penalty. And I was like, well, breachable is a concept, but I was like, oh, maybe and it sort of overpowers infantry, right? Because they can just pass through walls as if they don't exist, because it's representing the fact that they're breaching a door or kicking in a window and climbing through or something. It's like, even though it complicates the game, I like the idea that, you know, to do a breach is actually like an action. So it's an action that you declare in your movement that allows you to pass through a wall, but in doing so stops you from shooting, or it allows you to maybe shoot to hit penalty, but then maybe you can't charge afterwards or something. But then some units, like the Gene Stealers, they don't have a problem with that because they're designed to just go through these tiny gaps.
Oh.
Harlequins have an ability to use flip belts; so it wouldn't affect them, sort of thing. Just adds a sort of narrative layer to represent it's actually quite difficult for infantry just to go through a wall that doesn't have a door.
Do you know what's really funny? Do you know what the worst unit in the Genestealer Cult's Codex is?
Is it, you can say the Broodlord?
No,
Is it
it's
Genestealer?
it's an actual Gene Stealer, because Gene Stealers do not get any benefit from the cult creeds or the regimental bonuses. They don't get anything. So one of them, that the Pauper Princes gets, all Pauper Princes units get to re-roll the hit roll when they charge, but Gene Stealers don't. They don't. It actually says in the book that they do not gain the bonus. The Patriarch, so the Gene Stealer which created the army and leads the army, does not get any of the army bonuses.
What about Brood Brothers? Do they get it?
No.
Oh, okay.
They don't get it. So, but that's kind of acceptable.
Yeah.
But the fact that the book is called Gene Stealer Cult, their name is in the title.
Well, it's the cult of the Gene Stealers, not the Gene Stealers.
Yeah, but the
themselves.
Gene Stealers create them. They lead them. They control them. This whole army prays to them.
I mean, I don't mind it if it's like, if you think about the concept of core as a keyword, it's like it affects the lowly guys, not the super elites. But those Gene Stealers and Broodlords should be so good they don't need those benefits.
Yeah. But they're not good. They're awful.
That's the problem.
They're terrible. Like there's a psychic power which allows them. So if you want Gene Stealers to be in your Gene Stealer Cult army, everyone takes them as a Tyrannid detachment, and you take them as Kraken, so that you can use a Swarm Lord who's not even a Gene Stealer to allow them to move twice and then charge, because that's the only thing that makes them efficient, because they die so easily. And what annoys me is I don't think Gene Stealers should actually be a unit in the Tyrannid Codex anymore.
I agree with that. Because
in the whole story of Gene Stealers is that they don't actually want to be there. The moment that the High Fleet is nearby, all the Gene Stealers pack up their bags and leave as quickly as they can, because they don't want to be enthralled by the hive mind. Because once they're there, they get turned into biomass, and they've actually got a bit of self-awareness, and they don't want to die. So I think they kind of need to make Gene Stealers good again.
Oh man, I would love Gene Stealers to be good again. Again, if you want to talk about iconic 40k.
Yeah, because we were talking the other day, because you're building a Zone Mortalis board at your house, and I was like, I've got 40 Gene Stealers, I've got a Patriarch. You get all your Deathwing Terminators, and we'll just have a cool game, like on that kind of thing, like old Space Hulk essentially, but using 40k rules. And I still really want to do that. They just need, because in Space Hulk they're actually quite good because they can't be shot at all the time.
Yeah. In Zone Mortalis, for sure, there would definitely be some interesting opportunities within that kind of setup for.
Because you can set up little tunnels and little air vents that they can crawl through and attack from different angles, and that'd be awesome. And that's how they should be all the time.
It was interesting because I came along and watched you two play, and I think that's the first time I've obviously seen GSC being played in 9th edition, and it was quite incredible just how outclassed you were as an army at every step of the way. Don't get me wrong, Phil's very good at playing his Krieg, but it's fair to say that the army list that he was taking to No Retreat, as we discovered, wasn't probably as well optimised as it could have been for 9th edition. But even against that, you were just getting mowed down by firepower.
Because what they used to do is they used to deep strike in, charge stuff, wrap units, get into combat with tanks, but not kill them, so that those tanks couldn't kill you in response, and then you'd kill those tanks in your opponent's combat and then move on to the next one. So you're constantly safe, constantly being protected. But now tanks can shoot you when you're stood next to them, which completely takes away all the defensive stratagems and strategy that you use with the Gene Stealer cult. So you're immediately just overpowered and destroyed by everyone.
I was amazed because you had those aberrants charge into one of Phil's Lehman Russ commanders or whatever it was.
Yeah.
And they just bounced off, and I was like, wow, I thought these guys were supposed to be, like, good. Like, what happened to them?
They, so what I'm doing now, I'm trying to make a brigade for my Gene Stealer cult, just so I've actually got a few extra command points to start the game with. And I've got 3 units of 5 aberrants, and their sole job is to raise banners and sit on objectives. Because that's all they're good at. Because they are toughness 4, and in Bladed Cog, which I take them as, they get a 6+ invulnerable save, and they reduce all damage by 1.
Yeah.
And they've got a 5 up feel no pain. So you just sit them there for the whole game, and your opponent doesn't bother shooting at them because they're not going to do any damage to them.
Unless they've got loads of damage-free guns.
Yeah, but then I've got like 5 units of 10 acolytes all with rock swords charging at you.
True.
So then I basically force my opponent to make a decision. Do they deal with the immediate problem that's going to try and kill them, or do they deal with the problem that's getting me all my points?
Solid strategy.
Yeah.
Solid strategy. I mean, what was your final takeaway from these this game against Joe, though, Phil? Did you have a good time in the general sense?
No, I did. I think I'd immediately gone, oh yeah, some of these choices that I made weren't very good, or just like optimized. And I think we had talked about it before, but I trying to score secondaries with an all tank list is super hard. And so I think I played against you, and I was like, I don't know what to take. Like literally, I can't do much, especially against an army that doesn't have much in the way of characters or tanks, where you can't kind of max out on your points. So against Joe, I think that was when I was like, oh, I'll always spend 1 CP to take a squad, and I'll put them in strategic reserve, so I can at least in turn 3 hopefully come onto his deployment zone and get deploy scramblers. And I did that a lot in my games in No Retreat, and that was quite useful. Having 1 secondary that I always know I can at least guaranteed to do. And then I tended to quite often, like against Joe, I was like, engage on all fronts. I've got lots of vehicles, I can move fast, I can pretty much do that in a lot of rounds. Like that's quite a good one. And then the last one, sort of like a bit pick a mix, really, depending on the opponent. So at least getting the basics of that down helped a lot, I think.
No, that's cool, man. That's cool. And then, yeah, me and Rich played a game the other day, didn't we? Rich, my Craftworld Elder versus your Imperial Fists. And again, much like Joe, I started to feel the pain and the anguish of running something that's not a Space Marine in 9th edition.
Well, you say that for the first half of the game, I got a reminder of what it's like to play against Eldar. And all their psychic power nonsense. Well, I'm going to cast a psychic power. Oh, I failed. I'll re-roll it because I can. And yep, it's off. Now it's easy for me to kill your thing, and you can't kill my thing. Yay! It's fun playing against Eldar when you've got like a nice unit that you like. Like, oh, I've got this dreadnought. I really want to use it. Well, I'm going to get like 1 round of shooting off of it, if that.
I think that's the
not that I'm bitter. At least you didn't do it on a night like you normally do.
Well, you didn't bring one, so I
true.
couldn't deliver that. I think that's the thing with the Elder stuff in the game I played against you. I just decided like I would just try and bring an army list similar to the ones that I was using towards the end of 8th edition, and it definitely has some options. And I think again it's got the old grey matter going in terms of what can work with Craft Worlds. But I don't think you're ever going to be in a situation where you're going to build something that's going to win, 7 out of 10 games or whatever. I think you kind of have to resign yourself as an Elder player now to that kind of 50-50 ratio, at least if you're playing Craft Worlds. Obviously, Drakari are a different type of beast, as are Harlequins. Obviously, Harlequins are, I say obviously, but if you're not aware, Harlequins are actually quite good still. But yeah, when it comes to the Craft Worlders, they're quite different from even Drakari, because even Drakari have Talos, right, Joe?
Yes.
And Talos are quite a decent, like fulcrum for your army.
They are the anchor in which holds my army together at the moment. You either run 9 Talos and you just use them as a big bully unit that just pushes into your opponent's lines, or you run 2 units of 3 or 3 units of 2, and they just sit on objectives.
Yeah.
They go, come to me and you will die, or don't bother shooting at me because you won't kill anything.
The thing that's interesting with the Elder stuff or Craftworld stuff, is that you can still create like bully units like what you're talking about in the form of Shining Spears. But the problem you have with the Shining Spears is that the way you make the Shining Spears work is you load them up with psychic powers and then you shoot them at your army, or your opponent's army. The problem then, though, becomes the fact that normally you have to position your psychers to enable you to activate those powers. And the only thing stopping your psychers a lot of the time from getting shot is the big unit of Shining Spears that's sat in front of them. But then the minute you fling them with Quicken, in the corresponding turn, there's always going to be maybe 1 or 2 of these guys out in the open with nothing to protect them. And that was something I was finding quite interesting, running these guys again with the new Lookout Sir rules, because all of a sudden you're like, well, I've loaded up these guys with psychic powers and I've shot them down the board, but now I've got Farseers that can just be picked off. I mean, Richie finally someone in our friend group took my advice. What did you bring, Rich?
Well, I mean, what I bought
the Eversaur is what
the
he
Eversaur
brought.
Assassin.
He brought the Eversaur. There you
Yeah.
go.
Well, I mean, I was going to say how I kind of built my, because this is like the 3rd or 4th game we've been able to play. I think 3rd, and what I brought was a combination of units I really wanted to use, and learning from every time you've kicked my ass. So I brought this kind of optimized for facing Marines list, including I was like, I'm going to bring out that Thunderfire cannon I've never bought because I really want to slow down units that are going to try and charge at me. But that didn't quite work out because nothing in your army other than your Dark Reaper squads could be affected by the Thunderfire cannon in that way. So it was an interest. I was quite stumped at first, and someone like, "Oh, I brought the wrong army for this game. I brought a knife to a gunfight. How am I going to win this?" But I did bring the Eversaur Assassin, who was mostly because you've been going on about him. Also, the Vindicari has been a mixed bag. To be fair, he doesn't always. When he does what he's supposed to do, it's spectacular. It just doesn't do it as often as you'd like him to, or at all lately. So it was quite good because I'm probably one of the few players in the world who's running Reavers in their Space Marines. It's just because I really like the models and I want to try and have them work. And I would wager I'm probably the only Imperial Fist player running Reavers. Because I'm just running and with the bolters, so they just kind of drop behind enemy lines to just harass and use the mass bolter fire on you. But because that's what you did, you kind of moved all your troops out in such a way that I had practically nowhere I could actually deep strike in. It was quite annoying. I was able to find a handful of tiny little pockets where I could go, including one little corner where the Eversaur could go. But the good thing was he was able to charge in and kill a Farseer in a turn of combat, which was handy because that's what he's supposed to do.
Indeed. No, it worked out pretty well on that side of things. I mean, that's the thing. I just think the Eversaur is such a good all-round assassin that I would always argue people should take in a lot of lists, because a lot of lists really benefit from having a drug-fueled loony in a skull mask running around your opponent's back lines. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. As I say, I think the thing is that I think one of the problems that the Elder Army is facing isn't necessarily like its ability to kill stuff, and it's not its ability to kind of be annoying. It's still got lots of flexibility in that space. The problem is everything's quite expensive, and in order to be really on point, you still need to have flyers, or you still need to have fire prisms, or you still need to have like vehicles with weapons, and they are very expensive now, and also quite easily ignored long term, because then just, especially if you're taking Crimson Hunter Exarchs, because Crimson Hunter Exarchs are incredible. The only problem is they just can't do anything to interact with scoring objectives, and then it just becomes a bit of a mess. So, yeah, a lot of things to learn from it. I mean, again, always good to throw dice with friends and play games. But yeah, no, I mean, again, happy to take the L on this occasion. I'll get you next time, Rich. That's as much as I can say.
Those shining spheres were really annoying.
Oh yeah,
for most of the game.
Yeah, until they lost the buff that gave them 2+ armor saves, and then all of a sudden they were less annoying, right?
Exactly, and then I got to use my Tor Garradon, who I'd been meaning to wheel out for forever, and he turns out he's very good at punching them.
Yes, yeah, no, he has a good time smacking them about the head, which was wonderful to see. Obviously not, but
it was. I enjoyed the game. It was also my first victory of 9th edition.
Is that the first ever? You've not scored any other wins?
It's the first actual win I've had of 9th edition. If you because there's the game I played when we first had a game when we were first allowed by law to see each other again. That was before we actually had the 9th edition rules. So it was we had like the new rule book, but none of the points or anything. So we just played 8th, like the final game of 8th. So this was like the first time I'd beat you. Or anyone, so I was very pleased. It's a nice feeling to win a game again.
Well, that's good, mate. That's good. I mean, my ratio at the moment in terms of 9th edition is definitely at the more kind of like 50-50 side of things. I don't feel like I've won a lot, but I've definitely not lost a lot either. So I'd probably say about 50-50. Where are you at, Joe? I mean, it sounds like you've taken quite a lot of losses.
I don't know. I was doing quite well at the beginning of 9th with my Drakari, because I'd kind of just gone quite hard on just running big units of Talos going around punching things. I've taken about 8 or 9 losses on the face of learning how to use Gene Steal the Cult. Although that's starting to turn around, and I'm actually starting to get wins with those now.
Well done.
So hopefully it's going to start going back up, and we'll start to go to like a 70-30 split.
Indeed. All coming up Millhouse, as they say.
But the problem is, I play so many games of it, I've just kind of lost track of where I'm at now.
Yeah, no, that's understandable. How about you, Phil? What's the tally feel like for you?
Well, without wanting to give away spoilers for the No Retreat chat,
that will have already happened, mate.
Will it? It's not going in first.
No. This will be the end of the thing. This is in place of the quiz that was supposed to have happened.
No, that's true. Well, I think I'm exactly 50-50.
Blimey. Exactly 50-50.
Well, I did 2 wins and 3 losses at No Retreats. And then I did a win in a test game with Luke and his Tau, which brings it up to 3 for 3. And then I lost against you and I won against Joe.
Blimey, so there you go.
Oh wait, that's with my Krieg army. I did a couple of 9th testers with my Minotaurs, which again I think was maybe about 50-50.
There you go. Beautifully done, mate. But there you go, guys. That was us randomly rambling about hobby stuff. We hope you enjoyed it. It's about 5 minutes to midnight now, so it seems about as good a time as any to wrap up this segment and move on to whatever it is that comes next. Transitional noise. Woo! And that's it, everyone. The end of episode 60, the epic 60th episode of the Lookout Serve 40k podcast, which featured quite a lot of Joe, a little bit of Richie, and consistently good old Phil. But then not necessarily consistently, actually. I forgot, because there's a Joe and me only segment. So yeah, bit of a mixed bag in terms of attendees, but Phil's here at the end, aren't you, Phil?
Yeah, there to the last man.
That's it, mate. That's it. You may not have been there at the start, but you appeared in the middle and carried on there within.
No, I was definitely there at the start.
Oh,
but
yes.
Just not at the I guess the first of the content bits. I don't know which order you're doing it in.
Well, I figured I'd do that chapter of preview bit with me and Joe, then go into No Retreat, close with the general hobby chat that you, me, Richie and Joe had the other day in place of the quiz. Because I thought that was actually quite nice in and of itself. Hopefully people enjoy it. I mean, it was a little bit absent from any kind of specific structure, but yeah, it worked quite well, I think. I mean, again, we got into some interesting topics, I thought. So yeah, it was all right. Relatively good episode overall, I'd say. Phil, what about you?
No, I enjoyed the little rambly free-form chat segment. No quiz. Maybe next time or sometime soon. Exactly.
It used to be, Phil, that once upon a time we could have called out quizzes as one of our USPs, but realistically, we haven't done one in such a long time. It kind of almost feels like a relative novelty now. That we're kind of forgetting our roots, I guess.
Well, yeah. I mean, if the fans want the quiz, they can let us know via the best method to get in touch with us: a 5-star review. A 5-star review. There you go. Plug in the merchandise again, there, mate. The best way to get. Well, I mean, to be fair, that is generally how we get a lot of our kind of feedback on the show, because very few people drop us. I mean, I think people drop you more than me or Joe, like a message. To be just have a general chit chat. I mean, we're all on Instagram, we're all on Facebook or whatever, so people can reach out to us if they want. But the Lookouts, their Facebook page, I think, is our main hub, and the Instagrams. But yeah, a lot of people just leave us a comment in a 5-star review, and it's nice to hear what people's feedback is. So if they want the quiz, they've got to let us know.
Well, exactly. No, they do. A lot of people, a decent amount of people, reach out to me on the gram. I'm also the most consistent person to respond in the Facebook Messenger space. So 9 times out of 10, when there are people in our Facebook Messenger, I do tend to go back to that. I'll be honest, I should do a better job, or we collectively probably need to do a better job of responding to people who comment on our Facebook posts and our Instagram posts. I've seen there's a lot of instances where we haven't responded to people who've put up comments. So, yeah,
is that Richard's fault on the Instagram?
Well, it's not Richard's fault in so much as, I mean, Richard does us an incredible favour by managing so much of our kind of social media output. The fact that he queues it all up and chucks it all out and does all the work for us in terms of sharing it and optimising it. I mean, in his funny little way, I think he obviously really enjoys that from a personal perspective, because it's trained him in a lot of, management of the Warhammer community chatter, which he's doing very well at these days. I've seen that Rich has been really upping his game on his 40k posts, hasn't he?
He's very prolific, and he's very good at creating some solid meme content.
He definitely spikes a lot of communications, it's fair to say. And he's a great guy to do that. The thing I always love about it is always that the Lookouts Instagram stories, it's always that thing where Rich sends you a picture of something he's painted, and you're like, oh, that looks really cool, Rich, well done. And he's like, yeah. And then immediately it's like an Instagram story for Lookouts. But obviously we're never doing it when it's your stuff or it's Joe's stuff, and even rarer when it's mine, at least not on the same consistent basis. But obviously he's got easy access to that, so I'm not suggesting that it's anything other than him just trying to kind of create content and keep things interesting, and he's making stuff and he's proud of it, so he wants to share it far and wide, which is great. I think it's awesome. But yeah, he's definitely upped his game when it comes to posting things. He had that one the other day, didn't he? That had hundreds of comments on it about I can't remember what it was about now, about the terrain rules. He just managed to create loads of buzz. So good on him.
Nice.
He's got his head screwed on when it comes to that, old Rich. So yeah, no, massive thank you to him for continuing to do that. But the after effect of that, and the reason why I guess we don't respond as much as maybe we could do, is that I think ultimately he posts it out there, which is great. But then after he's posted it, you know, he maybe isn't monitoring it all the time, or maybe doesn't feel qualified to answer some of the questions that are being thrown his way. So as a result, they don't get answered. And then I don't really look at our Instagram and our Facebook very often. And then when I do, I'm like, oh, there's like 18 messages that no one's responded to. Oh, I probably should get around to doing that. Once it's in 2-digit territory, once there's like 18 responses from all over the place, I'm like, oh, it's going to be like 2-3 hours of time, you know, formulating responses and going back to people and potentially getting into conversations with people. But no, I mean, you know, I've done it a handful of times, and I've had some interesting back and forths over the last couple of days in terms of people who I've been having, you know, fun conversations with over the interwebs. There was a guy on my Instagram most recently. Let me remember his name so as not to do him a disservice. He's been painting up loads of Lord of the Rings stuff, bizarrely. So not a 40k related theme, but yes, he's been fun to chat to back and forth. The Tabletop Journeys is his name. So I've been having a fun exchange with him over me Insta, and then there's been a few people on like Facebook and things I've been chatting to as well, which has been cool. So yeah, it's going pretty well in that regards, I'd say. So there you go. How about you, Phil? You been talking to anyone fun on your Beyond the Tabletop side of things? Many people reaching out to you and trying to, you know, learn your skills, absorb your info?
Yeah, I do get the odd people. I've had a few odd ones in terms of someone sent me an email recently he was like, I want to buy one of your treemen, but one on the left. Not the one doing the action pose. And he basically had to work out, he was talking about my Blood Bowl team.
Yeah.
With halflings and treemen, and I just had to be like, oh, thanks, but they're not for sale. But nice that someone saw it and was like, oh, I must have this. Yeah, quite often people message me on Instagram and have general chit chats either about Krieg or sometimes Space Marines, or people sending me photos of their kits, like my kits that they've used, and or just people wanting to know, like more recently when I posted up my kind of group shots before I went to No Retreat, a few people were asking me about the list, so I was just sharing it with them. And then, but also going, but if you want to know how I play it, just check out an episode of Look Out Sir, where we talk about it. Just because it also saves me having to, you know, rewrite down loads of stuff just to explain how it works.
Well, indeed.
But I mean, I used to do that. So when we went to events, I would sort of do photo battle reports I'd put up on my blog and write a little bit about the army and how it works and how I would change it and stuff like that. I keep thinking I should do more of them, but they're quite time consuming to do.
I mean, they're great things to go back and look at, though. Like in those instances where I've gone back and observed like your old bat reps and seen a couple of my old armies that I've since sold off or forgotten about. It's quite nice. There's one where you and I were playing and it was my Khorne Demonkin army against your Krieg, obviously. And that was a fun one to go back and read about. You know, seeing those juggernauts charging across the battlefield and actually doing something. Unlike in 8th edition, where I tried running juggernauts and then they'd run across the field and die horribly, which was wicked. Because they only had like 5 up invuns, and their armor save I think is 4+ in what it was. So they were getting like 5 up invuns most of the time against shooting attacks, and they're only like toughness 4. So yeah, the juggernauts, the blood crusher juggernauts, have been massively let down in 8th edition, because in 7th edition I want to say they had a 3+ armor save, which was super durable because obviously back then you needed an AP of 3 or under in order to beat that armor save, which was harder said than done. So yeah, I miss the when juggernauts actually packed a bit of a punch. These days they're just a bit underwhelming, unfortunately, but maybe they'll get better soon. Who knows, eh?
Well, exactly. It'll be interesting to see how all the rules are going to change.
Well, indeed. I mean, the Juggernaut is definitely, again, another one of those miniatures that qualifies as iconic old school 40k. You know, the old Jugger was definitely a classic. But there you go. Anyway, look, we won't linger because we already did an hour and a half of us talking about general nonsense in that closing segment. So we may as well just call it a day and end the episode. But yeah, guys, thank you very much for listening as always. We hope you enjoyed the show. We certainly did. And yeah, if you've got any feedback for us, anything you want to share with us, anything you want to say to us in the general sense, as Phil has already asserted, you could start by giving us a 5-star review. You could also look for us on Instagram or Facebook. You can find us there. The various links are usually available in the description. And that's broadly it. I think, yeah, that's episode 60, guys. We hope you've enjoyed it. And yeah, take care. Until next time. Goodbye. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.